I built a $16.2 million business. Dad gave it to my golden brother and paid him 3x my salary. I left for a rival. Dad went bankrupt and begged. I bought him out. When I requested a raise, my father told me that I was fortunate to have this job. He refused, then hired my loser golden brother for 3 times my salary after operating his business without one for 4 years. I quit as a result. However, I was fortunate to find a competitor offering 45% more the following week. He was less fortunate when I was followed out by 4 other people, who are now in bankruptcy and pleading with me to return. Okay, Reddit. Get ready for a story about betrayal in a family business, golden child syndrome on steroids, and the most fulfilling career decision I've ever made. Additionally, karma works more quickly than Amazon Prime delivery. I'm 30 years old and have been employed at my father's commercial HVAC business since I was 23. I started with a business degree straight out of college and obtained an HVAC certification on the side because I genuinely wanted to learn more about the field I was entering. I know, it's a novel concept. Owning SCS, my dad installs and maintains commercial HVAC systems for offices, hospitals, schools, and other establishments. It had 48 employees and was making about $9.5 million annually when I started. Allow me to illustrate this family dynamic for you. Troy, my 27-year-old younger brother, is the most amazing child. It has always been. This guy used charm and our parents' money to get by in life. Changed majors 4 times while attending college. Began in business before moving on to marketing, communications, and sports management. It took 7 years to earn a degree in sports management from an obscure party school where the primary prerequisite was attending tailgates while intoxicated. After graduating, he made a significant career change by working as a brand ambassador and distributing free samples for an energy drink company for 9 months before being fired for repeatedly showing up drunk. After that, he provided consulting for a friend's startup, which failed in 4 months. He then attempted to start his own lifestyle company, offering expensive workout gear adorned with inspirational sayings. Before he gave up, that lasted for roughly 4 months. When I last heard from him, he was working on social media marketing for a nearby restaurant chain, primarily photographing food and sharing it on Instagram, prior to joining SCS. When they discovered that the majority of his 50,000 Instagram followers were bots he had paid for and weren't genuinely generating any business, they also fired him. However, our parents said that Troy was discovering himself, considering his options, and would undoubtedly end up somewhere ideal. I was working 65-hour weeks in the meantime, and people kept asking me when I would use my degree for something worthwhile. The partiality was overt. It had never been. As a child, Troy received a brand new vehicle on his 16th birthday. I was able to use mom's old minivan and cover my own gas costs. Troy's tuition was covered in full. Spending money, housing, tuition, and other expenses. I had to work part-time and take out loans to cover the remaining portion of my tuition. Troy's spring break excursions to Cancun were paid for. I need a new laptop for school. Why don't you just use the computers at the library? After 7 years, Troy finally received his diploma, and they threw him a lavish celebration at a fancy restaurant. About 40 people were invited. The 4 of us went to Olive Garden when I graduated on schedule with honors and a job lined up. Dad talked about a deal he was working on during the entire dinner. This is what really made the point. Dad would constantly point out all of my mistakes when I first started working at SCS and learning the business. Son, that isn't how we do things here. You must adopt a more strategic mindset. Give up trying to alter things merely for the sake of altering them. However, the company didn't deserve Troy when he freaked out at his different jobs. They failed to see his potential. They've lost. In the meantime, I started busting my ass right away. I began working in the warehouse, handling logistics and inventory before moving on to project coordination and operations management. By the 2nd year, my dad was in charge of sales and major client relationships, while I was practically in charge of the entire daily operation. The truth is, I was incredibly skilled at it. We were consistently behind schedule, losing money due to ineffective routing, and having customer satisfaction ratings that were only about 76% when I took over operations. There was no real logic to the routes our technicians were taking as they drove throughout the state. In order to get to other job sites, we had guys driving past them, wasting time and incurring outrageous fuel expenses. The parts inventory was a complete mess. We would either run out of essential parts just when we needed them or have far too much stuff that we didn't need. In just 9 months, I reorganized our field teams by specialty rather than geography, restructured our entire dispatch system, and replaced the garbage system Dad had purchased from his golf buddy with new project management software that actually worked. Our commercial guys stopped wasting time on residential calls all of a sudden. Our installation teams weren't being called away to perform urgent repairs. Everything went more smoothly. The rate of customer satisfaction increased to 96%. We improved response times, while reducing our overtime expenses by 35%. It turns out that workers can complete tasks during regular business hours when they don't have to drive 3 hours each way to job sites. Because I genuinely cared about appropriate training and equipment rather than just purchasing the cheapest gear available, our safety incident rate decreased to nearly zero. Additionally, I totally redesigned our vendor relationships. Due to his loyalty to suppliers who had been undercutting us on prices, Dad had been overpaying for parts for years. Instead of only using distributors, I negotiated bulk purchase agreements, brought in competitive bidding, and cultivated relationships with manufacturers. Saved us roughly $300,000 annually in material costs alone. My contracts for preventive maintenance turned into a significant source of income. We had scheduled service agreements with buildings throughout the city rather than merely responding to emergencies. Steady income that is predictable. Because their systems never malfunctioned, clients adored it. We cherished it since it allowed us to plan our work effectively rather than rushing to respond to urgent calls. I brought in the software programs that allowed us to keep track of everything. Customer history, parts usage, job costs, and technician productivity. Dad had been managing the company, using paper schedules and intuition. I provided us with real data so we could make choices. I contributed to the company's growth to $16.2 million in revenue by the fourth year of this year. We had up to 72 workers. Together, the 4 significant hospital contracts I had brought in were valued at roughly $2.4 million a year. I secured a 5-year agreement with the school district that included maintenance contracts for 27 buildings. Over the course of the contract, that alone was worth $4.8 million. I was managing vendor negotiations, conducting operational meetings every Monday morning, working a minimum of 65 to 75-hour weeks, personally supervising our 4 biggest installation projects, and taking emergency calls at 2 in the morning. I actually knew how to troubleshoot complex systems, interview and train new hires, review financials, and plan expansion, so I could handle service calls when our on-duty tech couldn't. I was earning less than a first-year operations manager at any other company in the industry while performing the work of at least 4 people. This is what I was paid for doing all of this. $68,000 annually. Yes, you read correctly. $68,000 to operate a $16.2 million business. No equity stake, no profit sharing, no bonuses, just a salary that wouldn't even cover a decent apartment in most cities. I had previously requested raises twice. After my first year, Dad said, "Let's see how year 2 goes." After my second year, he said, "Money's tight right now. Maybe next year." This was because I had seen the financials. It was the most profitable year we had ever had. I made the decision to develop a backbone and demand what I truly deserved 4 months ago. Created a comprehensive presentation that compiled data spanning 4 years to demonstrate the precise amount of value I had contributed. Pay comparison for operations managers at businesses in our sector that are comparable in size, $108,000 to $120,000 on average. Documentation of each significant accomplishment. I had assisted in securing every contract. Every cost-cutting measure I had put in place. On a Tuesday morning, I entered his office. He was going about his typical lord of the manor business, reading the newspaper and sipping coffee. "Have a moment, Dad? Do you want to discuss my pay?" He didn't even glance up from the section dedicated to sports. "What are you now?" "My pay." "I believe it's time to talk about bringing my pay in line with industry standards, and my actual responsibilities, because I've been here for 4 years without receiving a raise." He was drawn to that. With a small smirk of amusement, he put down the newspaper and reclined in his chair. "Industry norms. You work for your family, son. That is more valuable than cash. Take a deep breath. Remain professional. I am aware of that. However, I also oversee the entire operation of a business that makes $16.2 million annually for $68,000. That isn't long-term viable. Is it sustainable? In fact," he laughed, "you're fortunate to work here. How many young people your age would give anything to work somewhere their grandfather could teach them the business? Money cannot purchase the education you are receiving here. Over the course of 4 years, I have improved every operational metric we monitor and increased revenue by 82%. I am not making an unreasonable request. I'm requesting fairness." He got up and went to his window, which had a view of the warehouse floor. Traditional power move. "Are you curious about what fair is? It's fair that I gave you a chance even though you had no prior experience. I'm laying the groundwork for you to eventually take over this business. It's fair that you have job security compared to most people your age. You're also whining about your pay. I'm not a bitch. I am negotiating. There's a distinction. I have a bargain for you. He looked back at me. You have two options. Either go test that free market you're so sure of, or keep your current salary and be thankful. See how much you can accomplish with your 4 years of experience without listing your father's business on your resume. I simply gazed at him. There was no negotiation here. This posed a risk. I said, I'll think about it, and walked out of his office. It was a Tuesday. The bomb went off on Thursday. Dad convenes an all-hands meeting in the warehouse on Thursday afternoon. Everyone is wondering what's happening as they stand around. Unless something significant is going on, we never hold all-hands meetings. I'm speculating that we may be opening a new location or that he may have secured a significant new contract. Not at all. Better. Much better. I have some exciting news, folks. Dad is using his large speech voice, which he employs when speaking to clients. As everyone is aware, SCS has been expanding quickly. We must increase the size of our leadership team as a result of this growth. Troy, my son, will be joining us as our new Director of Business Development, and I couldn't be more excited. He has contacts and creative ideas that will help us advance. My stomach dropped. The part that infuriated me came after Troy, the Director of Business Development, was fired for giving away free Red Bulls. Troy will concentrate on growing our market share and attracting new clients. He and I will collaborate closely on strategy and client relations. For the Sterling family and the Sterling business, this is an exciting moment. I cornered my dad in his office after the meeting. What on earth was that? What was it? Troy, the business development director. He has no business management or HVAC experience. He doesn't have to understand HVAC. The technical guys are there for that. He is acquainted with people. He has a distinct personality. Sales is all about that. How much does he get paid? Even though I knew I wouldn't like the response, I still asked. Dad shifted uneasily. Between him and me, that is. I oversee operations. I must see what our overhead looks like. He let out a sigh. His base salary plus commission structure is $190,000. In fact, I chuckled. It was unavoidable. $190,000. Are you serious? He earns nearly 3 times my salary. He works in sales. Sales is not the same. In addition, he has brand development experience. Creation of a brand. At college parties, he distributed energy drinks. Be mindful of your tone. Troy will offer new insights. And to be honest, the reason you're not prepared for greater responsibility at the moment is your attitude. That resolved the issue. It was that. What do you know? You're correct. Here, I'm not prepared for more responsibility. I give up. In about half a second, his expression changed from one of irritation to one of shock. What are you doing? I give up. In 3 weeks, that is. Paying your unqualified son 3 times as much as you do the person who actually runs your business is something you want to do. Go for it. You're doing it without me, though. Hold on now. No, I requested just compensation. I'm fortunate to have a job, you said. I'm going to try my luck somewhere else, then. Within an hour, I will send my official resignation email. After leaving, I returned to my office, typed the most formal resignation letter I could manage my hands, shaking with anger, and hit the send button. The days that followed were extremely strange. I wasn't interested in the whole let's talk about this routine that Dad tried. Mom called in tears, claiming that I was destroying the family. The best part was when Troy texted me to say, "No hard feelings, bro." As if he had nothing to do with this. It's not like I was getting peanuts while he waltzed in earning $190,000 for a fictitious job. None of them got a response from me. I simply arrived, completed my work, and began revising my resume. This is where things start to get interesting. During that 3-week period, I received separate approaches from 4 of my important people. Sullivan was our lead project manager, Pierce was in charge of all our major accounts, and Hanley was my head field supervisor. Each of the 3 had spent years working for the company. Each of the 3 was valuable beyond measure, and it seemed that all 3 of them were just as tired of the family favoritism as I was. Hanley came first. Drew me aside while inspecting the site. He said, "I heard you're leaving." "Yes. It's time to go." "Where are you heading?" "I'm not sure yet. Releasing feelers." For a minute, he was silent. Then, "I've also been considering leaving. It's this Troy thing. Everyone is aware of it. Tell me if you land somewhere good. Maybe I should accompany you." The following day, Pierce and Sullivan had the same conversation. I realized then that I had more power than I had previously believed. I posted my resume on a few job boards in the industry and began contacting rivals. 3 businesses wanted to speak with me in less than 72 hours. I had 2 good offers by the end of the first week, but Summit Climate Systems made the best one. With an annual revenue of roughly $52 million, they are the largest HVAC company in the state. After reviewing my resume, their COO gave me a call. He said, "Over the past few years, we've been watching Sterling's growth. The industry says that's what you do most of the time." Being modest, I said, "I've had a hand in it. In 6 months, our current operations manager will retire. Someone who can jump right in and start working is what we need. You're that person based on your past behavior." A base salary of $100,000, performance bonuses that could add an additional $25,000 per year. Full benefits, including 401k, matching, and the opportunity to discuss equity options after your first year are all things we are willing to offer. I nearly dropped my phone. Base of $100,000. Compared to what my dad was paying me, that was a 53% increase. I would be earning more than my golden child brother with his title if bonuses were included. When is an answer required? I inquired. Give it a few days. Consider it. However, I would really like to have you between us. I didn't require several days. I played it cool even though I knew the answer. I promised to get back to him by the end of the week. I casually brought up this offer to Hanley, Pierce, and Sullivan over the course of the following 2 days. Nothing was pushed. Just let them know where I might end up. They all 3 inquired as to whether Summit Climate Systems was hiring. By the end of my 3 weeks at Sterling, I had accepted the offer from Summit Climate Systems and recommended Hanley, Pierce, and Sullivan. Interviews were planned for all 3. It was a stressful day for me to leave Sterling. Dad made one last attempt to persuade me to stay. He said, "You're making a mistake. One day, you would own this business." I said, "No, it wasn't. Troy was going to have it. When you paid him 3 times my salary to perform a job for which he is unfit, you made that very evident. He is related. My goal is to provide both of my sons with opportunities. You offered him a chance. You taught me how to value myself. I appreciate that." Sincerely, I left without turning around and began working at Summit Climate Systems 3 weeks later. The work fulfilled all of their promises. Better facilities, better tools, better systems, and instead of having to beg for everything, I had a budget to work with. I had discovered 3 significant efficiency enhancements we could put into place within my first month. In fact, my supervisor gave me the tools to carry out my ideas after listening to them. The best part is that within 6 weeks of my starting, Hanley, Pierce, and Sullivan were all hired. Hanley rose to the position of Senior Manager of Field Operations. Pierce assumed control of 2 of their biggest accounts. Sullivan was elevated to the position of Regional Project Director. With better benefits, all 3 were earning more money than they had at Sterling. Back at SCS, however, things seemed to be collapsing. Word gets around in this industry, so I didn't initially hear about it directly. Individuals converse. Technicians are familiar with other technicians. Project managers get together for a beer. Salespeople are more prone to gossip than students in high school. Additionally, it seemed that Sterling was turning into a legendary show. Surprisingly, Troy proved to be utterly ineffective in his fictitious role. He spent the majority of the first week setting up his office and printing new business cards. In the second week, he decided to rebrand the business and hired a friend who was a designer to create a new logo that appeared to have been created using Microsoft Paint. Before a sensible person shut it down, Dad actually approved the $18,000 invoice for this garbage. In order to engage with younger clients, Troy determined in the 3rd week that we needed a company Instagram account, posted images of himself standing in front of HVAC equipment while wearing a suit, along with captions like "Building the future one system at a time" and "Boss vibes." 40 of his 58 followers were either bots or friends. The majority of his business development involved long lunches with prospective customers that never resulted in contracts. After these lunches, he would return and discuss all of the promising relationships and connections he was forming. However, the warehouse guys told me that his expense reports were just receipts for meals he had with his college friends or by himself at steakhouses. The few leads he did generate were either too few to be worth pursuing, or he had made irrational promises regarding timeliness and pricing. Because he didn't know how to figure out installation costs, he quoted a school district job at a 45% discount. We appeared inept since Dad had to personally call them and renegotiate. Troy once assured a hospital that we could install a brand new HVAC system in 6 weeks. We actually had a minimum of 4 months to complete that scope of work. Troy responded, "We just need to be more aggressive with deadlines." When I brought this up in a meeting, "Well, because physics and building codes really care about your aggressive timeline, moron." The worst part, though, was when he attempted to upsell a long-time customer on a system upgrade that they didn't require. We had been working with this client for 15 years. They had faith in us. Regarding their current system's inability to try to close a deal, Troy outright lied. To voice their displeasure, the facility manager gave my dad a call. Troy believed he was playing used car salesman, and as a result, we nearly lost a $240,000 yearly maintenance contract. The majority of his LinkedIn posts, which he obviously didn't write himself, were about upending the HVAC industry. Here are 5 ways that climate control is transforming contemporary business. Why? In actuality, your best employee is your HVAC system. Cringe that received about 12 likes from mothers. My dad had to take over in my absence, but he hadn't managed day-to-day operations in 4 years. He was unaware of the new systems I had put in place. Didn't comprehend the processes that I had streamlined. Didn't know why we were using certain vendors. Continued to use outdated techniques that had failed, which is precisely why I had initially changed them. I would set up an entire digital dispatch system where technicians would receive assignments on tablets that included customer notes, parts needed, and job histories. Dad resumed making phone calls to men and asking them to write on clipboards. Immediately, response times doubled. With our primary suppliers, I had negotiated bulk pricing agreements. Since we had always worked with them in the past, Dad apparently let some of those slip and returned to placing orders at retail prices. Never mind that by committing to bulk orders, I had secured us 38% discounts. The system I had developed for scheduling preventive maintenance. They simply stopped using it since Dad didn't understand how it operated. For return to only making reactive service calls. Thousands of dollars in steady monthly income were lost. Their field operations failed miserably without Hanley. Reaction times doubled. They began to fail to meet deadlines. Due to improper tech coordination, customer complaints skyrocketed. Men were arriving at work without the necessary equipment. Jobs were being scheduled without determining whether the crew possessed the necessary expertise. I've heard of a commercial installation that took 4 weeks longer than anticipated because no one bothered to confirm that the team they sent was truly qualified to install that specific system type. The client was furious because they had to hire an outside contractor to complete it, and they wasted all of their profit margin plus more. They began losing contracts in the absence of Pierce overseeing important accounts. She had worked with our top accounts purchasing directors and facility managers for years. She was familiar with their structures, tools, finances, and priorities. She would recall that the county facilities director was a big Broncos fan, that the school district procurement officer required everything to be submitted 30 days prior to board meetings, that the maintenance supervisor at St. Mary's Hospital preferred black coffee and detested calls before 9 a.m., and that you had better avoid scheduling work on game days. The person who took her place lacked those connections and knowledge. Began sending generic proposals rather than tailored solutions, treating these long-term clients as if they were brand new accounts. In fact, the school district contacted Pierce at Summit Climate Systems to inquire about Sterling's situation. It got that bad. Their installation jobs began to go over budget and behind schedule when Sullivan was not in charge of project management. Sullivan had the ability to manage 12 projects at once and managed to keep them all on schedule. He was skilled at organizing tasks in a way that maximized productivity. Knew which contractors required ongoing supervision and which were trustworthy. Knew how to identify issues before they turned into costly catastrophes. That was not the experience of the new project management team. Tasks that ought to have been completed in 4 weeks were taking 7. Budgets that were supposed to have 27% margins were either losing money or barely breaking even. Customers were complaining over the phone about delays. Additionally, Dad didn't know what was going on the sites, so he didn't have good answers. According to rumors, my dad attempted to find replacements, but Sterling's standing in the business was suffering greatly. When they heard about the mass departure of experienced employees and the nepotistic disaster that was Troy's hire, good people didn't want to work there. It was widely known that Sterling was no longer a professional business. A business license was being used to play out a family drama. I met one of Sterling's warehouse guys at a supply distributor 4 months after I left. Nice youngster. Always put forth a lot of effort. I said, "How's it going over there?" He seemed to be concerned that someone might hear him as he looked around. "Dude, it's bad. We lost the hospital contracts. 2 of the school district buildings dropped us. Everybody's working crazy overtime trying to keep up, and your dad's losing it. Troy doesn't do anything except walk around acting important. Half the guys are looking for new jobs." "Sorry to hear that," I replied. I didn't mean it for my dad, but rather for the workers. Man, don't feel sorry for yourself. Everyone is aware that they mistreated you. You were deserving of better. My phone rang 3 weeks after we spoke. Blocked phone number. I was on the verge of not responding, but I thought, what the hell? "Hi, this is your dad. Oh, this should work out well, Dad. What can I do for you? We must discuss your return. In fact, I took the phone out of my ear and examined it as though I might have heard something incorrectly. Do you want me to return? Since you left, things have been difficult. To stabilize things, we need someone with your level of expertise. What about Troy? Still earning $190,000 as Director of Business Development. Quiet. He's moving into a new position. Translation: although we are aware that we freaked out, we are reluctant to publicly acknowledge it. I said, here's my counteroffer. No, don't treat this like a child. I'm not being immature. I'm acting in a professional manner. You had an opportunity to treat me fairly. You gave my underqualified brother a golden parachute while treating me like trash. That made it very clear to me where I stand with you. I've moved on. You ought to. I'm offering you a salary of $98,000 as an operations director. At Summit Climate Systems, I already make $108,000 base pay plus bonuses. Give it another go. All right. $115,000, and we'll talk about equity. You'll talk about it. It's not an offer. It's a possibility. Furthermore, even if you gave me $115,000, you're still expecting me to return and resolve all the issues you caused by initially ignoring me. Why would I do that? Due to the fact that it is a family business. Since you would eventually become an owner. What do you know? I'm done talking about this. Dad. Good luck. I ended the call. That day, he returned 3 more calls. Voicemails that grew more and more desperate. None of them got a response from me. Then Mom called. Then, of all people, Troy sent me a lengthy text explaining how the family needs me and how we're all having a hard time, asking if I could just talk to Dad. Not at all. Blocked, and blocked. 2 more months went by. I was informed by several people that Sterling was circling the drain. About 45% of their contracts had been lost. Revenue had decreased to about $8.1 million since I had begun working there. Approximately 1/3 of their employees had to be let go. It was reported that they were unable to make the payments on a huge loan that Dad had taken out in an attempt to keep things afloat. Then a business lawyer I had never met called. Claimed that my father had given him permission to contact me about potentially providing consulting services to help restructure the company, and that he was representing SCS in possible bankruptcy proceedings. How awful is it? I inquired. They will have to file for Chapter 11 if they don't make major operational improvements and generate new contract revenue in the next 120 days. Do you think I can resolve that? When we asked staff members what had changed before and after your departure, your name kept coming up. I gave that some thought. My father was too obstinate and too preoccupied with favoritism to acknowledge what he had, so 4 years of my labor were methodically destroyed in 6 months. I told the lawyer, I'll be honest with you. I'm not interested in saving that business. Not at all. During my time there, my father had the opportunity to recognize my contributions. He decided against it. He is to blame for that. I know what you mean, but I have to ask. Would you be willing to assist in any situation? I considered it. I considered all the workers who weren't worthy of losing their jobs due to my dad's inflated ego. Considered the clients who would suffer if Sterling failed in the middle of the contract. I considered how satisfying it would be to convince my dad that he was mistaken. I said, this is the only scenario I would think about. I take full ownership. Over 100% of the company's equity is signed by him. He leaves entirely. No board seat, no advisory position, nothing. He has no say in the management team I bring in and reorganize as I see fit. I use those terms. That's a big request. That's all I have to offer. In all honesty, he ought to accept it since that business would cease to exist without me. In my opinion, at least the clients are served and the staff members maintain their jobs. In any case, he leaves with nothing. In this manner, at least something bearing his name endures. I'll let my client know about that. Dad called me from his lawyer's office 3 days later. These terms are outrageous. He began on speaker. Then don't accept them. File bankruptcy. Lose everything. But don't waste my time pretending you have leverage here. This business was founded by me. I'm not simply giving it to you. It wasn't built by you. It was founded by you. I constructed it. I was the $16.2 million version of myself when I departed. The $8.1 million disaster it is now, that's you and Troy. So, yeah, you are handing it over. Or you're shutting it down. You have an option. His attorney jumped in. Perhaps we could discuss a partnership structure, where no partnerships, full transfer, or nothing. Silence on the line. I could practically hear my dad's teeth grinding. You're screwing your own father, he finally said. No, I'm offering to save something you destroyed. You're just pissed that saving it means admitting you were wrong about everything? About me, about Troy, about what this company needed. And you know what the really funny part is? If you'd just given me a fair raise and treated me with basic respect, none of this would be happening. You'd still have your company. I'd still be running it. We'd still be growing. Instead, your ego killed your business. I'm just offering it a transplant. More quiet. I need time to think about this. You have 72 hours. After that, my offer expires, and you can figure it out yourself. Clock's ticking, Dad. I ended the call. Those 72 hours felt long. Part of me expected him to reject it out of pride. Part of me didn't even know if I wanted him to accept. Did I really want to go back to Sterling, even if I owned it? But there was something poetic about it. The company he'd refused to treat me fairly at signing it over because his pride destroyed it. The golden child position he'd created getting eliminated. Me coming back not as the undervalued employee, but as the owner. Yeah, I wanted that. Hour 47, his attorney called. He's accepting your terms. We'll start drawing up the paperwork. He's actually going through with it. He doesn't have a choice. It's this or liquidation. And between you and me, I think losing the company to his son is slightly less humiliating than losing it to creditors. The paperwork took 3 weeks. Ownership transfer, loan assumption, restructuring agreements. I brought in my own attorney to make sure every detail was ironclad. No loopholes, no takes-backies. The day we signed everything, my dad looked like he'd aged 10 years. Sat across from me at the attorney's conference table, barely making eye contact. You're making a mistake, he said as he signed the final page. This company needs family at the helm. It has family at the helm, I replied. Me, just not the family member you wanted. Troy wasn't even at the signing. I'd made it clear he was terminated effective immediately as part of the deal. Heard later he threw a massive fit, threatened to sue me, threatened to sue Dad. Dad apparently told him to grow up and get a real job. Almost felt bad for him. Almost. As my dad stood to leave, he tried one last manipulation. Your mother's devastated. You know this is killing her. Then she should have spoken up when you were treating me like garbage. Actions have consequences. Turns out that applies to parents, too. He left without another word. I officially took over SCS on a Monday. Spent the first week doing damage assessment. It was worse than I thought. Not just lost contracts and revenue. The entire company culture had turned toxic. Morale was in the toilet. People were afraid to make decisions. Everything was running on outdated systems because nobody had authority to implement changes. The warehouse was a mess. Inventory system had degraded back to paper clipboards. Found about $95,000 worth of parts that had expired or been sitting so long they were obsolete. The shop was disorganized, tools missing, workbase cluttered, safety protocols being ignored. Talked to the techs who'd stayed. Most were looking for other jobs. The good ones felt disrespected and overworked. The mediocre ones were coasting because there was no accountability. Customer service was answering calls at like 60% rate. The rest went to voicemail that sometimes got checked. Our response time for service requests had gone from 5 hours to 3 days. 3 days for commercial HVAC emergencies. The financials were even worse than I expected. Not only was revenue down to $8.1 million, but profit margins had collapsed. Jobs that should have been profitable were barely breaking even because of poor estimating and worse execution. Overhead costs had actually increased, despite lower revenue because Dad had been throwing money at problems instead of fixing root causes. First move hired Hanley, Pierce, and Sullivan away from Summit Climate Systems. Took some negotiating. They were happy there, and I had to match their current salaries plus some. Hanley wanted $132,000. Pierce wanted $127,000. Sullivan wanted $138,000, plus equity stakes. I gave each of them 6% ownership immediately with the option to vest into more based on performance. All three agreed to come back as partners with skin in the game. Second move brought in an HR consultant to rebuild the culture. Exit interviews with people who'd left. Anonymous surveys with people who stayed. The feedback was brutal but useful. Management doesn't communicate. Nobody knows what the plan is. Troy was a joke. We miss the old leadership. Company feels rulerless. Created actual job descriptions for every position. Proper compensation structures tied to industry standards. Clear advancement paths so people knew how to move up. Performance review processes. Training programs. No more nepotism. No more favoritism. Just merit-based everything. If you did good work, you got recognized and paid accordingly. If you didn't, you got coached or counseled out. Rebuilt the operation systems I'd originally implemented, brought back the digital dispatch, renegotiated vendor contracts, reinstated the preventive maintenance program, fixed the inventory management, set up proper project management protocols, everything that had been working before I left, brought it all back, plus improvements I'd learned at Summit Climate Systems. Third move, reached out personally to every client we'd lost or was thinking about leaving. This wasn't delegatable. I called facility managers, purchasing directors, maintenance supervisors, explained the ownership change, took responsibility for failures they'd experienced, introduced the new management team, and outlined specifically how we were going to fix problems. Some were skeptical, rightfully so. We'd screwed up their buildings, missed deadlines, cost them money, but enough were willing to give us another shot, especially the ones who remembered working with me before. The hospital that had dropped us got them back with a 6-month probationary contract. The school district let us bid on their next project. It took 6 months of grinding before we stabilized. Every day was putting out fires and rebuilding trust. But revenue started climbing back up. Client retention improved. We rehired some of the laid-off employees who'd been good. Started winning new contracts. Year 1 under my ownership, we hit $13.8 million revenue. Not back to the $16.2 million peak yet, but climbing. Year 2, we hit $18.5 million. Year 3. Last year, we cracked $22.7 million. SCS is now worth more than it's ever been. We've got 102 employees. All of them paid fairly. Hanley, Pierce, Sullivan, and I each own 24% of the company. We make decisions together. Everybody gets profit sharing. Culture is solid. And my dad. Last I heard, he and Mom downsized to a smaller house. Troy's working sales at a car dealership in another state, bouncing from job to job like always. None of them have reached out since the ownership transfer went through. I haven't reached out to them either. Do I feel bad about how it went down? Sometimes. Yeah. Would have been nice to have a family that actually valued me. Would have been nice if Dad could have just paid me fairly and treated me with respect from the start. But mostly, I feel free. Free from the constant disrespect, the favoritism, the being taken for granted. Free from waiting for approval that was never coming. Free from watching my work get credited to someone else or dismissed as lucky. Some people say I was too harsh. That family should forgive, that I should have worked something out where Dad kept partial ownership. Freak that. Forgiveness doesn't mean letting people keep hurting you. Family doesn't mean accepting disrespect. And keeping someone involved who destroyed what you built isn't noble. It's stupid. My drunk wife attacked me during a traffic stop, accusing me of infidelity. A colleague set a trap to sabotage me, but I cleared my name alone. During my evening patrol, I spotted a black Hyundai swerving on the interstate at 90 miles per hour. When I eventually convinced the driver to pull over and get out, my jaw fell. My wife, drunker than an Irishman, was staring directly at me. But instead of looking guilty or sorry, she pounced at me, screaming, "You cheater!" and scratching her nails at my face. I tried to restrain her, but she kept striking me and trying to gauge my eyes, so I had no alternative but to forcefully handcuff her. I put her in the back seat and drove to the police station. Throughout the voyage, she continued saying our marriage was finished and refused to explain why she thought I cheated. My heart actually broke as I brought her in. I assumed she was experiencing another psychotic break. But then she noticed a picture of my coworker Sarah's face on the wall and started yelling, "That's her. That's the one you're sleeping with." I was really bewildered. Sarah and I sometimes patrolled together, but that was it. I waited in that station for hours, pleading with my wife that I had never strayed, but she would not listen. I was eventually compelled to leave her in the cell and go home. When I returned in the morning, my wife was still present, and I noticed Sarah in the break room. She rushed to me right away. "Oh my God, are you okay? Your wife is insane for saying all of that about us. Is there anything I can do to help?" I replied her, "Yes, there was." I took her to my wife and asked Sarah to explain that we had never slept together. "You're both lying. I found your lipstick in his patrol car." My wife slurred at Sarah, who took a step back, terrified. And before anyone else could speak up, my wife's parents arrived at the station. Her father poked his finger into my chest. "You're a piece of crap. How could you arrest your own wife?" Her mother was right behind him, tears flowing down her cheeks. "How dare you sleep with a coworker?" The entire station was now watching. The chief even came out, and I had to persuade him that I was handling things. Sarah then moved forward. She was typically a hothead in confrontation, yet her hands were raised quietly for some reason. "Sir and ma'am, there has been a major misunderstanding. Your son-in-law and I are only co-workers." My father-in-law spun around to confront her. "We know everything about you. Late night shifts and text messages. Harper showed us everything." I grasped my mother-in-law's arm. Which text messages? I have never texted Sarah outside of business hours. My wife suddenly grabbed the bars. January 18th, February 6th, and March 25th. You were messaging on all of these dates. Should I keep going? I took out my phone and frantically scrolled through my texts, but found nothing. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Sarah softly touched my shoulder. This is quite confusing for you. Maybe someone spoofed your phone number. My father-in-law got in my face. Get her out of that cell immediately. We are taking her home. I calmly reminded him that doing this in the police station was not the best idea. His face turned crimson. That's when the desk sergeant stepped in. Sir, she blew an 8. Your daughter is facing DUI charges. The bail hearing isn't until noon. Then we will wait. Her mother spit. And our lawyer will be hearing about the unjust detention. Sarah took me aside as they went to sit with my wife. Listen, I believe you should go home. Check on your son. This is getting very unpleasant, and you appear fatigued. She was correct. I drove home in a trance, hands trembling on the steering wheel. Alex was still in his jammies on the couch when I stepped in, despite the fact that it was nearly 10 a.m. Dad. His voice was little. What happened? Mom cried. Is she okay? I sat down next to him, attempting to find the appropriate words. Mom made an error in driving when she shouldn't have. She is safe, but upset. She kept chatting about Sarah on the phone with Grandma, Alex explained. My blood ran cold. Do you know Miss Sarah? He nodded. Yes, she did bring us cookies once when you were working overtime. After she departed, Mom became quite angry. I felt my stomach drop. When was this? About a month ago. Maybe. Mom put the cookies in the trash and cried. I stood up, pacing now. Did Sarah mention anything to Mom? I do not know. They chatted at the door for a bit. Mom looked really disturbed thereafter. None of it made sense. I checked my patrol car while Alex was watching TV. Sure enough, there was a tube of lipstick under the passenger seat. But I had never seen Sarah wearing lipstick. Not once in 2 years. Back inside, my phone vibrated with a text from Sarah. Your wife posted bail. Her parents paid. I attempted to settle things down for you, but she refused to listen. They are currently en route to the house. I'm so sorry this is happening to you. I texted her back, asking why she never notified me she had come to my house. Suddenly, I received no response. 6 minutes have passed. Then 10. She finally texted back. I merely wanted to drop off the shift schedule. I had no idea it would make her upset. My stomach sank. We'd been receiving schedules digitally for 2 years. Before I could fully comprehend what this meant, my wife and her parents arrived at the door. When I heard the automobile door slam, my hands started shaking. As I approached the front door through the peephole, I noticed Harper standing there, with her parents flanking her like guardians. Her eyes were red and puffy from sobbing, and her hair was still a mess from the detention cell. I took a deep breath before opening the door. Harper pushed by me inside the home without saying anything. Her father jabbed his finger into my chest, which stung. You're about to explain everything right now, he hissed. I took a step back, attempting to keep things quiet for Alex, who was still on the couch. Harper noticed him and dashed over, dropping to her knees and pulling him into a tight hug. Alex placed his arms around her neck and began crying. Mommy, she said, holding him close and staring at me over his head with hatred in her eyes. I ordered Alex to go to his room and watch cartoons, but he held to Harper tighter. I'm scared. He sobbed into her shoulder. My mother-in-law walked forward and began counting with her fingers. She listed the text messages, the lipstick in my car, and Sarah's visit to our house with cookies. I tried to explain that I hadn't sent any texts and had no idea about the lipstick. They would not allow me to finish a single statement. Harper's father kept interrupting, and her mother shook her head as if she didn't believe what I said. Harper rose up, still holding Alex, and took out her phone with her free hand. She scrolled through it and then pushed the screen into my face. There were screenshots of text messages that appeared to have originated from my phone number and addressed Sarah. The messages were flirtatious and suggested meeting up after work. One stated he couldn't wait to see her again, and another thought she looked stunning. My stomach fell when I realized I had never written any of those messages. I took out my own phone and checked my text history with Sarah. There was nothing there save a work schedule from months ago. Harper spotted my screen and exclaimed that I had clearly removed them to cover my tracks. Her father stated that he would contact the phone provider directly in order to obtain the correct information. Alex cried harder the whole time, burying his face in Harper's shoulder. When I began working late nights, my mother-in-law often stated that she knew something was wrong. Harper quickly grabbed a glass from the coffee table and threw it against the wall. It shattered into bits, and Alex began screaming. I realized things were spiraling out of control, and our son was going to be scarred. I told them I'd stay somewhere else tonight to allow everyone time to relax. Harper claimed that if I stepped out that door, I would be confessing my guilt. Her parents agreed, saying that leaving would indicate I was a cheater. But I could see Alex shaking and crying, and I knew one of us had to think straight. I walked to my bedroom and grabbed a suitcase, packing some clothing and my phone charger. Harper pursued me, yelling that I was ruining our family for a lady at work. I informed her again that nothing had occurred to Sarah, but she would not listen. Her father stood in the doorway, trying to prevent me from leaving. I had to squeeze by him while he called me whatever term he could think of. As I approached my car, Harper screamed from the porch that our marriage was ended. I drove away, my hands shaking on the wheel, unsure where I was heading. I pulled into a parking lot and contacted James Carter, the department's union representative. He answered on the third ring, and I told him what had happened. He ordered me to document everything and not tell anyone at work about it. He stated the department would probably put me on desk duty after they learned about the arrest. He also suggested that I write down every recent interaction I had with Sarah. I thanked him and drove around for an additional 25 minutes, trying to think. Finally, I stopped into a cheap motel off the highway and booked a room for the night. The room smelled like old cigarettes, and the bed groaned when I sat down. I grabbed a notebook from my purse, and began writing what I remembered. I described how Sarah usually caressed my shoulder when she spoke to me, how she found out about Harper's arrest before anybody else did, and how she arrived at the station just as her parents did. She volunteered for every overtime shift while I was working. She always sat next to me during briefings, even when other seats were available. She once delivered coffee to my car without asking. She laughed at all of my ridiculous jokes, even when they weren't amusing. I wrote till my hand cramped, and I ended up with 3 pages of notes. Looking at everything written down made me sick to my stomach. How had I not seen this pattern before now? I kept writing about the cookie incident, which Alex had described. Sarah had never mentioned going to my house. She pretended as if she had no idea where I lived, yet she had been talking to Harper for 14 minutes, according to my memory. And now she had lied about bringing paper timetables when we had always used digital ones. Harper was texting me, calling me names and expressing her desire for a divorce. I didn't say anything because I knew it would just make things worse right now. The next morning, my phone rang while I was lying in that horrible motel bed, and it was James phoning to inform me that the department wanted me on modified duty beginning immediately. He stated the chief was concerned about liability if I went out on patrol while distracted by all of this personal things. It made logical, but it still stung that I couldn't do my regular job. James told me to come to his office at 10 a.m., so we could discuss how to safeguard my work and reputation from whatever was going on here. When I arrived, he had a legal pad full of notes and was laying out his plan step by step. The first step was to obtain my phone records from the carrier to establish that I had not sent the texts Harper mentioned. He made the call right in front of me and placed an official request stating that we required them for a department inquiry. Then he took out his calendar and scheduled me for an internal affairs interview in 3 days, making my stomach drop. He spent the next hour teaching me what to expect, and emphasizing the need of sticking to facts rather than guessing why Sarah did anything. That evening, after leaving his office, I couldn't help but drive by my house to see whether things had settled down. Harper's parents' car was still in the driveway, and all of the lights inside were turned on, implying that they were all still there, discussing how bad I was. I took out my phone and texted Harper, asking if I could contact Alex to say goodnight because I hadn't. I had not seen him in more than a day. She didn't respond for 6 whole hours, and when she finally did, it was only 2 words: he was asleep. I looked at the clock, and it was only 7 p.m., so I knew she was lying. But calling her out on it would just make matters worse. Back at the motel, I took my notebook and began creating a thorough timeline of every occasion I'd worked with Sarah in the previous few months. I wrote down how she routinely volunteered for overtime shifts when she knew I was also working them. She always sat next to me during briefings, even when there were plenty of other unoccupied chairs in the room. She brought coffee to my patrol car at least once a week, without me asking. She knew my favorite sandwich from the deli down the street and would occasionally get one for me. Looking at all of these small details written down revealed a pattern so obvious that I felt dumb for not noticing it sooner. The following day, I had to go to the station to fill out papers for my changed duty status, and the entire environment felt altered. When I walked past people I had worked with for years in the corridor, they didn't look me in the eyes. The desk sergeant, who typically joked with me, simply nodded and handed me the forms without saying anything. Harper's arrest and charges against me and Sarah were widely publicized. 3 days later, I sat in the internal affairs interview room across from David Thomas, whom I had only met once at a department barbecue. He questioned me repeatedly about my working connection with Sarah and whether we had ever breached professional limits. I replied that we were just patrol partners who worked well together, but he kept asking why she was coming to my house with cookies. He took out a folder and gave me the identical screenshots Harper had given me of text messages with my name on them. I assured him again that I had never sent them and requested if they could look through Sarah's phone for any apps that may mimic phone numbers. David Thomas wrote everything down, but his face remained blank, so I couldn't tell if he believed me or thought I was lying. After 2 hours of inquiries, I was about to leave when I remembered what Alex had mentioned about Harper and Sarah conversing at the door for a long time. I took out my phone in the parking lot and called James Carter, explaining that we wanted to find out exactly what Sarah had said to my wife that day at our home. James contacted me back within 6 minutes and suggested that we investigate to see if any of our neighbors had doorbell cameras from when Sarah stopped by with the cookies. It was worth a shot, even if 1 month is a long time to keep footage. I drove directly back to my neighborhood and began knocking on doors. The first 2 neighbors either did not have cameras or had previously removed old recordings. Mr. Johnson owned the 3rd residence and worked in IT, so everything was backed up to the cloud. He welcomed me in, and we sat at his computer while he went over old footage from February. After about 25 minutes of searching, he discovered it. Sarah stood at my front door, clutching a container of cookies. The timestamp indicated she stood there for 14 minutes, which made little sense for simply dropping something off. Mr. Johnson continued to watch videos until he came across one that showed someone leaning into my police car, which was parked in the driveway. The person's face was not visible, but they were clearly tampering with something inside the car. I begged him to send me both clips right away and thanked him around 50 times. My hands were shaking as I forwarded everything to James, along with a message outlining what we'd discovered. He wrote back, saying this was exactly what we needed and that he was sending it directly to Internal Affairs with an official request to investigate Sarah. For the first time since this disaster began, I felt like someone might believe me. That night, around 9 p.m., my phone rang. It was Harper's father. He began ranting before I had even said hi. He threatened to call every news station in town if I didn't stop talking about Sarah and let Harper come home. He described me as a corrupt cop who arrested his own wife to cover up an affair. I put him on speaker and started recording, as James had instructed. Harper's father started making threats for 6 minutes straight. When he eventually hung up, I saved the recording and forwarded it to James. The next morning, I received a call from the station stating that Internal Affairs wanted to see me immediately. When I arrived, David Thomas informed me that they had summoned Sarah in for interrogation based on the film I had provided. They also required to conduct a comprehensive forensic sweep of my patrol car, which meant I had to turn it in immediately. Without a patrol car, I couldn't even perform desk duties. So, I was effectively suspended without being officially suspended. David stated that it would take at least a week to process everything. I left the station, feeling bewildered, and called James, who advised me to seek a family lawyer immediately. He recommended Charlotte Morgan, a specialist in custody issues involving law enforcement. I met her that afternoon at her downtown office. She reviewed all of my data and concluded that Harper's emotional state and false charges justified our request for supervised visitation. The thought of having supervision to see my own son made me nauseous, but Charlotte explained that it was the only way to ensure that I could see Alex on a regular basis. She began preparing the paperwork straight in her office. We filed everything with the court the next day, requesting supervised visits twice a week. Charlotte claimed Harper's drinking and unstable conduct made her unreliable around Alex. The court clerk claimed we'd have a hearing date within 3 weeks. 4 days later, James called to tell the forensics team had finished with my police car. They discovered that the lipstick tube contained no definite fingerprints, only blurred partials that could belong to anyone. However, they discovered traces of a scent on it that did not match anything Harper owned. When I asked how they knew what perfume Harper used, James explained that they had obtained a warrant to test objects from our residence. The whole thing was becoming more invasive by the day. The best news came about a week later, when the phone company records arrived. James called me almost roaring with enthusiasm. The data showed that no texts were ever received from my number to Sarah's on any of the dates Harper claimed. Someone had undoubtedly falsified those texts, implying that someone was purposefully attempting to damage my marriage. James thought this was significant because it demonstrated I was being set up. We now had actual proof that someone was lying, and it was not me. He quickly filed copies with Internal Affairs and forwarded them to Charlotte for the custody proceedings. Harper's lawyer attempted to prevent the evidence, claiming it was obtained fraudulently, but the judge permitted it. Things were finally turning in my favor. The doorbell footage, bogus texts, and placed lipstick all pointed to someone attempting to frame me. Sarah was still working, although she had been assigned to a different shift pending the investigation. According to other cops, She was telling everyone I was crazy and blaming her for my marital difficulties. But the evidence spoke louder than her words. Internal Affairs broadened their inquiry and began looking into Sarah's employment history and any more complaints. Charlotte stated all of this evidence would be useful in family court since it demonstrated I was the victim, not the cheater. She was putting together a compelling case for why I needed equal custody after everything was settled. But for now, all I wanted was to see my son. The supervised visitation hearing was scheduled for the following Monday, so I spent the whole weekend preparing what I wanted to say. Monday morning, I stepped into the courthouse in my nicest suit, attempting to keep my hands firm. The judge reviewed the documents as Harper sat with her parents on the opposite side of the room. The hearing lasted less than 25 minutes, and the court granted me supervised visits twice a week to the community center. Harper's lawyer got up and handed the court another bundle of papers. He was seeking an immediate protective order, saying that I was harassing Harper by investigating her claims about Sarah. Charlotte rushed up and handed the court all of our proof, including the phone records that proved the texts were phony. The court read everything and dismissed the protection order, stating that I had the right to defend myself against false claims. Harper's parents spoke angrily to their lawyer as we exited the courthouse. 3 days later, we all gathered for mediation in a small conference room at the courthouse. The mediator attempted to encourage Harper to talk, but her father repeatedly interrupted and answered for her. Harper's mother would grab her arm whenever she tried to say anything on her own. The mediator ended the discussion after 40 minutes, noting that Harper seems unable to speak freely with her parents there. She suggested Harper go to individual counseling without family members. Sarah texted me that afternoon, stating she was sorry for everything and hoped we could chat soon. I immediately presented it to James Carter, who advised me to ban her phone number straight away while saving the message as evidence. I screenshotted everything and gave it to him before blocking her. The next morning, David Thomas called to give me an update on the inquiry. Sarah was examined by Internal Affairs, and she denied having any romantic feelings for me, claiming she was simply being nice with a colleague. David claimed her explanation had severe flaws since she kept changing specifics about why she came to my residence. Friday finally arrived, and I traveled to the community center for my first supervised visit with Alex. The supervisor brought me into a bright room filled with toys and books, where I waited uncomfortably. When the door opened, Alex rushed into my arms, crying and wondering when I was coming home. My chest tightened as I told him I didn't know yet, but I loved him very much. We sat on the floor, playing with Legos, as the supervisor took notes in the corner. Alex added that Mom had been sobbing a lot lately, and Grandma had been saying negative things about me. He claimed that Grandma had labeled him a rotten man and informed him that I no longer loved them. I jotted this down in my notebook, but I didn't ask him any further questions because I didn't want to offend him. We spent the remainder of our 2 hours building a massive Lego castle and reading his favorite books. When time was over, Alex clung to me, pleading with me not to leave. The supervisor had to gently draw him away as he cried for me. I sat in my car in the parking lot for 25 minutes, trying to collect myself before going home. David called me that evening with big news concerning Sarah. He noticed she had accessed the evidence room and printed old paper schedules 4 days before she came to my house with cookies. The computer log revealed that she printed schedules from 7 months earlier, which completely undermined her claim of dropping off current schedules. This was definitive indication that she had planned something and lied about it. Monday morning, the chief summoned me to his office directly. He sat behind his desk, looking fatigued, and stated that the matter was becoming a significant issue for the department. He pledged to be fair, but warned that if Sarah did something wrong, there would be ramifications for everyone involved, including potential policy changes. He stated that the department's credibility was at danger, and the municipal council was asking questions. I exited his office feeling even more agitated than before. Harper was arraigned for DUI on Wednesday at the courthouse. She stood before the bench, while her lawyer attempted to blame the arrest on our marital issues, claiming she was emotionally distressed. However, the judge did not buy it, stating that a blood alcohol level of 19 was exceedingly risky, regardless of personal issues. Harper was required to complete an alcohol assessment and attend treatment as part of her plea deal. Her lawyer continued to argue, but the judge interrupted him, saying that intoxicated driving endangers innocent people regardless of what was going on at home. Harper appeared little and defeated as they let her go. That afternoon, I had my first meeting with the therapist Charlotte had recommended. I sat in her office, uncomfortable about talking to a stranger, yet after an hour, I felt lighter. She helped me realize that I wasn't insane and that someone had purposefully attempted to damage my marriage and career. She claimed the information plainly demonstrated manipulation and dishonesty that was not my fault. We discussed how Sarah's actions were intentional and deliberate, not simply misunderstandings. She taught me strategies for dealing with stress, and the ambiguity of not understanding why Sarah did this. I left feeling clearer-headed than I had in weeks. The investigation was progressing, and the truth was slowly being revealed, despite the fact that it was destroying everything I had constructed. 3 days later, my neighbor knocked on my door, holding his laptop and appearing concerned. He opened it to show me another doorbell video from the morning Harper was arrested, and there was a white Honda Civic parked outside our house at 6 a.m., 2 hours before Sarah's shift even began. I focused in on the license plate, and my hands began to shake because I knew the numerals from the parking lot at work. The timestamp indicated that woman sat there for 25 minutes just viewing our house before driving away. I thanked him and immediately called James, who instructed me to document everything and submit a formal complaint with the department straight away. I spent the next 3 hours writing down everything Sarah had done, from lying about her schedule to showing up at my house and sending Harper false text messages. James examined it and assisted me in adding specific policy infractions before we submitted it to Internal Affairs, along with all supporting documentation. The union president called me personally to say they were entirely behind me and would provide legal assistance if necessary. David from Internal Affairs called me the following morning with more awful news concerning Sarah. They dug through computer files and discovered she'd used the patrol car assignment system 15 times in the previous 7 months, always ensuring she'd be matched with me. She also accessed my personnel file in January, which she had no reason to do because she was not a supervisor. He claimed they were creating a case for stalking and harassment that went far beyond job wrongdoing. Harper's mother called me that afternoon and cried so hard that I couldn't understand her. "I'm so sorry." She repeated again and over. I asked her what happened, and she stated she had been reviewing all of the evidence I had given through my lawyer. Sarah's phone records indicate no texts, the doorbell tape shows her snooping around, and all of the lies she told. She said that she only wanted what was best for Alex and that they might have been mistaken about everything. I advised her to truly think about what was true in this situation since our boy needs both of his parents to think properly. She cried harder, claiming Harper was drinking again and refusing to listen to anyone. 2 nights later, my phone called at 1 a.m., and Harper was drunk and slurring her words. She alternated between yelling at me and crying, claiming she had lost her sense of reality. Then she said something that made me sit upright. Sarah gave me messages on her phone, but I was already drunk and may not have been able to see clearly. I asked her to repeat it, and she claimed Sarah had come to the house that day with a phone full of texts, but Harper had already started drinking at midday. She stated the phone looked like mine, but she wasn't sure anymore. I recorded the call on my laptop while she rambled about being confused and unsure who to trust. The next week, we had our first family court hearing, and the judge approved a temporary separation arrangement. I got Alex from Friday night until Sunday evening, which wasn't quite enough, but my lawyer said it was usual and better than nothing. At the very least, it provided Alex with some consistency and routine, which he urgently needed after all of the insanity. The judge instructed both of us to prioritize Alex's well-being above all else. 2 days later, Alex's school counselor summoned both of us to a conference to discuss his decreasing grades and anxiousness. He was having difficulty sleeping and weeping at irregular moments in class. Harper and I sat on opposing ends of the room, but we decided to collaborate solely for academic purposes. We devised a strategy for more help and counseling at school, and for once, we didn't argue over anything. The counselor stated that Alex needed to witness stability between us, even if we were separated. That Thursday, as I was leaving my therapy appointment, Sarah arrived in the parking lot, striding directly toward me. Before she could say anything, James appeared out of nowhere and stood between us. "You need to leave right now," he told her. She looked stunned and backed away swiftly, almost sprinting to her car. James had been following me for safety when the union learned that she might try to contact me. According to the security guard, she had been waiting for an hour. David called me that evening with important news about Sarah's phone. They discovered metadata indicating she used an app called Text Now, which allowed you to send messages from false phone numbers. She removed it the day after Harper was arrested, but they were working with the corporation to recover the information. He claimed this was the smoking gun they needed to prove she forged the communications Harper saw. It would take a few weeks, but he was confident that they would obtain the evidence. I spent the weekend putting together a package containing everything we had thus far. The phone records prove that I never texted Sarah. Both doorbell videos show her at our home. Evidence indicates she lied about her schedules. The computer logs show her viewing my files. She twisted the patrol car assignment and has now uninstalled the chatting app. I sorted everything chronologically, with timestamps and explanations. Charlotte reviewed it and stated it was clear evidence that I was being set up by someone who had been planning this for months. Charlotte organized the appointment for the following Tuesday at her office, instructing me to bring every piece of evidence we had gathered. I arrived early and assisted her in setting up the conference room, organizing all of the documents neatly on the table while she tested the laptop to ensure that the doorbell videos played smoothly. Harper arrived with her parents 25 minutes late, and I could see she had been weeping again from her big red eyes and the tissues she was clutching in her palm. Her father sat across from me, arms crossed, while her mother held Harper's hand and continued to rub her back. Charlotte began by exhibiting the phone records, pointing to each date. Harper mentioned and establishing that no texts were exchanged between me and Sarah on those days, or any other days for that matter. Harper's father continued to shake his head, but I observed her mother bending forward to look more closely at the documents. Charlotte then played the doorbell camera of Sarah visiting our house for 14 minutes as she claimed to be dropping off schedules that we hadn't used in 2 years. Harper's mother gasped and grabbed the papers indicating when we moved to digital timetables, her hands trembling as she read the date. The second video showed someone reaching inside my patrol car on the same day Sarah visited. Even though the person's face was not visible, you could see them putting something under the passenger seat. Charlotte then revealed the forensics report, which said that the lipstick had no obvious fingerprints and contained a perfume Harper had never worn, as well as metadata evidence from Sarah's deleted messaging app. Harper's mother began to cry harder, but not because she was furious. And she continued gazing between me and Harper, as if she were seeing things differently. Her father sat there with his mouth gritted, but even he couldn't dispute with the patrol car assignment log, which revealed Sarah had repeatedly twisted the system to be my partner. After 2 hours of going over everything, Harper suddenly spoke up and said she'd go to therapy if I terminated the investigation. Charlotte swiftly stated that this was not the case, because Sarah's case was handled apart from our family problem by internal affairs. Harper's mother abruptly rose up and moved around the table to where I was sitting, and I stiffened up, expecting her to punch me or yell. But instead, she just caressed my shoulder and apologized for not believing me. Her father did not apologize, but he did tell Harper that they should focus on getting her help rather than battling me, which was more than I anticipated from him. Harper agreed to join an intense outpatient program that would meet 3 times a week and vowed to stop telling people I was cheating while the probe was ongoing. It wasn't an apology, and she still looked at me suspiciously, but at least Alex wouldn't have to listen to his grandparents calling me names any longer. 3 days later, I received a call from David informing me that Internal Affairs had completed their preliminary investigation and found no evidence of any illicit interaction between me and Sarah. However, they strongly advised that I be switched to day shift to avoid future contact with her. I accepted quickly because I simply wanted to get back to normal job and quit being the guy everyone talked about in the hallways. That same afternoon, the chief summoned Sarah to his office and issued her a formal reprimand, as well as an immediate reassignment to the North Precinct pending the completion of the full inquiry. And news traveled throughout the station within an hour that she was effectively done with our department. She cleared out her locker while I was on patrol to avoid crossing paths. But guys later informed me that she didn't say goodbye to anyone and just went out with a box of her belongings, looking straight ahead. Harper began her treatment program the following Monday, and appeared to be taking it seriously, attending every session and participating in group discussions, according to what her counselor informed me during our check-in call. About 3 weeks in, her therapist contacted me and asked if I'd be ready to participate in some joint sessions to improve our co-parenting communication. Even though I didn't want to sit in a room with Harper after everything, I consented because I knew Alex needed us to be functional parents. During our third combined session, with both therapists present, Harper finally acknowledged that Sarah had been to the house that day and shown her phone messages, claiming I was bothering her and wouldn't leave her alone at work. Harper claimed she was already inebriated by midday that day. And when she read those texts with my name at the top, she immediately trusted them without checking to see if the number matched mine. The therapist encouraged her to reflect on why she was so fast to believe it. Harper burst into tears, stating she had been separated from me for months due to all of my overtime shifts, and she was already concerned that I was drifting away from the family. I wanted to be outraged, but all I felt was sadness that she had been struggling, and instead of talking to me about it, she turned to drinking and believing the first negative thing she heard about me. James called me that evening with an update. Sarah would very certainly face official misconduct charges, which might ruin her law enforcement career, because the evidence of manipulation and false claims was too strong for the agency to ignore. He claimed that the union would not even defend her since she had violated so many policies and ethical standards that they couldn't justify taking her case. Harper's court hearing for the DUI accusation came the following week, and her lawyer negotiated a bargain in which she would plead to reckless driving rather than DUI in exchange for completing treatment and losing her license for 6 months. Veronica told me that this was quite usual for first crimes with skilled lawyers. And, while it felt unfair that she would not suffer the full repercussions, I decided not to fight it because it would reduce Alex's stress. We got into a schedule in which I had Alex every weekend and Wednesday night. And, While it hurt to not see him every day, at least his schedule was consistent and he knew what to anticipate. His teacher contacted to report he was doing better in class, paying more attention, and not sobbing as often as before. He still asked her when mommy and daddy will live together again. During one of our appointments, Harper's therapist advised that we check through Harper's phone together for evidence of the phony texts. And that's when we discovered it. There was a contact saved with my name, but when we clicked on it, the number was completely different from mine, only by 2 numbers, so you wouldn't notice unless you looked closely. Harper was shaking as she realized Sarah must have created this contact during those 14 minutes at our door and then used it to send the bogus messages Harper saw when she was too inebriated to notice the phone number did not match. Harper's shaking intensified, and she gripped my arm, pleading with me to call her parents immediately away. I called her father's number and handed her the phone, watching her recount everything we had just discovered while tears streamed down her cheeks. Her parents arrived at our door 25 minutes later, and her father examined the evidence on Harper's phone, his face becoming redder by the second. He turned to me and told me that they owed me an apology for the public incident at the station, but they were simply trying to protect their daughter. I assured him I understood and that all that mattered now was helping Harper recover and keeping Alex steady during this ordeal. Her mother hugged me for the first time in months, and she apologized for believing the worst of me. The next morning, James called with word from Internal Affairs regarding their final judgment on Sarah. They were charged with many policy infractions, including evidence tampering, making false statements, harassment, and conduct unbecoming an officer. She wasn't dismissed, but she was downgraded 2 ranks and assigned to the records division, where she'd be filling paperwork instead of patrolling. James stated that while it was not the termination we had hoped for, she would no longer work the streets or have access to police cars and equipment. 4 days later, Sarah sent a letter to the department, accepting responsibility for what she described as poor judgment and unprofessional behavior. Veronica read it first and told me that it was actually a good thing Sarah didn't apologize to me directly because it demonstrated an admission of wrongdoing, which may be useful if we were to pursue civil action later. The chief brought me into his office that afternoon to inform me that I would be returning to normal patrol on Monday with a new partner named Martinez, who had transferred from the next county over. Martinez understood the whole situation, but when we started working together, he treated me like any other cop, focusing on the task rather than the drama. When I walked by, some of the other cops continued to whisper, but the majority had seen the proof and were sympathetic, especially after Sarah's demotion became public. Harper and I met with both of our lawyers the next week to finalize our separation agreement. We agreed to a 7-month trial separation with the option of working toward reconciliation, or proceeding with divorce based on how her treatment went, and whether we could regain any trust. Harper remained devoted to her outpatient treatment and had not used alcohol in 3 weeks, according to her therapist, who contacted me with updates. Our custody arrangement allowed me to spend every other weekend and Wednesday nights with Alex, while Harper had him the rest of the time as long as she remained sober and finished treatment. That Saturday, I picked up Alex for our weekend and took him to the park by the lake where we used to go when he was little. We grabbed a bag of bread from the corner store and spent 3 hours feeding the ducks and geese, not talking about anything serious, just having fun together. Alex grinned as one brave fowl ate directly from his palm. And for the first time in months, I saw him act like a normal kid, rather than carrying the burden of our family's issues. He asked if we could return next weekend, and I promised, making a mental vow to keep our time together easy and enjoyable rather than attempting to repair everything at once. On the way home, Alex fell asleep in the back seat, and I found myself reflecting on all that had transpired with Sarah during the previous year. Looking back on all the tiny things, like how she always volunteered for my shifts, how she'd touch my shoulder or arm when we talked, and the excuses she made to be near me, it was evident she'd formed feelings that evolved into something deeper. I was too preoccupied with my job to recognize the warning flags, and I overlooked how her conduct was progressing from a crush to full manipulation and obsession. The entire incident taught me to pay closer attention to workplace limits and trust my instincts when something feels strange, rather than ignoring it to avoid unpleasantness. 2 months have gone since the night I arrested Harper, and our family no longer looks the same. We are not living together. Harper and I might never truly trust each other again, and Alex is still wondering when things will return to normal. However, Harper is receiving treatment for her drinking problem. I'm back at work, and no false allegations linger over me. Sarah can't harm anyone else because of her desk job. Most significantly, Alex is safe and begins to grin again. The truth regarding Sarah's manipulation was ultimately revealed. Even if it took shattering our marriage to reveal it. When someone decides to tear your life apart, that is perhaps the best outcome you can hope for. Not a pleasant reunion, but at least everyone survived the carnage and found their way forward. That's how things went for me. He said even a Roomba could do my job, so I went back to work. Months later, he sent our daughter to school with pills and CPS showed up. My husband said managing the house was something a Roomba could do. 3 months later, our daughter was detained by police for bringing a bag of prescription narcotics to school because he packed the wrong lunch. She's now known as the drug girl. Child Services visits us weekly, and I nearly lost the promotion I worked 15 years to reclaim. All because the man who mocked me for doing the bare minimum couldn't remember to pay the electric bill, do the laundry, or check a damn calendar. And yes, I'm still married to him. But not for long. My spouse stated that running the house was the bare minimum a Roomba could manage, so I got a job and left him to do everything until he accidentally sent our daughter to school with his mother's prescription narcotics instead of her lunch, which resulted in us being investigated by Child Services while she became known as the substance girl, and he nearly lost his job and our children because he couldn't remember to pay the electric bill. My husband Tom has always told me that taking care of the entire house was the basic minimum. Cooking, cleaning, laundry, homework assistance, school lunches, driving to practice, making beds, grocery shopping, essentially everything except his job appeared to be a piece of cake. He'd come in at 5 o'clock and sit in front of the TV with a beer by 6 o'clock, whereas I hadn't stopped moving since morning and wouldn't till bedtime. The thing is, it never worried me until I started paying attention to Tom's true feelings toward me. It was always minor comments during dinner that I dismissed. For example, when our daughter Eunice mentioned her friend's mom, a surgeon, Tom would add, "Now that's a real career," while looking directly at me. Or when Tom would present me at company functions and when asked about my job, he'd remarked, "She's just a housewife." The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. He'd pass past me scrubbing toilets and jokingly mutter, "Rough life." During parent-teacher conferences, he'd interrupt me to translate what the teacher meant to me. I felt like I was too ignorant to understand English. When the washing machine broke and I fixed it on YouTube, he told his friends, "I got lucky pressing buttons." He'd FaceTime his mother while I cooked dinner and pan the camera over me saying, "Look Mom, Sarah's pretending to be busy again." When I organized our taxes, receipts and bills every year, he joked that even monkeys can sort papers. When our neighbors noticed how fatigued I was and mentioned to Tom that I could use some assistance, he reminded me that hiring a housekeeper would be worthless because Sarah rarely does anything that a Roomba cannot handle. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. And then, at one family dinner, I reached my boiling point. Tom's brother was visiting, and Tom was bragging about his latest promotion, which I was quite pleased about. Following Tom's speech, his brother inquired as to what I had been doing. I genuinely became aroused. Nobody really asked what I was up to. I was about to respond, but Tom interrupted me with, "Oh, you know my Sarah. She doesn't do a whole lot. Choosing between paper and plastic straws is probably her largest decision for the day." Everyone laughed, even my children laughed. I sat there chopping my chicken and knew something had changed within me. That night, I updated my CV for the first time in 15 years. I was a marketing director before Eunice was born, but Tom demanded that one of us stay at home. So I applied to 5 positions, and I quickly received an offer from a tech business. The compensation was $15,000 less than Tom's, but I accepted it instantly. I made a great dinner on Sunday night, before my Monday start date. Pot roast was Tom's favorite, and as we ate, I casually stated that I had acquired a job and would start tomorrow. Tom chuckled like I was a comedian. "Right. Doing what exactly?" I asked, seeing his expression shift as I detailed the marketing position. The youngsters appeared perplexed, as if they couldn't understand Mom doing anything outside the house. "You can't be serious," Tom responded. "Who's going to handle everything? Here, the kids have practice and Unmarked has her recital coming up and my mother needs her prescriptions picked up every week." "I'm sure you'll figure it out," I added, taking another mouthful of the pot roast. The following morning, I left at 7 a.m. sharp. Tom was scrambling to figure out the coffee maker. Eunice complained about not having clean volleyball shorts. Jake couldn't find his science textbooks. I grabbed my bag and travel mug and headed out the door. My first week was amazing. I forgot how amazing it felt to use my intellect for something other than family planning. My co-workers regarded me as a real person with thoughts and ideas. Meanwhile, my phone blew up. Tom missed a critical customer meeting because he needed to pick up Jake from school. Eunice had to wear soiled workout clothing. They ate takeaway for 4 nights in a row. By week 2, Tom had begged me to resign. "This isn't working, Sarah. The house is a disaster. I can't manage my job and all this other stuff." "Other stuff?" I inquired. "You mean the bare minimum?" Month 1 finished with Tom gaining 15 pounds from fast food and his employer bringing him aside to discuss his newfound performance difficulties. The children were continuously moaning. Eunice missed her recital because Tom neglected to tom it on his calendar. Jake failed a test because nobody helped him study. By the third month, Tom's life had fallen apart. His brother arrived for Thanksgiving and was shocked by the state of the house. Dishes piled up and laundry was everywhere. Tom appeared weary, with bags under his eyes. His brother asked, "Dude, what happened to Mr. I Make the Money?" I had to hide my smile behind my wine glass. Month 4 brought the breaking point. Tom's company has announced layoffs. He called me, sobbing, from his car. "Sarah, I can't lose this job. Not now. Not when I can barely function. Please, I'm sorry. I had no idea what you did. I'm drowning here." I agreed to assist him during the layoff scare, but warned him things would be different. He needed to start taking up weight around the house. He agreed before I could complete my statement. 1 week later, I was promoted. Things were going pretty well both at work and at home. However, when I was at work, someone knocked on my office door. "Your husband called 6 times about an emergency at your daughter's school." I checked my phone. 34 missed calls, 15 of which came from the school. The police left a voicemail. Tom's last text message said, "Sarah, please call me back. I think I really messed up. Like legal trouble messed up." My assistant added, "There's also a woman here claiming to be your mother-in-law's lawyer." I ran out of the office, my pulse beating as I fumbled with my vehicle keys. Despite the fact that I arrived at Eunice's school in 12 minutes flat, the travel felt endless. Police cars lined the parking lot, their lights illuminating the masonry building. Parents formed concerned groups near the entrance. Tom stood near the principal's office door, his face pallid and sweaty. The moment he saw me, he grabbed my arm and drew me away from the other parents, his hands trembling. The principal exited from her office with a severe frown. She motioned us to follow her inside. The little room felt oppressive with Tom, me, the principal, and 2 police officers jammed together. One officer held a plastic evidence bag with what seemed to be prescription bottles. Tom squirmed anxiously in his chair while the principal spoke. He had apparently gone to pick up his mother's prescriptions that morning and left the bag in the car. When he dropped Eunice off late, she grabbed what she assumed was her lunch bag. Instead, she had taken a bag filled with prohibited narcotics to school. The situation worsened when Eunice, perplexed as to why her lunch looked different, showed the bottles to her teacher. The teacher immediately called the office. The school went on lockdown. Police were called. Substance-sniffing dogs swept the premises. I watched Tom drop lower in his chair as the cops described the seriousness of taking prescription medications onto school grounds, even by accident. They used terms like hazard, negligence, and investigation. My stomach twisted. The principal advised us that Eunice was traumatized. She had been questioned by police, taken out of class in front of everyone, and was now crying in the nurse's office. Other parents demanded explanations. The school board would need to convene to discuss this occurrence. After an hour of questioning and paperwork, the officers opted not to arrest Tom, but cautioned that the case would be properly probed. We would have to attend required meetings with child services. Despite the fact that Eunice had done nothing wrong, the school was considering suspending her. I discovered Eunice in the nurse's office, her face red and puffy from crying. She would not even look at Tom. On the way home, she sat in the back seat, arms crossed, staring out the window. Tom attempted to apologize, but she only turned her music up louder. Jake had walked from school and was already at home. News spread quickly in our district. He glanced at Tom, angry and disappointed. Apparently, kids were already texting about Eunice as the drug girl. My phone constantly buzzed. Other parents wanted to know what had happened. My supervisor texted me asking if I would be back today. The school counselor schedules required sessions. Tom's mother called several times, perplexed about why her prescriptions were at the police station. Tom paced the living room, running his fingers over his hair. He kept babbling about how it wasn't his fault and that anyone could have made this mistake. But I observed he could not meet my gaze. The doorbell rang. Tom's mother was standing there with a woman dressed in a nice business suit. The woman introduced herself as an attorney hired to aid with the matter. She promptly inquired into the school's procedures and whether we had grounds to challenge any disciplinary action. I excused myself to check on the children. Eunice had locked herself inside her chamber. Through the door, I could hear her on the phone with friends, attempting to explain what had happened. Her voice trembled as she insisted she had no idea what was inside the bag. Jake sat at the kitchen table, his schoolwork laid out but undisturbed. He looked up as I arrived. His countenance was solemn and older than his age. He inquired whether we were getting divorced. The question hit me like a punch in the stomach. I returned to find the lawyer detailing the possible repercussions. The school could consider expulsion. Child Protective Services would undoubtedly investigate. Tom may face criminal charges depending on the outcome of the inquiry. Our family would be scrutinized for months. Tom went from, "Sarah barely does anything a Roomba couldn't handle," to inadvertently turning their daughter into the school's most infamous lunch bringer in record time. Tom's mother insisted it was all a mistake and that her son was a decent father. But I noticed her throwing Tom dejected looks when she thought no one was looking. She had already warned him against being negligent with her pills. The lawyer left with a retainer check and an agreement to contact the school administration. Tom's mother arrived shortly after, but not before pulling me aside. She muttered, "I've been telling Tom for months that he needs to step up." She'd noticed how overwhelmed he was. That evening, no one wanted dinner. Eunice refused to leave her room. Jake chose lunch before withdrawing to play video games. Tom sat at the kitchen table, laptop open, furiously looking up legal precedents for unintentional substance possession on school property. I attempted to concentrate on work emails, but it was difficult. My promotion celebration felt like a lifetime ago. Everything we'd achieved, the stability I'd worked so hard for, was on the verge of crumbling because of a single foolish error. The school called again. "The emergency board meeting is scheduled for tomorrow morning. We'd have to appear and explain ourselves. Other parents that Eunice be removed from school activities until the probe was completed. Her volleyball season might be over." Tom eventually broke down at 10 o'clock that night. He slumped on the couch, head in his hands, shoulders trembling. He stated that he had been so intent on proving his ability to handle everything that he had taken shortcuts, such as leaving things in the car, forgetting appointments, and making deadly blunders. But his admission rang hollow. The damage was done. Eunice's reputation in school was shattered. The family was being investigated. My new employment, which had been going well, now had a cloud over it. My coworkers would mutter about the woman whose family had brought drugs to school. I spent the night compiling lists of lawyers to call, documents to compile, and character references to contact. The irony was not lost on me. Here I was dealing with another problem, another disaster, since Tom couldn't handle even the most basic household tasks. By the morning, I had a plan. We'd oppose the school's disciplinary action, completely cooperate with the inquiry, and place Eunice in counseling to deal with the trauma, but things at home would have to alter radically. Tom's struggle was finally finished. Professional assistance, household systems, whatever it took. The emergency board meeting was set at 8 a.m. I dressed neatly and professionally. Tom donned his nicest suit, although it hung loosely on his frame due to his weight loss. Eunice refused to leave, so we arranged for her to stay with my sister. The meeting room was crowded. Other parents filled the chairs, their expressions a mixture of concern and condemnation. I recognized a few from PTA meetings, where I had arranged fundraisers and events. Now they treated us as if we were dangerous outsiders. The board president called the meeting to order. What ensued was an hour-long heated debate over school safety, zero-tolerance policy, and the message this conveyed to other students. One by one, parents got up to share their anxieties and demand action. Tom attempted to explain, his voice shaking. He described the morning's chaos, his mother's medical demands, and the honest error. But his remarks were met with a wall of parental rage. Someone mentioned calling the local news stations. Another person proposed a petition to bar our family from school grounds. I finally got up. My voice remained firm as I reminded them of my years of volunteer work, fundraisers I'd arranged, and classroom celebrations I'd held. I begged them to contemplate the trauma inflicted on an innocent youngster who had done nothing wrong but grab the wrong bag. The room went silent. A few parents felt embarrassed as they remembered how I had assisted their children or supported their initiatives. But the damage to our reputation was obvious. Even if Eunice continued to attend school, she would bear the stigma. Children can be vicious, and parents can be even harsher. Following the meeting, we sat in the car in silence. Tom stared at the steering wheel, disheartened. I reflected on all the dinners where he had reduced my contributions. He often referred to my work as the bare minimum. Now he couldn't even do that without sparking a crisis that jeopardized everyone. My phone vibrated with a text from my employer. She was understanding but anxious. This type of familial drama could have an impact on my performance and reputation at work. My hard-earned promotion suddenly felt risky. One familial crisis has bled into my professional life. We drove home to see reporters from the local newspaper parked outside. It seemed that someone from the meeting had phoned them. Substance scare at local elementary school would make an interesting headline. Tom ducked inside and I respectfully declined to remark. Jake was inside, stress eating cereal from the box and playing video games. He had missed school, too humiliated to answer inquiries about his sister. The house felt like a bunker. We are all hiding from the outer world and each other. I knew then that Tom's incapacity to handle basic household administration had resulted in a cascade disaster. One error with a prescription bag had undone months of progress. My work, the stability of our children, and our family's reputation were all on the line because he couldn't keep track of the most basic details. The lawyer called with updates. The police probe would last weeks. Child services would begin house visits shortly. The school board will vote on disciplinary punishment at its normal meeting next month. Meanwhile, Eunice would attend classes in accordance with a safety plan that felt more like punishment. That night, I laid awake wondering how we'd come here. Tom mocked my contributions, and he nearly destroyed our family via incompetence. The man who thought managing a household was beneath him had demonstrated that he couldn't even do it securely. The next morning offered new obstacles. Eunice's volleyball coach contacted to inform she had been benched pending an investigation. Her grades were dropping due to the stress. Jake was acting out and arguing with teachers. The family was breaking as a result of Tom's blunder. I launched myself into damage control. Meetings with lawyers, school administrators, and counselors occupied my days. My understanding boss gave me leeway, but I knew her patience was limited. My promotion was slipping away as I dealt with another family problem. Tom, meanwhile, appeared paralyzed. He went through the motions of his employment but returned home discouraged every day. He had begun to perceive the domestic tasks he had scorned as insurmountable difficulties. The confident man who dismissed my work was gone, replaced by someone preoccupied with laundry and meal planning. 3 weeks into the crisis, Child Services conducted their first house visit. They examined everything, posed probing questions, and took notes on their tablets. They interviewed each child individually. Eunice cried during her interview. Jake was moody and disagreeable. Tom fumbled through his explanations. The investigator's report would determine whether we were able to keep our family together. Every interaction was weighed down by the likelihood of this happening. Simple chats became contentious negotiations. Family dinners were quiet occasions. Each of us was engrossed in our own anxieties about what might happen next. I found myself doing what I always did, handling everything. But suddenly it felt different. This was not about showing my worth or earning respect. This was about survival, keeping our family from collapsing because Tom couldn't handle fundamental obligations that he dismissed as inconsequential. The irony was harsh. After years of calling my job the bare minimum, he couldn't even fulfill that standard without jeopardizing our children and destroying our name. The individual who felt I accomplished nothing had demonstrated that doing everything required skills that he just lacked. As another sleepless night approached morning, I worried whether we'd ever recover. The probe would finally conclude, but the damage to our family may be irreversible. Trust, once destroyed, was difficult to rebuild. And Tom had broken more than simply trust. He had damaged the basic cornerstone of our children's safety. Tomorrow would bring more meetings, more damage control, and more attempts to repair what Tom's negligence had caused. The bare minimum has never seemed so difficult to attain. The morning following my terrible night, I awoke to find Tom had already left. A sticky note on the coffee maker indicated that he had departed early to meet with his employer about the performance difficulties. I got the kids ready in silence, with Eunice barely touching her breakfast, and Jake wearing his headphones the entire time. My team at work had been preparing for our quarterly board presentation. I'd been overseeing this project for weeks, and it represented everything I'd accomplished since my promotion. But as I finished reviewing my slides, my assistant knocked hurriedly. Tom was in the foyer and insisted on speaking with me concerning a family situation. I discovered him pacing near the security desk, disheveled and anxious. He grabbed my shoulders the instant he saw me and explained that Child Services had requested an immediate house check. They received an anonymous complaint concerning maltreatment and wanted to investigate within an hour. My presentation lasted 30 minutes. My supervisor appeared in the lobby after hearing about the incident. She looked between Tom and me, concerned. I recounted the problem briefly, seeing her face change from sympathetic to concerned. She reminded me that the board presentation couldn't be rescheduled because it was critical to the quarter's overall strategy. Tom demanded I come right away because the investigator had expressly requested that both parents be there. Tom's timing in situations is absolutely chef's kiss impeccable. Nothing screams, "I support your career," like hauling your wife out of a board presentation for the problem he caused in the first place. He kept checking his phone, and I saw missed calls from an unknown number. His hands shook as he scanned the messages. I made a decision that felt like selecting between two impossible options. I handed my presentation papers to my helper, and quickly explained the main themes. She appeared afraid but nodded. Then I followed Tom to the parking lot, my heels clicking against the pavement as we dashed towards his car. The drive home showed other issues. Tom admitted he had failed to pay the electricity bill, and our power was turned off that morning. He'd been trying to get it repaired before the inspection. The house was not just powerless but also in disarray from the previous weeks of upheaval. We arrived to see a child services investigator already parked outside. She stood on our porch, clipboard in hand, and checked her watch. Tom fumbled with his keys as I mentally catalogued everything wrong in our dark, disorganized home. The investigator introduced herself as Ms. Davis, and her manner was professional as she outlined the basis of the allegation. Someone had complained that our children were living in squalor, arriving at school disheveled and hungry. She needed to verify their living conditions right now. Inside, the house conveyed its own narrative. Dishes flooded the sink. Laundry created mountains in each room. Without power, the refrigerator began to smell. Trash bags cluttered the hallway, where Tom had started but never finished cleaning. Ms. Davis captured photographs of everything. Tom sought to explain the electricity situation, stating that it was simply a missing payment and not negligence. But as we stood in the dark light that filtered through dusty windows, his explanation sounded hollow. I watched him spiral, making excuses that made matters worse. I took command, showing Ms. Davis the children's bedroom, which I had managed to keep rather tidy despite everything. I produced medical records, school papers, and everything else that would verify we were caring for our children. She took notes while remaining expressionless. The inspection took 2 hours. She checked everything from our food supplies to the children's clothes. She inquired about our daily routines, work schedules, and childcare arrangements. Tom kept interrupting with defensive statements that made us appear bad. My phone was continually buzzing throughout. Messages from my assistant regarding the presentation debacle. My employer asked where I was. Colleagues wondered if I was all right. Each notification seemed like a nail in the coffin of my career. Ms. Davis left with promises to follow up within 48 hours, and Tom slumped on the couch. He criticized me for not being home to manage things and for putting work ahead of family. The irony of his claim, coming after years of disregarding my housekeeping duties, was not lost on me. I spent my afternoon in crisis mode. The first step was to restore power, which required not only paying the outstanding bill but also a reconnection fee. Then, tackle the house one room at a time. Tom sat at the kitchen table, ostensibly assisting but mostly simply transferring items from one pile to another. The school called. Eunice had broken down in class, sobbing uncontrollably. The counselor suggested she come home earlier. I left Tom with cleaning instructions and drove to fetch her, only to discover my daughter curled up in the nurse's office. On the way home, Eunice finally opened up. Kids were calling her names, saying her family was trash and her father was a drug dealer. Someone manufactured a rumor that child services would take her away. She begged me to teach her and let her hide till everyone forgot. Back at home, I discovered Tom on the phone with his mother. He asked her to provide a character reference for the child services investigation. During our talk, I discovered she had been informing her acquaintances about our position, and information had spread throughout their entire social circle. That evening, while preparing supper with our freshly restored power, I discovered more of Tom's failures. Unopened bills in drawers, permission papers for school events that had never been signed, and a warning from Jake's teacher concerning numerous missing assignments. The basic minimum has become an insurmountable mountain. My boss called during supper. The board presentation had been disastrous. My assistant did her best, but without my expertise, important problems remained unaddressed. The quarterly strategy was now at risk. She needed me in the office early tomorrow to do damage control. Tom overheard the talk and quickly began plotting how I could take time off to manage the property. He suggested that I use my sick days and work part-time until things stabilized. He didn't see how his failure to manage fundamental chores was undermining everything I'd worked for. The next morning brought new turmoil. Jake refused to attend school, claiming a stomachache. Eunice moved like a ghost and barely spoke. Tom had an important customer meeting that he could not miss. I stood in the kitchen, pushed in all directions, watching my carefully constructed world unravel. I made another tough decision. I asked my sister to watch Jake and drove Eunice to school myself, escorting her to class to guarantee she attended. Then I went to the workplace, arriving late to find my team in crisis mode, attempting to save the quarterly forecast. The day was a haze of spreadsheets and concerned texts from home. My sister said Jake had spent the morning crying. Eunice's teacher emailed about her lack of concentration. Tom left worried messages about child services phoning again. During lunch, I sat in my car and contacted the child welfare investigator. Ms. Davis stated that they have received other complaints. Someone had reported seeing our kids walking to school alone in unclean clothes. The probe was intensifying. I considered who might be making these reports. The timing looked too opportune and targeted. Then I remembered Tom's re-toms about some neighbors who had been cold recently. Has our family drama become neighborhood entertainment? That afternoon, my manager summoned me to her office. She sympathized with my circumstances, but reminded me that my performance was suffering. The promotion I had received was predicated on maintaining excellent standards. If I couldn't handle my obligations, they would have to rethink. I left work early again, only to find Tom at home, surrounded by cleaning goods and having accomplished nothing. He'd spent the day reading child services procedures online, telling himself that we were going to lose the kids. His panic was exacerbating the situation. The home phone rang. Tom's mother was on the phone. She informed us that she had engaged a family advocate to assist with the investigation. She then added, almost casually, that she had been documenting everything for months every time Tom called for assistance, every crisis he had caused. Her paperwork portrayed a damning picture: Tom's failure to manage school pickups, missed appointments, and children contacting her crying because their father forgot to make dinner. She had kept it all thinking she was assisting, but it suddenly appeared to be evidence against us. That evening, I spent time compiling my own documentation receipts proving that I had managed the household finances, school records from when I was the primary caretaker, and character references from instructors who had worked with me for years. Creating a defense was weird. Around 8, Eunice came out of her room and asked whether we were going to lose our house. The question devastated my heart. I told her that we weren't, but uncertainty crept into my voice. Our financial stability was deteriorating due to investigation charges, lawyer fees, and my job in jeopardy. Tom discovered me arranging papers at midnight. He tried to help, but was quickly overwhelmed by the complexities of our predicament. He urged again that I quit my work and focus on improving things. He still didn't realize that my income was now critical. The following day, there was a second visit from Child Services. Ms. Davis appeared with a colleague, and the inspection was more thorough than before. They interviewed each child separately in their rooms, while Tom and I waited in the main area, prohibited to disturb. Jake's interview lasted 40 minutes. We could hear his muffled speech through the door but could not make out the words. Eunice's was shorter, but left her in tears. The detectives took more images and notes, but their expressions revealed nothing. After they went, the children were reclusive and afraid. Eunice muttered that they had questioned if she felt comfortable at home and if anyone had harmed her. Jake stated that they wanted to know about his meals, homework assistance, and why he had missed school. Normal questions that felt intrusive considering our situation. My phone rang with another work-related crisis. A key client threatened to withdraw due to the failed presentation. My team needed me right now, but Tom had an obligatory meeting with HR about his performance concerns, and someone had to be home with the kids. I summoned the only support I had left: my mother. She lived 3 hours away but left everything to come help. While I waited for her, I answered work-related calls, attempting to preserve the client relationship remotely. Tom emerged from his meeting looking defeated. He had been put on a performance improvement plan. One more mistake, and he'd be fired. The individual who had previously mocked my contributions now faced losing the job he had prioritized above everything else. My mother arrived to discover commotion. She took one look at the scene and began to organize with military precision. She sent Tom to the grocery store with a comprehensive list. She set up Jake's assignment. She sat with Eunice and let her discuss school problems. I escaped to the office where my staff was feverishly preparing for an emergency customer meeting. We had 2 hours to prepare a presentation that would save $1 million. A power outage occurred during a child services appointment. That will undoubtedly appear well on the inspection report. Nothing says a stable home environment like conducting interviews by candlelight while your refrigerator gradually transforms into a science experiment. My assistant had prepared the papers, but the plan required my skill. The meeting was tough. The client questioned every prediction and strategy point. They mentioned the awful board presentation and questioned whether our company could still deliver. I fought for every point, calling on my years of experience to rekindle their confidence. We almost avoided losing the account. But the win felt hollow when I checked my phone and discovered several missed calls from home. Tom had neglected to get his mother's medicines again. The pharmacy was closed. She needed her meds tonight. I contacted every drugstore in town until I located one that was open 24 hours and could fill an emergency prescription. Then I rushed there before returning home, adding another task to my never-ending list. The absolute minimum had become a crushing weight. At home I discovered that my mother had worked miracles. The house was clean, the kids were quiet, and dinner was ready. but she grabbed me away to express her concerns. Tom seems incapable of following simple directions. He'd purchased the wrong groceries, forgotten half of them, and spent the budget on pricey pre-made delicacies. That night, my mother offered to stay and help for a week. I wanted to reject it to prove that I could handle it, but reality prevailed. We needed aid. Tom's incompetence had precipitated a crisis that threatened to undermine everything we'd accomplished. The following morning brought fresh complications. The school inquired about Eunice's attendance. She had been declared absent from 3 classes despite being dropped off. They discovered her hiding in the restroom, too nervous to face her peers. I left another critical meeting to address the matter. The school counselor advised immediate therapy. The principal suggested Eunice consider transferring to their alternative program for students in crisis. My straight-A daughter was being referred to as problematic. Meanwhile, Tom texted that Child Services had contacted to schedule a family assessment. We'd need to visit with a psychologist to assess our family dynamics. The investigation was moving beyond basic home visits. I sat in the school parking lot making phone calls to schedule therapy, notify our lawyer, and reschedule business meetings. Each call felt like conceding defeat. Tom's inability to perform basic obligations was causing the life I had carefully crafted to crumble. My employer texted me asking whether I was available for a conference next week. It was an important networking opportunity, a chance to form alliances that would secure my job. However, it would need 3 days away from home for the investigation. That evening, I found Tom attempting to help Jake with his homework, but he was teaching math wrong, further perplexing our son. When I gently corrected him, he became enraged, accusing me of undermining him. Jake ran to his room in tears. My mother intervened, sending Tom to cool down while she consoled Jake. She later told me she had never seen Tom so desperate and defensive. She expressed concern about his mental state and urged that he seek professional help as well. The family assessment was scheduled for Friday. We spent the week preparing, attempting to show a united front, but each interaction revealed new fissures. Tom couldn't recall basic information concerning the children's timetables. He messed up their teachers' names, friendships, and interests. Eunice refused to leave her room on the morning of the examination. She had stress hives and was scratching until she bled. Jake wet his bed for the first time in years. Our family was actually falling apart under the burden. The psychologist Dr. O'Daniel arrived just on time. She observed our family interactions, asking probing questions and taking copious notes. Tom tried too hard to appear professional, making blatant mistakes that she clearly saw. During the individual interviews, I could hear Tom's anxious chuckling through the walls. He was overcompensating, which likely exacerbated the situation. The children were withdrawn, providing brief responses. The entire examination seemed like we were witnessing our family through a stranger's critical eyes. Dr. O'Daniel left with a promise to present her findings within 1 week. Her expression gave nothing away, but I noticed her glancing at Tom with anxiety. Or was it pity? I couldn't say which was worse. That weekend, my mother returned home, unable to extend her visit. She gave me a hug and warned me that something needed to change dramatically. She had seen how Tom operated or failed to operate and was concerned about our future. Monday started with an email that made my blood run cold. The school board voted. Eunice was allowed to continue attending school, but she was barred from participating in any extracurricular activities until the investigation was completed. No volleyball, no clubs, no typical adolescent life. I watched my daughter read the email and noticed something snap inside her. She had fought so hard to earn her spot on the volleyball squad. Her father couldn't keep track of a prescription bag, therefore it was now gone. The inequity was terrible. Tom responded by blaming the school, the system, and everyone but himself. He complained about unjust treatment as I called to appeal the judgment, which I knew was futile. The damage to our reputation was far too serious. My job degraded while I tried to resolve crises. Projects went behind. The meetings were rescheduled. My teammates attempted to cover, but my absence was evident. The promotion I had earned was slipping away, replaced by whispers about my convoluted personal life. Then followed the letter from Child Services. The investigation was progressing to the next level. They ordered both parents to undergo psychological tests, parenting seminars, and regular check-ins. Failure to comply will result in formal procedures. I glanced at the letter, reflecting on how we'd arrived here. Tom belittled my work before destroying our family through incompetence. The man who considered household management beneath him had demonstrated that he couldn't even do it safely. That night, I reached a choice. I contacted our lawyer and inquired about separation proceedings. Not yet divorced, but something needed to change. Tom's failure to function as an adult was bringing all of us down. The kids required stability, something I couldn't supply while handling his failures. The attorney addressed the issues. With an active child services investigation, any significant changes could be interpreted adversely. We were stuck in a failed dynamic, unable to change it without risking everything. The system that was supposed to safeguard us was now imprisoning us. I discovered Tom in the garage, trying to organize tools he'd never used. When I walked in, he looked up, his face displaying the strain of the past few weeks. For a brief period, I glimpsed the guy I had married, before hubris and incompetence exposed his true nature. We talked for hours that night, without arguing, about how we'd gotten here, what needed to change, and whether our marriage could withstand his failure to handle the obligations he'd scorned for so long. Tom eventually accepted the truth. He had never mastered basic life skills. His mother had finished everything. Then I did. He'd gone through life thinking that household management was easy because someone else did it for him. Now confronted with reality, he was drowning. But admitting wasn't enough. The investigation continues. The damage to our children endured. My career was hanging by a thread, and Tom's sudden insight did not miraculously make him competent. We were still in crisis, but with increased self-awareness. The following morning brought another emergency. Jake's teacher called to discuss a frightening essay he had written about his home situation. Nothing suggested abuse, but there was enough concern to warrant an intervention. Another report to child services. Another Tom against us. After that call, I sat in my car, wondering if we'd ever be able to escape this spiral. Every attempt to solve one problem resulted in two more. Tom's first error had caused an avalanche that buried our entire family. The basic minimum had turned into an unachievable norm. As I drove to work late again, I considered the irony. After years of disregarding my contributions, Tom's failure to equal them was ruining everything. The individual who felt I accomplished nothing had demonstrated that doing everything took skills, devotion and competence that he just lacked. The reality was unpleasant yet plain. Tom hadn't simply failed to meet the basic requirement. He'd failed our family in ways that may be irreversible, and I was left picking up the pieces, attempting to salvage what remained of the life we'd established, while he battled with things he'd once dismissed as simple. Tomorrow would bring the psychiatric evaluation results, the child services suggestions, more meetings, more crisis management, and more attempts to keep a family together after Tom's stupidity wrecked it. The bare minimum had never seemed more out of grasp. The psychological evaluation results arrived in a hefty package. I opened it with shaky hands as Tom hovered close, wringing his hands. Dr. O'Daniel's report was detailed and critical. She pointed out Tom's failure to recollect basic details about his children's life, his defensive replies to simple questions, and, most alarming, his obvious lack of grasp of household management despite months of alleged effort. My evaluation was different. She praised my organizational abilities, my thorough understanding of the children's needs, and my ability to keep structure in the face of a crisis. However, she voiced concern about my stress levels and the viability of doing everything on my own. The recommendation was clear. Tom needed intense parenting lessons, ongoing monitoring, and family therapy. Tom grabbed the papers from me and hastily scanned them. His cheeks turned from pale to scarlet as he read. He crumpled the pages, then smoothed them out again, as if changing their physical form might affect the text. I saw him pacing the kitchen, grumbling about biased evaluations and unfair assessments. The next morning, I awoke to find Tom already dressed in his finest suit. He'd made breakfast, burnt eggs and soggy toast, but the effort was evident. He said that he was taking the day off to manage things. I should go to work without worrying. The conviction in his voice almost convinced me to trust him. At the office, I attempted to concentrate on the partnership possibilities that could save my job. My staff had worked tirelessly to prepare materials following the client issue, but focus was difficult when Eunice's school contacted me. She had a panic attack during PE and was now in the nurse's office. I discovered my kid curled in a chair, her breathing faint and quick. The nurse revealed that some girls had teased her about the drug event. They formed a circle around her, chanting about her criminal family. Eunice had collapsed while hyperventilating. The principal appeared and suggested we take the alternate program more seriously. Regular classes became too taxing for Eunice. She gave me leaflets about their Fresh Start initiative for kids encountering issues. My straight-A daughter was put to a program for problematic children. I drove Eunice home silently. She glanced out the window, occasionally wiping away tears. At a red light, she finally spoke out, asking if we might relocate. Restart where no one knew about the prescription bag incident. The anguish in her voice was terrible. At home, I discovered anarchy. Tom attempted to clean but had mixed cleaning solutions resulting in poisonous odors. Windows were open, and fans were running. Jake sat outside on the porch, his schoolwork dispersed by the wind. Tom emerged from the restroom, coughing and with watery eyes. He'd also tried laundering, combining colors and whites, and downsizing Jake's school uniform. The kitchen displayed signs of his lunch effort. A grease fire had caused black streaks on the ceiling. He had ordered pizza instead, and the boxes were stacked on the counter. My mother called as I was surveying the damage. She had heard from Tom's mother about the evaluation results. The two grandparents had been talking and comparing notes. She volunteered to move in temporarily to ensure stability during the probe. I wanted to accept, but I knew it would give the impression that we couldn't manage. That evening, Tom stated that he had registered in the requisite parenting seminars. They began next week, 3 nights and Saturdays. He proudly handed me the calendar, unaware that it interfered with Jake's basketball games and Eunice's therapy appointments. I spent hours adjusting schedules, requesting favors for carpools, and arguing with my boss for flexible hours. Each accommodation felt like a step backward for my profession. The conference next week loomed, but attendance was improbable. The doorbell rang following dinner. Our elderly neighbor waited there holding a casserole and looking concerned. She had noticed the police visits, the social workers, and the anxiety on the children's faces. She promised to help however she could, emphasizing that she had raised 5 children herself. Her kindness shattered something in me. I took the dish with trembling hands, fighting back tears. She touched my arm, whispering that she had noticed Tom's difficulty with simple things. Our family was coming apart, and everyone in the neighborhood had seen. Tom discovered me crying in the toilet afterward. He tried to console me, but his touch was hollow. He vowed that things would improve once he finished the seminars and learned the protocols, but we both knew the harm went far beyond scheduling and household management. The following day, the first parenting class began. I drove Tom there, seeing him walk inside with other parents who had failed in various ways. The instructor greeted them with a professional cheerfulness that did not obscure the serious nature of their meeting. While Tom was in class, I took the kids to get ice cream. Jake picked at his sundae, ultimately revealing that students at school avoided him. Parents had advised their children against mingling with our household. He'd been eating lunch alone for weeks. Eunice also stated that her former pals had started a group chat expressly to exclude her. Screenshots of their hateful messages had spread. She showed me one that referred to her father as a drug dealer, and another that said she had done the same. Teenage cruelty is exacerbated by parental anxieties. I dropped them off at home and returned to pick up Tom. He came from the class looking stunned. After covering basic child development, the instructor discovered how little he knew about his own children's requirements. The other parents had revealed their shortcomings, and Tom saw himself in their experiences. On the way home, he tried to comprehend everything he had learned. They talked about emotional availability, consistent routines, and active participation, all of which I had been practicing for years, but which he seemed to be unfamiliar with. He pulled out a workbook with pages of exercises on understanding your child's point of view. That weekend, Child Services paid another visit. Ms. Davis noticed improvements in the house's condition but was still concerned about the family's mental state. She interviewed the children again, and their responses reflected the persistent tension, despite our attempts. She grabbed me aside thereafter and spoke more candidly than before. The probe would last at least 3 more months. Any bad reports could lead to official procedures. She urged that I document everything, including Tom's participation in necessary activities. I spent Sunday keeping comprehensive logs while Tom tried to execute his class lessons. He attempted talking to Jake about basketball, but his forced enthusiasm felt strange. He tried to help Eunice with her schoolwork but felt frustrated when he couldn't understand the content. Monday began with an email that made my stomach plummet. The conference had been moved up. I had to go tomorrow for 3 days. Missing it would practically be the end of my advancement chances. However, leaving during the probe seemed like abandoning my family. I called both my mother and Tom's mother to try to arrange coverage. Both could aid, but were concerned about Tom's ability to coordinate their efforts. Simple activities, such as school pickup times and prescription schedules, appeared beyond his ability to express adequately. That evening I prepared precise calendars, emergency contact lists, and meal arrangements. Everything is color-labeled and posted throughout the house. Tom saw me work and said he could manage 3 days. His confidence seemed forced. The children's reactions were varied. Jake was concerned about his father remembering basketball practice. Eunice requested if Grandma could handle everything instead. Neither trusted Tom to handle a crisis, and I couldn't blame them. I made a decision. The conference was critical to our financial stability. We would lose everything if I didn't have a job. I booked my flight, arranged for grandmother care, and prepared for 3 days away. Tom would have to step up or fail conclusively. I left before dawn on the morning of my departure. Tom was already awake, intently scrutinizing my schedules. He'd set many alarms, organized the kids' clothes, and prepared breakfast supplies. The attempt was heartfelt, even if the execution remained unclear. At the airplane, I received worried texts from Tom concerning lunch money locations and permission slip dates. Each inquiry indicated how little he'd learned after months of struggle. I responded calmly while boarding, understanding that contact would be limited once airborne. The conference began with networking sessions, which I had been looking forward to for months. Industry executives highlighted collaborations that could change our company's trajectory. I forced myself to concentrate, to exhibit the professional image I had built despite my internal turmoil. Between sessions, I looked at my phone. 16 missed calls, texts from both grandparents about scheduling issues, a voicemail from school about Jake arriving late, and another from Eunice crying over missing therapy appointments. I excused myself from a key dinner to handle crisis management over the phone. Tom had jumbled up the grandparents' schedules, sending them both to pick up the kids at the same time. They had argued in the school parking lot while the students waited, embarrassed. The second day brought bad news. Tom had neglected to administer Eunice's anxiety medicine. She had experienced another panic episode at school. The counselor recommended an emergency psychiatric examination. Child services had been contacted about the medical neglect. I sat in my hotel room considering my alternatives. Flying home would mean the end of my career advancement. Staying means risking an escalation with child services. I contacted our lawyer who urged paperwork but cautioned against neglecting professional responsibilities. My talk on strategic relationships took place on the final day of the conference. I presented it brilliantly while my phone buzzed with impending disasters. My professional facade remained intact, even while my personal life shattered via text messaging. The flight home seemed forever. I had established 2 large relationships and wowed senior management. However, knowing what lay ahead made success feel hollow. Tom's final text message was ominous. "We need to talk." Made matters worse. "I apologize." I discovered my family in various stages of anguish. Eunice is locked in her chamber. Jake is playing video games with empty food containers all around him. Tom is seated at the kitchen table, with official-looking documents strewn before him. Child Services had issued an emergency order. The medicine episode, combined with recurring concerns, necessitated additional surveillance, daily check-ins, a necessary psychiatric evaluation for Eunice, and increased parent education for Tom. The grandmothers made comprehensive notes about the 3-day calamity, including missing meals, forgotten pickups, and abandoned assignments. Tom's attempts to follow my schedule had deteriorated into paralyzing perplexity. Those grandmothers were coordinating their information as if they were running a spy network, while Tom transformed the house into a chemistry experiment gone bad. The man learned the hard way that poisonous fumes are not a cleaning feature. They had virtually moved in to prevent total collapse. I spent the night dealing with the fallout, scheduling psychiatrist visits, responding to child services obligations, and calming distraught children. Tom sat close, defeated and mute, occasionally apologizing for particular failings. The next morning I arrived at work to discover my partnerships approved and a pay raise permitted. The irony was not lost on me. Professional triumph as personal life implodes. My supervisor complimented me, but expressed concern over my obvious weariness. Eunice's psychological examination revealed acute anxiety that required rapid treatment. The doctor prescribed medicine and intense therapy. She recounted how the cumulative tension had precipitated a catastrophe that would take months to address. Tom's advanced parenting lessons started that week. The instructor approached me after dropping him off, noticing his difficulty with simple concepts. She offered private counseling to address his deeper concerns about duty and competence. We developed new routines out of need. The grandmothers exchanged days. I arranged my work schedule around appointments. Tom used tight checklists for all domestic tasks. The children went through the days exhausted. The breakthrough occurred unexpectedly. Tom discovered Jake in tears over a school assignment about family heroes. He had written about me but crossed it out, embarrassed by our family's reputation. Tom discovered him reworking it to feature a fake character instead. Something changed in Tom that night. He spent hours assisting Jake in rewriting the project, recognizing how his mistakes had harmed the family. He openly shared his own challenges, saying that he had never learned to value domestic work until he was compelled to do so. The following parenting class focused on emotional intelligence. Tom returned with insights regarding his dismissive attitude, which stemmed from feelings of inadequacy. Instead of learning, he had belittled his inability to perform some things. The lecturer had set activities on validation and appreciation. Tom began implementing significant improvements gradually and incrementally, rather than frantically as he had previously done. He began by mastering one task before progressing to the next. Breakfast became his consistent contribution. Then there are school lunches. Small victories. Child Services took note of the changes during their next visit. Ms. Davis witnessed Tom skillfully handling morning chores as I prepared for work. She recorded his interactions with the children, finding genuine interest rather than performance ability. Eunice's psychological care assisted her in gradually returning to normal classes. Her anxiety persisted, but became bearable. She began eating lunch with an understanding friend, whose mother had reached out against communal pressure. Jake's teacher noticed an improvement in his attentiveness. Even though his home life was precarious, he was able to focus on his studies. He made the basketball team, and Tom went to every session, learning the sport alongside his son. My employment stabilized as my personal life got more predictable. The partnerships I'd established began to produce results. My manager recognized my efforts despite personal obstacles. The promotion I had received now felt secure rather than uncertain. Tom's graduation from basic parenting classes was underwhelming. He earned a diploma that was insufficient for the voyage, but he actually absorbed the lessons, finally comprehending what I had done discreetly for years. The Child Services investigation was officially closed after 6 months. Ms. Davis's final assessment acknowledged excellent progress and ongoing stability. She praised our willingness to change while admitting the continuous issues we faced. That evening, we enjoyed a peaceful family supper. Tom had cooked. Not fancy, but tasty and healthy. The children went about their days without strain. I didn't have to manage or direct. It was just usual. Later, Tom discovered me paying bills, something he had never seen before. He sat next to me and asked to study the system I had created. Not because he had to, but because he finally realized it was important. I showed him the spreadsheets, automated payments, and meticulous planning that had kept us solvent. He apologized again, but this time with genuine awareness of years of dismissal, rather than the desperate apologies of a crisis. He saw now that the bare minimum was the foundation that held everything together. We were not fixed. Trust remained shaky. The children continued to observe him wearily. I still carried the majority of the mental strain. But Tom began to contribute consciously and consistently. He discovered that competence came via practice, not dismissal. Eunice joined the volleyball squad the next year. Tom drove her to every practice, understanding the regulations and supporting her properly. Jake thrived in school even with both parents present. The family operated imperfectly but truthfully. I continued my promotion and expanded on those ties. My career blossomed with true home support. Tom never again implied that my work was less valuable than his. He'd discovered via failure what I'd always known: the bare minimum was far from minimal. Everything was necessary for life to exist. Finally, after near destruction, our family realized the truth. We moved forward, damaged but wiser, creating something lasting from the rubble of Tom's hard-learned lesson. The fact that it took a complete system collapse for him to recognize the invisible magic of clean socks and packed lunches would be amusing if it weren't so tragically true. My mom forced me into fertility treatments. My sister held me down while she injected me. Now I'm suing them both to silence them forever. My mother is the most baby-obsessed lunatic I've ever encountered. Starting when I was 8 years old, she forced my sister Clara and me to wear these pregnancy simulation suits for hours every day, with 20 pounds of sand strapped to our stomachs while we practiced breathing exercises and watched childbirth videos. If we complained about our backache, she would add extra weight and warn us that real moms do not whine. She also made us practice breastfeeding with weird little dolls that cried if we didn't hold them properly. While I spent every session planning my escape, Clara welcomed it as if it were her own purpose. She'd go around the house with great posture, massaging her false belly and speaking to it aloud. By the age of 16, she was urging her mother to allow her to serve as a practicing surrogate for her infertile coworkers. When she reached 18, Mom gave her a huge party to celebrate signing her first surrogacy contract, rather than graduating from high school. Everyone was calling her a blessing and an angel, and I sat in the corner feeling like I was at a livestock auction. Clara has carried 3 infants for 3 separate couples in just 3 years.
Mom would parade her around town once she returned from the hospital, as if she had won the Nobel Prize. Look at my generous daughter, giving the gift of life. Meanwhile, I was pursuing a biomedical degree, helping at women's shelters, and learning about body autonomy. But none of this mattered. Such a waste of a perfectly good uterus, Mom would tell anybody who would listen. Her sister has blessed 3 families, while this one hoards her fertility for herself. The most distressing part was witnessing Clara weaken. After her 4th pregnancy at the age of 22, she could scarcely walk without discomfort. Her hips had been ruined. She had recurring illnesses and her hair was falling out in pieces. But when I went to talk to her about it, she gripped my hands, tears in her eyes. "Rosalind, this is what I was made for. My body is a vessel for miracles. Why can't you understand that?" That's when I realized she was gone. So I played along just enough to get Mom off my back. I informed her that I was considering pregnancy. I dressed more casually during family gatherings, even searched for fertility clinics in front of her, all while secretly taking the LSAT and applying to law schools throughout the country. LOL. I specialized in reproductive rights and medical ethics, spending years assisting women from coerced pregnancy situations. By the age of 28, I had finally started to make a difference. So, when Mom asked me to attend Clara's celebration dinner, I assumed it was just another pregnancy announcement. Boy, was I mistaken. It turned out to be an effing intervention. "Sweetie, you're not getting any younger," Mom said, as Clara sat alongside her, belly distended from pregnancy number 4. "So I've taken the liberty of starting your fertility treatments." Before I could answer, she took out a syringe containing hormones. Just a little boost to get those eggs flowing. I leapt back, but Clara caught my arms from behind. "Please, Rosalind, just try it. I've already found the perfect couple for your first baby." I shouted and kicked, but Mom was already approaching me with the needle. That's when I noticed the remaining syringes on the table. They had been planned for this. As Mom inserted the needle into my leg, I felt the cold liquid burn through my muscles. Within minutes, my vision dimmed and my ovaries felt on fire. Through the fuzz, I could hear Mom on the phone. "Yes, we've started the protocol. She'll be ready for harvest in 2 weeks." That's when I knew it wasn't just about family pressures anymore. This was trafficking. I awoke in the intensive care unit with ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome, which was so bad that they almost had to remove everything. "We only brought you here because we wanted to save your womb," my mother remarked, standing above me. I pressed the red button for the nurse. She took one glance at my mother and led her away to conduct private examinations. I felt much worse after we were alone because she wrapped her arms around me and asked if I was all right. I burst into tears because the entire situation made me understand how bad my mother was. I eventually opened up to her and she appeared stunned by what I said and wanted me to repeat everything. I spent the next hour completely unpacking everything. The surrogacy. There is bias. The abuse. As soon as I stopped crying, she summoned hospital security to remove my mother from my room. And I had no idea at the time, but with the assistance of just one nurse, I was about to make my family pay. The nurse returned 20 minutes later with a uniformed cop who identified himself as Detective Rodriguez from the Domestic Violence Unit. He pulled up a chair next to my bed while the nurse adjusted my IV. "Rosalind, I specialize in cases involving reproductive coercion and forced medical procedures," he said, taking out a little recorder. "What your mother did constitutes assault, and based on what the nurse told me, this might be part of a larger pattern." My room's glass window revealed movement in the hallway. My mother was attempting to shove through the emergency exit door, her face twisted in wrath. She saw me gazing and pressed against the window, mouthing phrases I couldn't understand at first. She then accentuated her lip movements, saying, "Ungrateful bitch." My phone began vibrating on the bedside table. Detective Rodriguez glanced at it as message after message appeared on the screen. He asked, "May I?" And I nodded. All of the texts came from Clara. "How could you involve the police? Mom was helping you. You're destroying our family. All she wanted was for you to experience motherhood." Detective Rodriguez placed the phone carefully. "This isn't the first complaint we've received about forced fertility treatments. There's been a pattern, particularly involving medical practitioners at certain clinics. He studied my response. Your mother works in the medical field? My stomach sank. She's a receptionist at Blessed Beginnings Fertility Clinic. His expression clouded. A hospital social worker knocked and ushered in a middle-aged woman with gentle eyes, who froze when she saw my paperwork. Rosalind Gonzalez? Your mother is Evelyn Gonzalez? You know her? The social worker paused, clutching her clipboard more tightly. We've had some interactions. Let me get you some resources. She shuffled through her papers, obviously uneasy. Detective Rodriguez took notes as I recalled the intervention dinner. The social worker kept looking toward the door, and I observed her hands trembling slightly as she handed me leaflets on domestic violence resources. I need to check something, I explained, grabbing my phone. I signed on to my medical portal and scrolled through recent paperwork. It was dated 3 months ago, just after I casually mentioned to Mom that James and I were planning our future. My medical power of attorney had been transferred to my mother. This isn't my signature, I explained, showing them the document. The handwriting seemed similar to mine, but angled strangely, as if someone was tracing. Before anyone could answer, a man in an expensive suit entered the room. I'm representing Evelyn Gonzalez. I understand there's been a misunderstanding regarding my client's daughter's medical care. That was fast, Detective Rodriguez said. The lawyer straightened his tie. Rosalind is clearly suffering from hormone-induced psychosis. Her mother was simply trying to help when Rosalind became violent. We're requesting an immediate psychiatric evaluation. I'm not psychotic, I insisted. The hormones in your system suggest otherwise. Ovarian hyperstimulation can cause severe mood disturbances, paranoia, even hallucinations. The corridor was suddenly filled with noise. Clara came with 5 young children clutching her maternity garment. Aunt Rosalind needs help, she shouted to anyone who would listen. She's been struggling with jealousy issues for years. Hospital security arrived, attempting to keep order as the youngsters began to cry. Clara rocked the youngest on her hip and rubbed her pregnant abdomen with her free hand. I grabbed my phone and dialed my law company for backup. The receptionist responded on the second ring. Oh, Rosalind, your mother called earlier. She explained about your situation. Don't worry, we're handling your caseload while you recover. What? No, I'm fine. I need to speak to my partners. I think it's best if you focus on getting better. Your mother said the breakdown was quite severe. I hung up with my hands trembling. Through the glass, I saw my mother take something from her pocketbook and show it to her lawyer keys. My apartment keys. My car keys. She began reciting something, and while I couldn't hear her, I knew the pattern. She was listing my work schedule. Monday she has court at 9 o'clock. Tuesday's client meetings until 6 o'clock. Wednesday she volunteers at the women's shelter. The lawyer nodded while taking notes. James came through the door, still wearing his work clothes. Rosalind, I got your text. What's... But Clara stopped him in the hallway and placed a manicured hand on his arm. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but I saw her make a gesture towards me and then touch her temple in the global sign for insane. She brought out her phone and showed him something on the screen. The nurse who had helped me earlier returned with a plastic bag. These are the belongings you came in with, she replied, her face disturbed. She took out a few glossy brochures from Blessed Beginnings Fertility Clinic. Those aren't mine, I replied quickly. She unfolded one of the brochures. Inside was a consent sheet for egg retrieval from last week. The signature matched that on my power of attorney document. The hospital administrator, a slim woman with a polished grin, entered the room. Given the circumstances and the family's concerns, we think it might be best to transfer Rosalind to our psychiatric ward for a full evaluation, just as a precaution. My mother smiled through the glass. Detective Rodriguez stood up. She's not going anywhere without a court order. Of course, the administrator replied calmly. We're simply considering all options for Rosalind's well-being. My phone vibrated again. This time it was my law school mentor, Professor Chen. Just got off the phone with your mother. She's very concerned about your pregnancy delusions, she told me. You've been fixating on having a baby, but your body won't cooperate. Is everything okay? I wanted to shout. Every aspect of my life was systematically poisoned. I looked at Detective Rodriguez, then at the social worker, who still refused to meet my gaze, and last at James, who was in the corridor with Clara whispering in his ear. The evaluation, I stated abruptly. I'll do it. I'll prove I'm competent. The attorney smiled. Excellent. Dr. Margaret Ramsey will perform the evaluation. She's the best in the state. The name sounded familiar. Then it struck me. Mom's Book Club. Dr. Ramsey had been coming to our house for monthly meetings for more than 10 years, but it was too late to return it. The administrator was already making plans, and my mother's smile through the glass had turned triumphal. The nurse squeezed my hand as she checked my IV once again. She leaned forward, pretending to fix my pillow. Whatever happens, don't sign anything else, she said softly. And check your phone's location settings. Someone's been tracking you. As everyone filed out to prepare for my exam, I noticed something else. Clara was showing James her phone again, and this time I got a look at the screen. It was a text discussion, but not a recent one. These were from 2 years ago, when James and I first started dating, and I indicated that we might want kids eventually. She was making the point that I had always desired children, and that this was simply my unsatisfied desire showing as paranoia. And the look on James's face indicated that it was working. The psychiatric evaluation was set for tomorrow morning. As I lay in that hospital bed, watching my mother plot my demise through a pane of glass, I comprehended the full horror of my condition. She'd been plotting this for years, waiting for the perfect opportunity to release her trap, and I'd fallen right into it. The mental evaluation was scheduled for 8 a.m. I spent the night practicing replies in my thoughts, hoping to anticipate Dr. Ramsey's questions. The nurse from the previous shift had given me a sedative, saying that I'd need to slumber to appear stable. But sleep would not come. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see my mother's triumphant smile through the glass. Around 3 a.m., my phone lit up with an Instagram notice. Clara shared a photo from last month's family meal. There I was, slumped on my chair, eyes hazy. The text was as follows. Praying for my sister's fertility journey. Some women struggle more than others to accept their maternal calling. It was posted 3 weeks ago, but I only just saw it. The responses expressed sorrow for her and concern for me. I looked over her feed with increasing horror. She had been tracking my journey for months. Photos of me during family gatherings, always exhausted or distracted. Captions regarding my baby fever and fertility issues. In one video, I was playing with her youngest daughter, and Clara put the following text overlay. She'll be such a good mom when she stops fighting nature. My work email was pinged. Then it pinged again. And again. I opened it to discover my inbox full of messages. The subject lines made my blood run cold. I'm thinking about you during this terrible time. Take as much time as you need. Your health comes first. My mother had sent an email to the entire firm using my account. I read it with shaky hands. Dear colleagues, I'm writing to inform you that I'll be taking an indefinite leave of absence to address some personal health issues. As many of you know, I've been struggling with fertility issues, and the emotional toll has become overwhelming. My family is assisting me in getting the treatment I need, so please direct any urgent matters to the managing partners. Thank you for your understanding during this difficult time. Rosalind. The timestamp indicated that it was sent at 2:47 a.m., while I was lying here awake. I attempted to go into my work account to send a retraction, but my password was changed. My hands fumbled with the password reset, but the recovery email address had been changed to one I didn't know. My mother had shut me out of my own professional life. 3 of my clients had already sent encouraging letters to women I had assisted in leaving violent circumstances, assuming I was suffering from a mental health crisis. Someone wrote, I always sensed you carried deep pain about motherhood. Please don't let it consume you like it almost consumed me. The irony made me want to throw up. The psychiatric ward's morning shift arrived around 6 a.m. I watched via my door's window as staff personnel whispered to one another and looked in my direction. News spread quickly in hospitals. They all knew I was the lady who attacked her mother for attempting to assist with reproductive treatments. The breakfast tray arrived, but I was unable to eat. My hands shook too much to keep the plastic spoon steady. When I tried to sip the juice, I noticed a harsh aftertaste and put it down right away. After hearing about the drugging at family dinners, I couldn't believe anything. Detective Rodriguez arrived at 7:30, looking fatigued. "I've been investigating all night," he replied gently, drawing his chair closer. "Your mother's name appears in several concerning patterns at that fertility clinic. But Rosalind," hissed, "the evidence is complicated. She's been very careful to make everything look like loving family support." "What kind of patterns?" I inquired. "Young women, mostly from troubled backgrounds, who suddenly decide to become egg donors or surrogates after meeting with clinic staff. Your mother often handles their intake paperwork." He handed me a booklet. "But here's the problem. They all signed consent forms. They all passed psychological evaluations. On paper, everything looks legitimate. Because the system is designed to protect the clinic, not the women," I informed them. He nodded grudgingly. "I need more evidence to build a case, but right now, I'm more concerned about getting you through this evaluation safely." Dr. Ramsey came exactly at 8 a.m., carrying a leather briefcase and wearing a sympathetic grin that did not reach her eyes. She was just as I recalled from Mom's book club meetings. Silver-haired, professionally dressed, and wearing reading glasses on a pearl chain. "Rosalind, dear," she replied kindly. "Your mother has told me so much about your struggles." Detective Rodriguez started to disagree when she raised a manicured palm. "I'm afraid this evaluation must be conducted privately. Standard protocol." "I'm staying," he stated firmly. "Then I'll have to note in my report that the patient required police supervision, which suggests violent tendencies." Her grin didn't falter. "Your choice, detective." He gazed at me, his jaw clenched. I nodded slightly. We both knew she had already made up her mind regarding the report. Having him removed would only give her more fodder. After he left, Dr. Ramsey sat in the visitor's chair and opened her briefcase. Inside, I saw what appeared to be finished forms with the evaluation results already typed. "Now then," she said, pulling out a tablet, "let's talk about your relationship with motherhood." For the following hour, each question was a trap. When I explained that I had chosen a career over children, she typed notes about defensive rejection of femininity. When I mentioned assisting women in escaping reproductive coercion, she murmured about projection of internal conflicts. When I tried to tell her about the forced injection, she asked if I ever felt persecuted by maternal figures. "Your mother mentioned you've been playing with dolls recently," she replied, looking at me over her glasses. "What? No, I haven't." "She found them in your apartment. Baby dolls. Hidden in your closet." She showed me a photo on her tablet of 3 dolls I'd never seen before, hidden behind my winter coats. It's quite common for women experiencing fertility grief to regress to childhood coping mechanisms. I stared at the photograph, my mind racing. The dolls were perfectly positioned, as if they had been staged. One was clutching a small bottle. Another carried a tiny diaper bag. The third was covered in what appeared to be a homemade blanket. "Those aren't mine," I said. "Denial is also common, Doctor," Ramsey said, typing quickly. "Rosalind, there's no shame in wanting children. But when that desire becomes so overwhelming that you lash out at family members trying to help." She injected me with fertility hormones against my will. She attempted to give you a vitamin supplement, according to witnesses. You became violent and had to be restrained. She cocked her head sympathetically. "The mind can play tricks when we're under stress. Sometimes we misinterpret loving gestures as attacks." My phone vibrated with a notification from my bank, a sizable withdrawal from my savings account. When I tried to check it, Dr. Ramsey reached over and gently grabbed the phone. "Let's focus on our conversation," she said, putting it in her briefcase. "Tell me about your jealousy toward Clara." "I'm not jealous of my sister." 7 successful pregnancies, a loving family, the admiration of your community," she said as she rose. "Meanwhile, you've dedicated your life to preventing other women from experiencing motherhood." Don't you see the connection? Every protest I made was seen as evidence of my instability. By the end, she had created a portrait of a lady so plagued by fertility sadness that she had invented a complex persecution fantasy, rather than admitting her own wants. I'm recommending a 72-hour hold for observation, she said, closing her tablet. With continued therapy, I believe we can help you work through these delusions. You can't do this, I replied. I know my rights. Of course you do, dear. You've spent years studying law to compensate for what you perceive as your feminine failures. She stood and smoothed her skirt. The hold begins immediately. Psychiatric transport will be here within the hour. After she went, I took out the room phone to call someone, anyone. But who? My employer suspected I was having a breakdown. My sister poisoned my boyfriend against me. My bank accounts were being plundered. My mother's campaign went out to my mentor as well. The transport team arrived while I was still holding the dead phone, 2 orderlies with friendly faces and firm grips. They spoke to me as if I were vulnerable, dangerous, unpredictable. The nurse who assisted me previously was nowhere to be found. As they prepared to take me, I noticed my mother in the corridor. She was talking to Dr. Ramsey, occasionally drying her eyes with a tissue, as the concerned mother dealt with her daughter's mental health dilemma. Other employees stroked her shoulder sympathetically. The psychiatric ward was located in a separate structure connected by an underground tube. The fluorescent lights stung my eyes as they rolled me through. The orderly pulling my wheelchair murmured tunelessly. The roar bounced off the concrete walls, blending in with the squeak of wheels and the distant clang of doors. My new room was small and sanitary. White walls. A narrow bed with obvious restraint straps. A small window with reinforced glass. They handed me paper scrubs to wear and removed my items for safety reasons. The nurse conducting intake was young, efficient, and visibly uneasy. Any history of mental illness? She inquired. Number of suicide attempts? Number of violent episodes? Wait, they're saying I attacked my mother, but... She typed hastily. I'll put down one recent episode. Dr. Ramsey's orders say you're to have no visitors except family for the first 24 hours. No phone calls, it's for your own stability. That's illegal. I have the right to contact my lawyer. She bit her lip. I'll have to check with the attending physician about that. However, the attending physician, along with the patient advocates and ward administration, were conveniently absent. Everyone who could help was somehow unavailable. I was locked in a bureaucratic maze created to resemble treatment. My mother arrived that afternoon carrying a suitcase. I brought you some comfortable clothes, she announced, placing it on the bed, and some photos of Clara's babies. I thought they might help you remember what we're working toward. She unpacked her pregnancy clothing systematically, all in my size. Prenatal supplements, a journal titled My Fertility Journey, with the first few pages already filled out in handwriting that looked similar to mine, photos of newborns I'd never met, labeled with names such as your nephew and godson. The retrieval is scheduled for next week, she stated casually, hanging up a piece of clothing clearly intended for a pregnant woman. Dr. Patel at the clinic is very optimistic about your egg quality. 28 is still young enough for excellent results. I'm not consenting to egg retrieval. Of course not, dear, not in your current state. She adjusted the garment on the rack. That's why I've petitioned for temporary medical conservatorship, just until you're thinking clearly again. She took out a folder stuffed with documents, legal forms, medical papers, and psychiatric evaluations, half of which were forged but convincingly signed. A paper trail that goes back months, detailing my purported spiral into fertility mania. Your co-workers have been extremely supportive, she added. Several have written letters for the conservatorship hearing. They've noticed your preoccupation with pregnancy for some time, apparently. All those pro bono cases for pregnant women, they thought you were working through something personal. I saw her transform my mental room into a nursery, and waited. She presented a small ultrasound photo in a frame called Baby Gonzalez, with the next month's date. A mobile featuring little elephants. A book about pregnant nutrition. Each object was carefully selected to support her story. Clara sends her love, Mom said, bringing out her phone. She's been so worried about you." She showed me a video of Clara in a hospital bed, surrounded by flowers and clutching her new baby. "Hi, Rosalind," my sister murmured to the camera, her voice soft but kind. "I just wanted you to know that I love you. And when you're ready, there's a wonderful couple waiting to give your babies all the love in the world just like mine are getting. Don't fight this, okay? Let Mom help you. She only wants what's best." The infant in her arms began sobbing. Clara winced as she altered her position, and I noticed a flicker of agony on her face. The camera shook slightly, and whoever was filming noticed. The video was then cut off. "She's so brave," Mom murmured, putting the phone away. 9 pregnancies now, and she never complains, unlike some people. A disturbance in the corridor halted her shouted voices, followed by the sound of security being called. Through the small window in my door, I noticed the nurse who had assisted me in the ICU being led out by security. She was lugging a box of personal belongings, her face flushed with rage. My mother caught my look and smiled. "Oh yes, she was let go this morning. HIPAA violations, I heard. Sharing patient information without authorization. Such a shame. She seemed like a nice girl." The message was clear. Anyone who supported me would face the consequences. After Mom went, I tried but couldn't sleep. The bed was too hard, the room was too bright, and the sounds from the hospital were too disturbing. Someone in the hallway was crying. Another patient repeatedly asked for their mother. The night nurse checked the room every hour, shining a flashlight through the window. Around midnight, another nurse slipped into my room. She was ancient, with gray hair and tired eyes. "I don't have long," she said quietly. "But I knew your nurse friend. She asked me to give you this." She pressed a tiny piece of paper into my palm. "It's just a phone number. Call it when you can," she urged. "Not from here. They monitor the ward phones, but when you get out." She nervously looked at the door. "There are more of us than you think. Women who've seen what happens at that clinic. We've been too scared to speak up." She left as swiftly as she had arrived. I memorized the number and tore the paper into little pieces before flushing them down the toilet. "Evidence of conspiracy," my mother would say. "Proof of paranoid delusions," Dr. Ramsey would say. The next morning, 6 women in a circle met for group therapy to share their struggles. The therapist, a young man with a sincere expression, pushed us to investigate our relationships with femininity. When my turn came, I remained silent. Anything I said would be recorded, twisted, and used against me. "Rosalind is dealing with some fertility grief," the therapist explained to the group. "Sometimes that manifests as rejection of traditional female roles." One of the other women, barely out of her teens, looked at me sympathetically. "I get it," she replied. "I used to think I didn't want kids either. But therapy helped me realize I was just scared of not being good enough." I wanted to shout that not wanting children was a genuine option, that femininity was not defined by reproduction, and that I was here because I had helped far too many women escape exactly this type of pressure, but I just nodded, allowing them to draw their own assumptions. Lunch was served in a communal area with barred windows. I picked at the food, still concerned about substances. My tablemate, an elderly woman with hollow eyes, leaned in conspiratorially. "First time?" she inquired. I nodded. "Word of advice: agree with everything they say. The quickest way out is to comply." She stirred her pudding absently. "I've been here 6 times. Keep fighting my daughter about custody of my grandkids. But this time, I'm going to play along, tell them I understand boundaries, accept my role." Her laughter was vengeance. "Whatever gets me out, right?" That afternoon, I had individual therapy with Dr. Ramsey. She had established a permanent office on the ward to better serve my patients. The walls were adorned with encouraging posters about maternity and recovery. "Your mother tells me you were asking about the retrieval procedure," she says. I wasn't. It's natural to be curious. Many women find that understanding the medical process helps alleviate their fears. She took out a Blessed Beginnings pamphlet. "The clinic has an excellent success rate. And the couple your mother has selected is just lovely. He's a doctor, she's a teacher. They've been trying for 5 years. I'm not donating my eggs. Of course not, you're donating the possibility of life. There's a difference. She scribbled something on her notebook. Rosalind, I want you to try something. Close your eyes and imagine holding your biological child. Even if another woman carries them, they'll still be yours in the way that matters. I kept my eyes open, glancing at her degrees on the wall, all from reputable colleges. All are legitimate. This was not a back alley operation. It was a fully licensed psychiatrist working at an approved hospital, exactly as the system allowed. Resistance is normal, she added. But I think deep down, you know your mother is right. You've spent so many years fighting your nature that you've convinced yourself the fight is the purpose. But what if you just let go? James came during visiting hours, but I was told it was just for relatives. Clara arrived instead, stepping slowly with one hand supporting her stomach. She had brought her 5 children, who shifted uncomfortably in the sterile visiting room. Aunt Rosalind is sick, she informed them, but she's getting better. The oldest, a girl around 6, looked at me intently. Grandma says you're going to have babies soon too. That's right, sweetheart, Clara remarked before I could reply. Aunt Rosalind just needs some help remembering how much she wants them. She'd brought images from our youth of the 2 of us wearing those hideous pregnant outfits, but she'd altered them somehow. In these renditions I was smiling, playing along, and pleased. Remember how you used to name your pretend babies? Questioned the woman. You had a whole list of Lily, Sophia, little James Jr. if it was a boy. That was you, I said gently. Those were your names. No, Rosalind. She took out a tattered notebook, familiar with my childhood diary. She opened it to pages I didn't recall writing, lists of baby names in what appeared to be my handwriting but wasn't. See? You've always wanted this. The stress just made you forget. The youngsters watched our exchange with wide eyes, learning and absorbing as Aunt Rosalind was guided to remember her actual purpose. The oldest continued looking at her mother's large belly, then at my flat stomach, with uncertainty on her face. After they departed, I found myself in the bathroom, staring at my own mirror. The fluorescent lights made me appear pale and empty, like the other ladies on the ward. I was curious if many of them were here for similar reasons. How many people fought too hard against expectations and were classified as crazy? That evening, an incident occurred. A new patient, young and terrified, was brought in, shouting about being forced to have a child. Security had to detain her while nurses gave her sedatives. Through my open door, I heard snippets of her story: religious parents, pregnancy deal, and escape attempt. By dawn, she was quiet, compliant. Sitting in group therapy, she discussed how she had misread her family's affection. Sometimes we perceive care as control, the therapist added, nodding in agreement. But with medication and therapy, we can learn to accept support. I observed her closely, noting the little tremble in her hands, the delayed reactions, and the way she agreed with everything, including conflicting comments. They had drugged her into obedience, and everyone pretended that it was healing. My own medication arrived with breakfast, just to help with the anxiety, the nurse said. I recognized the pills as light sedatives, nothing dangerous, but I knew those were only the beginning. Refusing for too long would lead to greater interventions. I palmed the pills and pretended to swallow. Later, I would flush them like a phone number. But I couldn't keep doing this forever. They'd eventually conduct oral checks, provide drugs, and devise methods to enforce compliance. The conservatorship hearing was scheduled in 3 days. Dr. Ramsey informed me that it was only a formality, and that I wasn't required to go. Your mother will handle everything, you just focus on getting better. But I knew exactly what that hearing meant. Once she obtained conservatorship, she could consent to anything on my behalf, including egg retrieval, hormone therapy, and coerced pregnancy, if she could justify it as helpful. That night I stayed awake planning, not escape, which would simply show my instability, but acquiescence. Strategic, measured compliance could get me released before the hearing. I'd have to be the woman they wanted to see, one who had accepted her genuine wants, understood her mother's love, and was ready to embrace motherhood. The performance would need to be perfect. One slip, one moment of resistance, and I'd be stuck here permanently. But if I could persuade them that I had made a breakthrough and expressed adequate gratitude for their assistance, I might be able to get out in time to fight the conservatorship. I reflected about all the women I'd assisted throughout the years. How many others had been stuck in similar situations by familial expectations, medical systems, and legal frameworks that valued reproduction over autonomy? I had fought for them in court and shelters. Now I had to fight for myself with the only weapons I had left: manipulation and falsehoods. The irony was not lost on me. To show my sanity, I had to act insanely. To keep my autonomy, I had to relinquish it. To break free from my mother's influence, I had to accept all she wanted me to be. Tomorrow, I will begin my act. Cry in therapy about my empty womb. Thank you, Dr. Ramsey, for helping me realize the reality. Ask Clara for advice about egg donation. Allow my mother to outfit me in those pregnancy clothes and tell her how appropriate they felt. Every syllable would burn. Every action would undermine what I believed. But that was the only way out that did not require a needle in my arm or stirrups in an operating room. The night nurse checked my face with her flashlight. I maintained an even breathing pattern while pretending to sleep. Down the hall, someone was crying again, or perhaps still. In situations like this, crying never ceased. 3 days. I had 3 days to persuade them that I was free of the awful affliction of not desiring children. 3 days to complete the most significant deed of my life. The true tragedy was that I was confident I could achieve it. Years of watching Clara had taught me what to say, how to act, and what they expected to see. I might become the ideal patient, appreciative for their assistance, and ready to realize my biological destiny, and perhaps it was the worst part. Not that they were trying to break me, but that I understood just how to make them believe they had succeeded. The next morning, I awoke with renewed determination. In group therapy, I raised my hand for the first time. I think I understand now, I admitted, my voice cracking. All these years, I've been running from what I really wanted. The therapist leaned forward excitedly. Tell us more, Rosalind. I detailed a made-up dream about cradling a baby, and the other woman nodded knowingly. When Dr. Ramsey arrived for our session, I was prepared. I want to apologize, I said, wringing my hands in my lap. You were right. I've been using my career to avoid facing my fertility grief. She virtually gleamed. This is wonderful progress, Rosalind. For the next hour, I told her precisely what she wanted to hear: how jealous I was of Clara's pregnancies, and how my work with reproductive rights was all about controlling what I couldn't have. By the end, she was typing furiously, capturing my breakthrough. I think we should tell your mother, she added. She'll be so relieved. When Mom came that afternoon, I was wearing one of the pregnancy clothes she had brought. The garment hung slack on my frame, but I continued to stroke my flat stomach as Clara had done numerous times. Oh, sweetie, Mom murmured with tears in her eyes. You look so natural. I allowed her to hug me, resisting the temptation to shove her away. I'm sorry I fought you, I said quietly. You were just trying to help. She drew back and studied my face. For a moment, I believed she saw through the act. Then she grinned and took out her cell phone. Clara needs to hear this, she stated, already phoning. I spent the remainder of the day asking Mom about the egg retrieval process, looking at images of the couple who wanted my eggs, and even performing breathing exercises from those traumatic childhood sessions. Dr. Ramsey was so thrilled that she suggested accelerating my release. If you continue showing this level of insight, we might not need the full 72 hours. That night, I was unable to sleep. Tomorrow was vital. I needed to retain performance while also gaining access to a phone or computer. The conservatorship hearing was in 2 days, and I needed to find a method to challenge it. The next morning delivered a surprise. James showed up during visiting hours, and this time they let him in. He looked fatigued and conflicted. Your mom said you're doing better, he replied gently. I wanted to scream the truth, but I knew they were definitely watching us. Instead, I reached for his hand. I've been so confused, I said. But I'm starting to understand what I really want. He watched my face, and I attempted to convey discreetly. His eyes opened slightly. Did he understand? Maybe when you get out we can talk about our future, he added gently. I'd like that, I said, squeezing his hand 3 times, our traditional signal for playing along. After he went, I felt a surge of hope. Maybe he didn't totally believe Clara's falsehoods. That afternoon, I convinced the ward personnel to allow me to use the computer in the day room to look into fertility possibilities. Instead, I simply logged into my email using a web browser. My password still worked on my personal account. I sent a message to a colleague who specialized in conservatorship law, leaving it vague yet urgent. I then checked my financial accounts. More money was withdrawn. At this pace, I'll be broke in a week. Finding good information? A nurse approached. I swiftly switched tabs to a fertility clinic's website. Just learning about the process, I exclaimed happily. She grinned and continued on. I had maybe 5 more minutes before someone became suspicious. I went to the court's website and found the conservatorship file. My mother stated that I was severely impaired owing to fertility-related insanity. The hearing is planned for tomorrow at 2 p.m. I memorized the case number and courthouse, then erased my browser history. If I could just be released in the morning, I might make it to court. That evening, Dr. Ramsey convened an emergency session. My stomach sank. Had they uncovered my computer usage? Your mother told me you've been asking about specific fertility clinics, she replied. I'm so pleased with your progress that I'm recommending immediate release. I blinked. Really? You'll need to continue outpatient therapy, of course, but I think you're ready to take the next steps in your journey. She cracked a joke. Your mother has already made an appointment at Blessed Beginnings for tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow afternoon. The same time as the conservatorship hearing. That's wonderful, I managed to remark. I was freed the following morning at 9 a.m. Mom was waiting with a bouquet of flowers and a gift bag. I bought you some prenatal vitamins, she explained, handing me the bag. Just to prepare your body. I smiled and took them, already preparing my next step. Mom, I need to stop by my apartment first, change clothes, and feel normal again. Her smile wavered. Oh, but we have appointments. Please, I murmured, mimicking Clara's manipulative style. I want to look my best when we go to the clinic. This is such an important day. That works. She drove me to my flat, but she insisted on entering. While she waited in the living room, I locked myself in the bathroom and called a colleague I had emailed. Rosalind, I got your message. The hearing is at 2 p.m., right? I'll be there. I can't make it, I said quietly. My mother will have me at the fertility clinic. Can you file an emergency motion? Without your present, it's harder, but I have evidence. I interrupted. Check my work email. The password is ... I gave her my credentials. There's a folder labeled personal, everything's there. I hung up when Mom knocked on the door. Everything okay, sweetie? Just nervous, I said back. I returned to find her reorganizing my bookshelf, removing my law volumes and replacing them with pregnancy manuals she had brought. Much better, she said. Now let's get you changed. She had brought an attire, a flowing dress that evoked fecundity and femininity. I put it on and played the part. We arrived at Blessed Beginnings about 1:30. The waiting room was filled with hopeful couples and young women who appeared distant. I recognized the look from my years of lobbying. Evelyn, a nurse, welcomed my mother cheerfully. And this must be Rosalind. We've heard so much about you. They whisked me back for preliminary testing while Mom completed papers. While drawing my blood, the nurse discussed success rates and happy families. Your mother says you're eager to help a special couple, she told me. Very eager, I lied. At 2:15, I asked to use the restroom. Instead, I sneaked out a side door and summoned a riding chair. The courthouse was about 10 minutes away. I burst into the courtroom at 2:25. The judge was already speaking. My mother sat at the petitioner's table alongside her lawyer. My colleague stood at the respondent's table, pleased to see me. Your Honor, she replied swiftly, my client has arrived. Mom's face turned white, then red. She's supposed to be at the clinic. Interesting, the judge replied dryly. Miss Gonzalez, are you here of your own free will? Yes, Your Honor, and I'd like to contest this conservatorship petition. The following hour was awful. Mom's lawyer presented Dr. Ramsey's evaluation, the psychiatric hold, and my admissions to desiring children. But my colleague replied with the information I'd obtained, including the falsified signatures, Mom's planning timetable, and the clinic's habit of coercion. Your Honor, I said when I was given the opportunity, I don't have fertility grief. I have a mother who's built her entire identity around her daughter's reproductive capacity. She drugged me, forged documents, and orchestrated an elaborate campaign to destroy my credibility when I refused to participate in her breeding agenda. Mom began crying. I just wanted grandchildren. Is that so wrong? You have 5 grandchildren, I said, through Clara, who can barely walk anymore because of what you've done to her body. She chose that life. Did she? Or did you condition her from age 8 to believe she had no other value? The judge demanded an order. After considering the information, including the hair follicle test results that my colleague had subpoenaed, he made his conclusion. The petition for conservatorship is denied, he stated firmly. Furthermore, I'm issuing a restraining order. Miss Evelyn Gonzalez, you are to have no contact with your daughter Rosalind. Mom wailed. Her lawyer whispered urgently into her ear, but the decision was decided. As we exited the courthouse, I noticed Clara in the parking lot, struggling to get out of her minivan with her enormous tummy. She had brought all 5 children. How could you? She cried out. Mom loves us. She loves what our bodies can do for her. I said, there's a difference. The oldest child, a 6-year-old girl, yanked on Clara's clothes. Mommy, why is Grandma crying? Daniela didn't respond. She couldn't because how do you explain to a child that they are being prepared for the same fate? I walked away with my colleague beside me. What now? She inquired. Now I will file a complaint with the medical board about blessed beginnings, I told them. And I start documenting everything for the civil suit. What about your sister? I returned my gaze to Clara, who was still standing by her van with youngsters forming a shield around her. I can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved, but maybe I can protect her daughters. That evening, James visited my apartment. We sat on my couch, which was probably where Mom had planted the dolls, and spoke for hours. I almost believed them, he said. The texts, the photos, the stories, it all seemed so real. That's how good manipulators work, I explained. They take a grain of truth and build a mountain of lies. He remained the night, not romantically. Neither of us were prepared for that. But having someone there who believed me and saw through the gaslighting helped me feel more human. The following few weeks were a flurry of legal filings. Therapy is genuine therapy, not Dr. Ramsey's deception, and I'm slowly reclaiming my life. My firm welcomed me back once I explained the issue. Several of my clients contacted me and apologized for their doubts. The inquiry into blessed beginnings proved what I suspected. A history of targeting vulnerable women, as attested to by concerned family members such as my mother. The clinic was closed pending review. Mom attempted to reach me via flying monkeys, mutual acquaintances, distant relatives, and even my childhood priest. Every time, I logged it in the restraining order file. Clara gave birth to her 6th child 6 weeks later. I heard through the grapevine that there were serious issues. She lived, but only barely. The physicians advised her not to have any further pregnancies. I wanted to be validated, but I simply felt sorry. She was my sister, despite everything. And suddenly she was confronted with the reality of a body shattered in pursuit of someone else's goal. 3 months after the conservatorship hearing, I received a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. Aunt Rosalind, a tiny voice said. It's Lily, Clara's oldest daughter. Hi, sweetheart, I said carefully. Is everything okay? Mommy is sick again, and Grandma keeps talking about when I'll be old enough to have babies. Her voice sank to a whisper. I don't want to be like Mommy. My heart broke and soared at the same time. You don't have to be, Lily. You can be whatever you want. Can I? Can I come see you sometime? Mommy says you're dangerous, but you don't seem dangerous. I'd love that, I said. But we need to make sure it's okay with your mom first. It wasn't fine, of course. However, Lily continued to call discreetly, either from a friend's phone or the school office. I became her safe haven, the aunt who assured her that she had worth beyond her uterus. 6 months later, during a family funeral not on Mom's side, I gratefully saw Clara. She was in a wheelchair, and her body was finally refusing to cooperate with her sacrifice. She glanced at me across the church, and for the first time in years, I recognized my sister as the girl who used to sneak into my room during thunderstorms, rather than the breeding machine Mom had built. She didn't say anything to me, but she also didn't look away. A year after everything happened, I was in a coffee shop when a young woman approached me. She appeared familiar, but I could not place her. "You're Rosalind Gonzalez," she explained. "You helped my friend escape her family. They were trying to force her to be a surrogate for her sister." "I'm glad she got out," I said. "She did it because of you. Because you fought back and made it public." She took a breath. "I'm supposed to start fertility treatments next week. My mom's been planning it for years. But after seeing what happened to you, what you survived, I think I'm going to run instead." I handed her my card. "Call me if you need help." She departed, and I sat there, reflecting on how they perpetuated patterns until someone broke them. How the breaking harms everyone involved. Sometimes the only way to win is to keep the next generation from going through the same thing. My phone vibrated. Lily, now 7, sent a text while sneaking her mother's phone. "Grandma says I'm going to be a wonderful mother someday. I told her I want to be a lawyer like you instead. She got really mad." I smiled as I typed back, "Good for you, kiddo. Stand your ground." The conflict was not over. When family is involved, the situation never truly ends. But the battles had been won, boundaries had been set, and somewhere out there, girls were realizing they had options beyond what their bodies might provide for others. That has to be sufficient. "You get $1,500 a month?" Grandma asked. But I never got a cent. My parents stole $54,000 from my brother, then lied about it in front of everyone. I am Noah. I am 21 years old, and during my grandmother's 75th birthday party, in front of my entire family, she asked me a question that set off a firestorm and destroyed our lives. Before I tell you how I discovered a web of falsehoods so black that it nearly ruined me, tell me where you're viewing from in the comments section. The air in my grandmother Eleanor's dining room was heavy with the rich, savory aroma of roast beef and the sweet scent of cinnamon from the apple pie cooling on the counter. It was a beautiful fall evening. Outside, the leaves were turning vibrant tones of crimson and gold. The inside of the house was filled with warmth and laughter. It was her 75th birthday, a significant occasion, and the entire family had gathered. My Uncle Edward was holding court at one end of the table, telling a loud, booming yarn, while my Aunt Susan listened with predatory joy, always on the lookout for a fresh bit of gossip. My cousins were laughing, their expressions bright and carefree. For a little minute, as I watched my father, Daniel, laugh at one of my uncle's jokes and my mother, Linda, grin that picture-perfect smile, I allowed myself to feel at ease. We almost appeared regular and happy, like the family in a Thanksgiving movie. I was sitting quietly, like a ghost at the feast, attempting to absorb some of the warmth. These were moments of luxury that I could not afford. My life was a busy juggling act of classes, studying, and 2 part-time jobs that drained my energy and barely covered my tuition and low-cost accommodation. But for Grandma Eleanor, I would always show up. I'd move mountains for her. She was the sun around which our family world revolved. At 75, she was sharper than others half her age, with keen eyes that appeared to look right through you. She looked at me across the table and smiled warmly. It was a smile of pure adoration, one that made me feel seen, something I hadn't experienced from my own parents in years. She waited for a gap in discussion. Then, her clear, strong voice pierced through the lingering babble. The room became abruptly quiet. Everyone respected her. "Noah, dear," she continued with all of her attention on me. "I've been meaning to ask, and I keep forgetting. Is the $1,500 I send you every month enough? I know college is so expensive these days. If you need more for your books or rent, you must tell me. The fork in my hand stopped moving. It lingered halfway to my mouth, full of mashed potatoes. The world seemed to come to a halt. A dozen pairs of eyes swiveled my way. My brain tried to comprehend her words. $1,500. Every single month. That was more money than I made in 2 months of backbreaking work. I could pay my rent, buy all of my textbooks, and possibly even repair the shattered screen on my phone. With that much money, I let out a brief, puzzled laugh before I could stop it. It sounded loud in the suddenly quiet room. What money, Grandma? Silence. This was more than just a lull in discourse. This was a heavy, smothering blank. The air became dense and difficult to breathe. The laughing, warmth, and happiness had all vanished in an instant. I looked around the table. Nobody was looking at me anymore. Everyone, including my uncle, aunt, and cousins, was staring at my parents. My mother's face was a terrifying mask of frozen happiness. Her smile was still present, but it was brittle and hideous, like a porcelain doll about to break. My father's jaw had relaxed and his face had turned pale. He peered at his plate as if it contained the mysteries of the cosmos. My older brother Jason, the golden child and the focus of their existence, had a muscle jerking wildly in his cheek. The ideal family portrait had just been ripped to pieces. Grandma Eleanor's loving smile was replaced by one of cold, steely clarity. She did not need to raise her voice. The quiet venom in her tone was scarier than any shout. Linda, Daniel, explain. To comprehend the significance of that single word, you must first grasp the environment my parents had created. It wasn't only a financial lie, it was an outright lie about everything. The silence in that room was not new. It was the same silence that had accompanied each of my minor successes, the same quiet that had answered each of my whispered pleas for assistance. Over the course of 21 years, stillness was built up brick by brick. Let me give you a better picture of my life. A normal Tuesday for me began at 6 a.m. I'd drag myself out of bed in my small, frigid apartment to start my first job at the campus library. For 2 hours, I'd shelve books in the peaceful hum of the library, a dramatic contrast to my hectic lifestyle. Then classes run till 3 p.m. After class, I would not go to a coffee shop with my friends. I'd go to my second job, a greasy cafe downtown, and wait tables until 11 p.m. Shift ends. I recall one night vividly. A bunch of unruly customers had splattered ketchup across the table and poured Coke on the floor. My manager, a chronically agitated man named S., simply pointed to it and grumbled. My phone buzzed while I was on my hands and knees mopping up the sticky mess. It was an image from my brother Jason's Instagram page. He and his fiancée, Rachel, were clinking cocktail glasses on a beautiful rooftop bar, with the city lights glittering behind them. The caption said, "Living the good life." I noticed a harsh taste in my throat. I finished washing my hands raw, my back throbbing, and left with $23 in tips. That was a good existence. My brother's life was a separate novel, written by another author. In my parents' opinion, he was the hero of our family's tale. I was a footnote. They financed his downtown apartment with a view, paid for his car, and gave him cash when he needed it. They described it as investing in his future. My struggle, tiredness, and constant fear about earning rent were referred to as character building, as if suffering were a virtue. The injustice was a constant companion, a dull throb of indignation that I carried everywhere. But the true poison in our family's well sprung from a promise. A promise had been my sole source of hope. I was 18 and stood in the same dining room, clutching my university acceptance letter. I was extremely delighted to have graduated as valedictorian and received a minor academic scholarship. I assumed they would be too. My parents gave a short, "Good job, son," before giving their whole attention to Jason, who was enthusiastically outlining his new idea to launch a podcast on craft beer. I felt myself shrink, becoming invisible once more. But Grandma Eleanor noticed me. She always noticed me. She drew me into the kitchen, away from the others, and removed the letter from my grasp. She read it, her eyes full of genuine pride. "Noah, this is wonderful," she replied, her voice warm. She placed her hands on my shoulders and looked me directly in the eyes. "You have a fire in you. A brilliant mind. Don't ever let them or anyone else diminish that. Do you hear me? I nodded as a lump formed in my throat. Good, she replied, hugging me tightly. Now you listen to me. Your only job is to go to that university and learn. You focus on your studies. Don't you dare worry about money. I am going to take care of you. I'll send you an allowance every single month, more than enough for whatever you need. This is my investment, and you are the best investment I could ever make. I cried right in her kitchen. I cried with relief and thanks. Her pledge was not solely about money. It was validation. It confirmed that someone in my family believed in me. That vow became my lifeline. So when I started college and weeks and months passed with no money, the confusion was excruciating. Did she forget? Did I mishear? Was I not worth the investment at all? The shame and anxiety of appearing ungrateful kept me silent. I told myself that I could handle it. I landed a job. When that wasn't enough, I ordered a second one. My entire life has been around character building. Around 6 months into my first year, I struck a wall. I was failing a course. I was always unwell, and I was about to drop out. I was desperate. I finally got up the courage to approach my mother about the money. I discovered her in the kitchen, assembling an expensive-looking bouquet of lilies. She was humming. I cleared my throat. Hey Mom, can I ask you a quick question? Her humming ended. She turned, her grin courteous yet distant. Of course, dear. It's just, did Grandma ever happen to mention anything about, helping out with my college expenses? I attempted to seem nonchalant, as if it were no great issue. Her nice grin tightened. What do you mean? Well, a while ago she said she might send some money to help out, and I was just wondering if maybe the checks got sent here by mistake or something. Her chuckle had a shrill, unpleasant sound. Noah, you're 21 years old. Are you seriously asking me about an allowance? Your brother is out there making a life for himself, being independent, and you're here asking for handouts? I thought we raised you to be more self-reliant than that. Every phrase was a skillfully targeted dagger, meant to make me feel small and embarrassed. But, Mom, I stammered, the injustice making my face flush. Jason lives in an apartment you pay for. He drives a car you bought him. I'm working 2 jobs. Grandma promised me. Her face turned stone. Don't you dare use that tone with me, she exclaimed, her voice frigid. And don't be so selfish. We have a lot of expenses. Your brother needs our support right now. He's under a lot of pressure. Family helps family, Noah. Why is that so hard for you to understand? You should be grateful you have the opportunity to go to college at all. Learn to stand on your own 2 feet. It builds character. There it was again. Character. That was their reason for everything. I just stood there, my throat shutting and the falsehoods draining all the air from the room. She had not only stolen the money, she had taken the promise, the affirmation, the only thing that had kept me going, and turned it into a lesson about my own selfishness. I never asked again. I simply retreated deeper into myself, worked harder, and allowed the betrayal to solidify into a constant knot in my stomach. My cousin Owen was the only one who appeared to comprehend. During our late-night video talks, he saw the black circles beneath my eyes. Dude, you look like a zombie, he would remark. Let me guess. The royal parents are showering Prince Jason with gold while you're eating ramen again. His bluntness was strangely comforting. It proved that I wasn't crazy. Now, back in that peaceful dining room, the knot in my stomach was slowly loosening. The poison was spilling forth. My father, Daniel, was the first to speak. His voice was faint yet ready. Now, Eleanor, it's not what you think. It was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Grandma's voice sounded dangerously low. Yes, my mother responded, her voice unusually bright. We were just holding the money for him for safekeeping. We were going to give it to him in a lump sum when he graduated. As a surprise. The untruth was so outrageous and disrespectful that I almost laughed. Grandma did not laugh. A surprise? She replied coldly. You were safekeeping $54,000 from your son, who has been working himself to the bone for 3 years, as a surprise? Well, when you put it like that, my father sputtered. The truth is, Jason needed our help. He had a difficult situation. A rough patch, my mother said hastily. A momentary rough patch. It's all sorted now. Sorted. They had seized my future and called it resolved. I looked over to my brother. He did not look at me with remorse. He was gazing at me with irritation, as if my very existence had caused this uncomfortable situation. And I understood, with a clarity that pierced through the falsehoods and uncertainty, that this wasn't going to end. This was only the beginning. My parents' reasoning was offensive. Safekeeping? A surprise? They were flinging words at a house fire in the hopes of putting it out. Grandma Eleanor, who could recognize a bluff from a mile away, was having none of it. Her eyes were like laser beams, locked on my father. Daniel, you were a loan officer for 30 years. You understand the distinction between safeguarding and stealing, therefore let's end the games. What kind of a hard patch needs you to methodically drain more than $50,000 from your other son? My father flinched, as though he had been struck. It was an investment opportunity, Eleanor, he said, avoiding her gaze. Sure thing. It just went south. An investment, Grandma said, her voice full of disdain. And you, Linda. You went along with this investment. My mother, ever the staunch supporter of her golden boy, swelled up with rage. We were helping our son. This is what parents do. We were extremely concerned about him. He was under enormous pressure. We could not let him fail. Her voice trembled with fake righteousness. So you allowed Noah to fail instead? Grandma's question was gentle, yet it landed like a physical blow. My mother had no response to that. I couldn't be silent any longer. My raspy, rough voice cut in. What type of investment, Jason? I inquired, gazing straight at my brother. What was this sure thing that was worth my entire college savings? Jason, who had been staring sullenly at his fork, eventually looked up. His eyes were icy and devoid of sorrow. He let out a quick, dismissive laugh. Oh, please, Noah. You would not understand it. It entails risk, strategy. It's a little trickier than shelving books or flipping burgers. The insult, so careless and callous, was the last straw. Years of being dismissed, being the family afterthought, and being told my problems were for my own benefit while his failures were coddled. It all erupted into a single burst of pure, clarifying wrath. At that point, I absolutely understood. They were incapable of feeling shame. They would never think they had done anything wrong. In this bizarre worldview, Jason was entitled to my future, and I was selfish for doubting it. And a terrible, chilly knowledge settled into my gut. This was more than just money. The story did not add up. Their lies smacked of desperation, hinting at something more sinister beneath the surface. As my emotional world imploded, I noticed another drama unfolding in the corner of my eye. Rachel, Jason's fiancée, had remained a statue throughout the encounter. Her face was pale, and her knuckles were white on the stem of her wineglass. She was staring at Jason, and her face was not supportive. It was one of cold fury. She was looking at him with the expression of a woman who had just discovered she had been played for a fool. When Jason made his snide remark to me, it was as if a switch went off inside her. She stood up so abruptly that her chair scraped across the floor, startling everyone. Jason, she continued, her voice dangerously quiet and tight. I need to talk to you. Now, in the hallway. This was not a request, it was an order. My Aunt Susan leaned in, her eyes gleaming with gossipy delight. Jason was furious, but he stood up and followed Rachel out of the dining room. An uneasy, strained hush descended once more. We sat there, pretending not to hear the angry, muttered whispers coming from the entryway. The old house has punishing acoustics. Jason, you lied to me from the start. Where is my money? It was my mother's ring. How could you? The disagreement ended with a strong, definite slapping sound that rang across the hallway. Everyone in the dining room flinched. A second later, the massive entrance door crashed shut with a shaking finality. Jason reappeared at the doorway, alone. A large red handprint was starting to appear on his cheek, a dramatic contrast to his light complexion. He appeared absolutely defeated. However, his default setting was blame, not remorse. My mother went to his side, treating him like a child. "What happened, Jason, sweetheart? Where is Rachel?" "She's gone," he mumbled, eventually glancing up and staring straight at me. "She left. Are you happy right now, Noah? You and your massive drama. You just had to ruin everything." He blamed me. Despite everything, he was still manipulating the story to make me the villain. It was breathtakingly audacious. But my focus was not on his feeble attempt to distract. My gaze was focused on the floor of the entryway. A little white slip of paper fluttered from Rachel's purse during her frantic escape. It had landed unobserved on the border of the Persian carpeting. Even from across the room, I recognized the flashy golden logo, Gold and Gem Pawn Emporium. My heart began pounding in a frenetic, hard pace against my ribcage. My mom's ring. The pawn shop ticket. Everything clicked into place with terrible surety. My last traces of fear and hesitancy burned away, leaving behind a cold, steely resolve. I got up from the table. Every eye in the room turned back to me. I did not look at my parents or my brother. I focused on the one person who deserved the truth. "Grandma," I murmured, my voice wavering almost imperceptibly but full of a new and strange strength. "Please do not let anyone leave. I need a minute. I believe there are certain other investments you should be aware of." I wasn't the fearful youngster anymore. I was not the victim. I was the one with the key for the next locked door, and I was about to kick it completely open. I turned away from their horrified expressions, moved calmly into the hall and leaned down to pick up the pawn ticket. My hand was now steady. The truth was my weapon, and I was finally prepared to use it. I strolled down the hall and entered the small powder blue guest bathroom, shutting the door behind me. I needed a safe haven, a period of calm to let the screaming in my ears decrease. I leaned my forehead against the cool wood of the door and took a deep, ragged breath. The muted voices from the dining room sounded like a hornet's nest which I had just kicked. My hands, which had been so solid just moments previously, were trembling as I unfolded the pawn. Ticket. The clinical, typed phrases felt like a punch in the stomach. Item. 1.5 carat diamond solitaire engagement ring, GIA certified. Payout. $2,000. $2,000. He'd sold his future with Rachel for $2,000. The sheer desperation was astonishing. This was not a hard patch. This was a 5-alarm fire, and my parents were the ones with the gas cans. My first reaction was outright wrath. I wanted to rush back in there, push this piece of paper into Jason's face and watch him squirm. But I knew exactly what was going to happen. More lies. More denials. My mother would make up an elaborate narrative about the ring needing repairs. My father would stare at his shoes. They were adept in deflection, forming a reality distortion field around Jason. I needed more than just a pawn ticket. I needed something unbreakable, something they couldn't get away with, and I knew where to find it. Jason's previous bedroom is upstairs. He was staying there for the weekend, and the room was a fitting tribute to his stalled progress. It was a location where secrets could fester. I took another big breath, unlocked the door, and slipped outside. The family was still in disarray. No one noticed me as I walked past the dining room and up the huge, curving staircase. Every stride I took felt heavy, deliberate. I was no longer a guest in this house. I was a ghost roaming crime scenes, seeking justice. The upper hall was dark and quiet. Jason's door was on the far end. I pushed it open. It produces a quiet creak. I slipped inside, my heart hammering, and softly closed the door behind me. The air in the room was a mix of dirty laundry and cheap body spray. Clothes were scattered on the floor. A half-eaten bag of chips was on the desk. This was not a man's room with investing potential. It was a teenager's den. My eyes searched the room for anything out of place. Where does someone keep their darkest secrets? I began with the desk, sorting through trash mail and old college textbooks. Nothing. I knelt and searched under the bed, my fingertips sweeping through a cosmos of dust bunnies before discovering merely a long-lost TV remote. Frustration started to set in. Was I wrong? Was this a crazy goose chase? I was going to leave when I heard footsteps down the hall. My blood became chilly. I fell back and wedged myself between the bed and the wall, my heart pounding against my ribs. I held my breath. The footsteps stopped outside the door. I could see the silhouette of feet beneath the crack. A moment has gone. An eternity. The footsteps moved on. It was probably one of my cousins going to the restroom. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding, my body shaking from adrenaline. This was my only shot. I needed to find it. My attention rested on the closet. It was an old walk-in, crammed with items Jason hadn't touched in years. An old Nike shoebox sat on the top shelf, pushed well into the back corner. It was covered in dust and appeared to be a lost artifact in a chaotic room. Its neglected status made it the most suspicious object there. I dragged Jason's desk chair over, its legs grinding against the hardwood floor. I clambered atop it, my balance shaky, and groped for the container. When I pulled it down, a cloud of dust exploded around me, causing me to sneeze. I returned the box to the bed and sat down, my pulse racing in my ears. I lifted the lid. No shoes. It was stuffed with papers, a jumbled mess held together by a thick, brittle rubber band. With shaky fingers, I slipped the rubber band off. It shattered and disintegrated in my hands. The first several pages contained what I expected: delinquent credit card bills with alarming numbers and final reminders from cell phone companies, all under Jason's name. It was horrible. But that was not the smoking gun. I dug deeper. Then I found it. What caused things to alter? It was a thick stack of letters, all from the same company, West Shore Capital Solutions. The name sounded somewhat menacing. The letters themselves were written in an aggressive, forceful font. Final notice prior to legal action. Immediate payment is essential to avoid wage garnishment. These were not nice reminders. The threats came from a debt collector, a loan shark with letterhead. But that wasn't the part that made my vision blur. The name and address appeared at the top of the page. The address was for my shabby first-year dorm room. I hadn't resided at this address in over 2 years. And the loan was in the name of the person who threatened to sue and ruin them. It was not Jason. It was Noah. This is my name. I could not breathe. It felt like the air had been punched out of my lungs. I frantically moved the papers. Everything was there. He could have simply accessed our parents' old tax files to obtain a $25,000 loan agreement using my name, date of birth, and social security number. There were default notices and letters charging exorbitant interest and fees. The total amount owing now exceeded $40,000. This wasn't simply stealing my grandmother's present. This was a profound and tragic violation. He'd taken my identity. He had taken my good reputation, the only thing I actually possessed, and dragged it through the mud, saddled me with terrible debt that may damage my credit, future, and ability to obtain a car loan or a house. He'd committed a felony against my brother and my parents. Did they know? Was this the tough patch they were trying to hide? The thought was a bodily blow. The $54,000 was not for an unsuccessful investment. It was hush money. It was to repay the loan sharks before they came for me. The wrath I felt previously was like a flickering light in comparison to this inferno. This was calculated. This was cold-blooded. It was the ultimate treachery. My shaking has stopped. A terrifying, razor-sharp clarity came over me. The time for fear has passed. The time for pain had passed. It was time for justice. I collected the pawn ticket and a stack of incriminating letters. I organized them into a nice, damning mound. I was no longer a victim hiding in the shadows. I was. The prosecution and all of the evidence was in my hands. I stepped out of the room, my footfall solid on the old wooden floor. I didn't return to the dining room. I went straight to the closed door of my grandmother's study. I knew she would be inside. It was her refuge. I knocked twice in a firm, definite tone. I was ready. I was going to detonate the bomb, destroying my entire family. Grandma Eleanor was in her study just as I had expected. The door was not locked. She was seated in her large green leather chair, not reading, but staring blankly out the window at the garden, which was now in darkness. A half-empty cup of tea sat cold on the coaster next to her. The strong matriarch of the dining room was gone. In her place was a lady who appeared exhausted, dejected, and deeply depressed. She looked 75 years old. She turned as I approached, her eyes clouded with weary misery. I did not extend a greeting. I didn't have the words. Instead, I approached the gorgeous mahogany desk that had been in our family for centuries. And in the warm, focused light of the green banker's lamp, I lay out my proof piece by piece. First, the pawn ticket for Rachel's ring. Then came a stack of mailings from West Shore Capital Solutions. I took the top letter, which said Final Notice in large red letters, and turned it so she could read it. "This is the rough patch, Grandma. I told you." My voice was quiet and devoid of emotion. It was colder and harsher than I'd ever heard before. "This is Jason's bad investment." She leaned forward, her forehead twisted with bewilderment. She took up the letter. Her usually calm hands trembled almost imperceptibly. Her eyes examined the page as sharply as they always did. I observed her expression as she assimilated the information. I witnessed confusion turn into incredulity, which then curdled into a dawning, terrible fear. She read the loan amount. She read the threats of legal action. And then her gaze fell on the name at the top of the page. "Noah," she muttered, her voice barely audible. She stared up at me, her eyes wide with horrible comprehension. "What is this?" "It's a loan," I stated plainly. "A loan he took out 2 years ago using my name, my identity." She looked at me and then at the letter, as if she couldn't reconcile the two realities. She picked up the next letter. And the next. Her movements became faster and more frantic. She saw the default notifications. She noticed the growing attention. She saw my name repeatedly associated with this financial disaster. When she finally looked up at me, her face was like a stone mask. The grief was gone. The heaviness was gone. The anger returned. However, it was a new and terrible type of wrath. It wasn't the burning, impetuous rage that comes from being lied to. It was the icy, deep, and overwhelming rage of a queen who had uncovered betrayal within her own court. She had just seen in black and white that her own children had not simply lied and aided, but had been complicit in a crime committed by one grandchild against another. "He stole your identity," she said. It was not a question. That was the verdict. I just nodded, my throat too tight to make words. She rose from her chair. She stood higher, her spine straighter, and the entire force of her strong personality returned like a tidal wave. The exhausted elderly woman had vanished completely. "They will not get away with this," she added, her voice cold. "This ends tonight." She glanced at me with a long, probing look. Her eyes caught a flash of something. Was there an apology? Regret? "Are you ready for this, Noah?" she inquired. "I am," I responded. And I was astonished by how strong my own voice was. "Good," she replied, offering a single crisp nod. She placed a hand on my shoulder as a symbol of camaraderie and cooperation. "Let's finish it." We strolled out of the study side by side. It represented a paradigm change. I was no longer the forgotten grandson or the family's punching bag. I was her ally. We were two soldiers headed to combat. For the first time in my life, I was not battling alone. When we returned to the dining area, the tumultuous atmosphere disappeared immediately. The family grew silent, their arguments fading in their throats. They noticed the expression on my grandmother's face and knew the ultimate decision was at hand. Grandmother Eleanor did not return to her seat. She stood at the head of the table, imposing and regal. "Jason," she said, her voice deceptively calm. "Earlier this evening, you belittled your brother by claiming he did not grasp the world of danger. Perhaps you could enlighten us, explain the risk." She pulled the top letter from my palm and displayed it for everyone to see. "This is a legal notification from the company West Shore Capital Solutions. They seem to believe Noah owes them more than $40,000. As this is the first we've heard about it, I'd appreciate it if you could clarify." Jason's face turned white as a sheet. He gave our mother a frantic, scared face, begging her to save him. I don't know what you're talking about," he said. "Don't you?" Grandma inquired, her tone dangerously gentle. She then displayed the pawn ticket. "And what about this?" "A pawn ticket for a diamond ring weighing 1.5 carats. I suppose this is Rachel's ring." It appears that your business risks now include stealing from the woman you claim to love. Linda, my mother, had finally broken. She leapt to her feet, hands planted on the table. That's enough, Eleanor. This is a private family problem. You cannot simply air our dirty laundry like this. A family matter? Grandma's words rang out through the room, making everyone flinch. My grandson uses his brother's name to commit identity fraud, and you have the audacity to call it a family issue. My own son and his wife have lied to me for years, taking money intended for their struggling child, and you term it a family matter. This stopped being a family concern when you chose to support a criminal over your own innocent son. She raised a shaking, accusing finger at me. This guy, this boy who has done nothing except work himself to the ground to pay for an education while you handed over his future, his very name, given to an ordinary thief. The word criminal resonated around the hushed room. My father, Daniel, made a coughing noise and buried his face in his hands. Grandma Eleanor took a deep, trembling breath to restore her chilly composure. Daniel, Linda, you are currently cut off. Your financial support for Jason has ended. Every cent you took from Noah will be returned to him with interest from your savings and retirement accounts. I'll personally oversee the move tomorrow. She paused, allowing the stark finality of her words to set in. Then she executed the coup de grace. And tomorrow morning, she said, her gaze sweeping across the debris of her family. I'll be on the phone with my lawyer, Martin. I'm making an emergency appointment to fully reorganize my will and all of my trust monies, including the house, stocks, estate, and everything. Her gaze, now devoid of any familial warmth, fell on my parents. I must ensure my legacy that everything Walter and I have worked for goes to someone with integrity, someone worthy of trust. She didn't need to utter my name. Everyone in the room knew. The tectonic plates of our family had just shifted abruptly and irreversibly. I wasn't an outcast anymore. I was the last one standing. My parents' and Jason's world, founded on falsehoods and entitlement, had just been swallowed up by the earth. My mother began, her lips opening and shutting like a fish, with no sound coming out. My dad sobbed silently into his hands. Jason finally looked at me. There was no more arrogance or condescension, only a look of pure, venomous loathing. The expression of a dethroned king staring at the peasant who had seized his crown. I saw a promise in his eyes. This was not over. The silence that followed my grandmother's directive was the deepest of the night. It was a hush of complete despair. The eerie silence following a lightning strike has cut an elderly tree in half. You could practically hear the frenzied calculations passing through everyone's heads as they struggled to comprehend our family's new landscape. The power had changed abruptly and ruthlessly, and in that vacuum, my Uncle Edward saw an opportunity. He had always projected a sense of superiority, the affluent, steady sibling gazing down on my father's tumultuous existence. He pushed out his chest, straightened his already perfect tie, and spoke in a somber, condescending tone. Well, Daniel, he continued, gently shaking his head as if burdened by my father's idiocy. It appears the chickens have finally come home to roost. I've warned you for years that your failure to teach discipline in Jason will lead to disaster. A man must understand the consequences of his actions. He was attempting to present himself as Grandma's wise counsel in order to emerge victorious from the devastation. He was a vulture, circling, ready to pick the bones, but he'd made a deadly mistake. The most dangerous type of animal is one that is cornered and injured. My father, Daniel, who had spent his life being meek, weak, and pleasant, eventually snapped. He removed his head from his hands, his face covered in tears and snot, his eyes bloodshot and crazy. He gazed at his brother, not with shame, but with a lifetime of hate. Discipline? He spit, the word tinged with hatred. You want to stand there and lecture me about consequences, Edward? Now, Daniel, this isn't the time, my uncle said, holding up a placating hand. Number, you don't get to do that, my father said, pounding his fist on the table and making the silverware jump. You can't pretend you're better than me. Do you think I'm the only one having secrets? He gave a rough, barking chuckle. Do you want to talk about bad investments? Why aren't you telling everyone about last spring? Why don't you tell them how you crawled to mom on your hands and knees pleading for $100,000 to preserve your oh-so-successful firm from bankruptcy after your smart day trading hobby failed miserably? Uncle Edward froze. The color drained from his face, leaving it a pasty, sickly gray. His smug facade broke, exposing the scared imposter beneath. My Aunt Diane and his wife let out a terrified scream. 100,000? She yelled, turning against her spouse. You told me you had a bank line of credit. You said business was booming. It was a private loan, a family matter, Edward mumbled, his gaze darting about the room, searching for an escape that did not exist. A loan, Grandmother Eleanor murmured, her voice cutting through the fresh layer of pandemonium like a surgeon's blade. That I have yet to receive a single dollar of repayment for. Edward, I assume the word was short-term. The hypocrisy was sickening. The family's self-appointed moral compass was just as corrupt as the rest of them, but better at concealing it. The room erupted. Aunt Susan began sobbing and screaming at her husband. My cousin Owen looked at his father with utter hatred. He then stood up and went out of the room without saying anything. Another voice, quiet but powerful, enforced order in the midst of my family's devastation caused by greed and deception. That is enough. Everyone froze. It was my granddad, Walter. He had been silent all night like a stoic statue at the far end of the table. He was a quiet man, constantly eclipsed by my grandmother's fire. But now, as he slowly and painfully forced himself to his feet, leaning heavily on his oak cane, he held the entire room's attention. All of you. Stop it. Now. The yelling and sobbing ceased, leaving a startled silence. He took a slow, methodical look around the table, his elderly, tired eyes taking in the full extent of the devastation. He saw my parents' abject shame, my uncle's humiliation, my brother's seething rage, and my own dismal, false victory. His gaze eventually rested on mine, and in his eyes, I saw a level of regret that shocked me to the core. This is my fault, he continued, his voice rasping from age and passion. Grandma Eleanor rushed to his side, resting a hand on his arm. Walter, no. Don't be ridiculous. This is their greed, their weakness, not yours. No, he insisted, slowly shaking his head and tightening his grasp on the cane. It starts with me. He kept looking at me as he spoke to the audience. It was my idea years ago, Noah, when your grandmother first informed me about her desire to send you money for college. I was the one who advised, Eleanor, simply send it to Daniel and Linda's account. It's easier and eliminates any complicated gift tax paperwork. They're his parents, I explained. They'll do the right thing and ensure he receives it. I thought I was being practical. I thought I was helping. He drew a ragged, quivering breath. I never expected this. I saw you, Noah. I noticed you returning home late from your employment. I noticed the lights on in your place at all hours of the night and said nothing. I assumed you were just driven, like your grandmother. I did not understand you were drowning. He fixed his saddened stare on my parents. My plain, foolish, realistic advice handed you the key to a door you should not have opened. It enabled you to betray your own son day after day for years. And for my part in that, Noah, I really apologize for my silence. I failed you as a grandfather. His admission was a stomach strike. It was not an excuse for my parents. It was a tragic origin story. It was the final, sad piece of the puzzle, illustrating how a minor, well-intentioned error might, in the wrong hands, grow into a world-shattering treachery. The fight drained out of the room, swallowed up by the gravity of his words. In the resounding silence that followed, I finally had the courage to stop it. I got up, my legs feeling more stable than they had all night. I confronted my parents and brother with quiet, profound finality rather than fury. I don't want an apology, I stated clearly and calmly. Apology means you're sorry. You're not apologizing for what you did. You're just sorry you got caught. I looked at my mother, who was crying tears of self-pity. I looked at my father, who was unable to meet my gaze. I looked at my brother, whose hostility was evident in the room. So this is what's going to happen, I explained. I am leaving this house tonight, and I need time. I need some room. Lots of stuff. Do not call me. Do not text me. Do not try to find me. When I am ready, if I ever am, I will be the first to make contact. I turned my back to them. I walked up to my grandfather and grandmother. I wrapped my arms around my grandfather's thin shoulders, hugging him tightly. Then I hugged my granny. "Thank you," I muttered. And with that, I walked out of the dining room, through the front door, and into the fresh, pure night air, leaving the blazing remains of my family behind me. I did not glance back. Walking away from my family that night was like exiting a burning building. The air outside was cold and biting, but I could breathe again. The year that followed was a gradual, hard process of repair, similar to rebuilding a city after an earthquake. It was painful. It was a mess. There were days when the aftermath of sadness and wrath nearly knocked me off my feet. However, it was also the first year of my real life. Grandma Eleanor kept her promises and was twice as cruel. The next Monday, my new bank account, which she had established with a single phone call, received a deposit of $54,000. Her lawyer, Martin, added an additional $10,000 for punitive damages and mental suffering. The financial conduit to my parents' house was completely broken. Within a few months, I learned from Owen that they needed to take out a second mortgage on their home to keep solvent. They sold my brother's showy sports automobile. The comfortable, consequence-free environment they had created for Jason had vanished overnight. The freedom that money provided was astounding, but not in the way you might expect. I did not go on a spending binge. The first thing I did was leave my nighttime job at the cafe. I came in, thanked S for the opportunity, and gave him my apron. The relief was so intense that it felt as if a thick, oily coat I had been compelled to wear for years had finally been removed. I retained my modest part-time job at the campus library not for the money, but because I enjoyed the serene atmosphere. It was my refuge. For the first time in my academic career, I was not just surviving, but thriving. I focused all of my newfound time and energy into my studies. I met with academics during their office hours. I've joined a study group. My grades, which had previously been satisfactory considering my circumstances, skyrocketed. I was on the dean's list the first semester and every semester after. I was no longer the tired ghost in the back of the lecture hall. I took an active role in shaping my own future. I also learned what it was like to be part of a true family. My cousin Owen became my brother. He was my rock. He never pushed me to talk about the night, but he was always available when I needed him. He'd phone me up and say, "Hey man, I'm ordering pizza and turning on the game. Get over here." Those nights, lying on his lumpy couch and swearing at the TV, seemed more like home than my actual home did. He told me that his parents, Edward and Diane, were undergoing extensive marriage counseling. The implosion at the party had damaged their carefully cultivated image, and they were looking to discover whether there was anything genuine left beneath. "Dad's a mess," Owen told me one night. "He's finally realizing that respect is something you earn, not something you inherit." My other pillar was my roommate, Leo, who was quiet and unassuming yet had a deep pool of empathy. He was the one who discovered me one night, sitting alone in the dark of our living room, staring at the wall, the phantom pains of my previous existence surfacing. He didn't say, "It'll be okay," or, "You should forgive them." He simply sat down on the floor next to me, offered me a beer, and sat there in silence with me for an hour. His peaceful companionship was more therapeutic than any words could have been, and my bond with my grandparents was restored. We had dinner every Sunday, just the three of us. It was during those peaceful hours that I really got to know them. Grandpa Walter would question me about my political science classes, and we'd have lengthy intellectual discussions. He started treating me as an intellectual peer rather than a grandchild. Grandma Eleanor would tell me stories about her own hardships as a young woman establishing a business in a male-dominated industry. They were revealing their true selves, including their vulnerabilities and strengths. They were teaching me what a heritage of honesty truly meant. My former relatives attempted to break through the wall of quiet I had created. Jason bombarded me with angry, hateful voicemails for the first few months, accusing me of ruining his life. I erased them all without listening beyond the first few seconds. Then my mother's campaign began. It was a collection of writings, each a masterclass in manipulating guilt. One would read, "Noah, I hope you're happy. Your father's blood pressure is dangerously high because of all the stress." Another, "We miss our son. This silence is tearing your family apart. It's time to let go of the anger and forgive." And the one that finally prompted me to block her number. "I don't understand why you are doing this to me after everything I've done for you." Not once did any of them include the basic words, "I am sorry for what we did." It was always about their misery, worry, and wants. It showed me that my decision was correct. They had not changed. They had just lost control over me. My phone rang about a year after the party, just a few weeks before Thanksgiving. The number was unknown. I almost let it go to voicemail, but some instinct compelled me to answer. "Hello?" I answered. A pause, followed by a voice I had not heard in a year. "Noah." "Son, it's Dad." He sounded different, slimmer and exhausted. I remained mute. "Listen, Noah," he said, and I could see he was nervous. "I know you said not to call, but your mother, we were hoping you might consider coming for Thanksgiving, just for dinner, to try and, start over, be a family again." I closed my eyes. I imagined him as a man broken not by my deeds, but by the results of his own. I felt a feeling of pity rather than rage, but pity wasn't enough to entice me back into the burning building. "I can't do that, Dad," I replied. My voice was calm, but forceful. There was no hesitancy. "I'm not ready for that, and I don't think I will be for a long time. But son, I have to go," I murmured, gently cutting him off. "I'm glad you're okay, but the answer is no." I ended the call. It was not an act of vengeance. It was an act of tremendous self-care. I had spent a year methodically creating a new life, one filled with serenity, respect, and true love. I was the architect of this new existence. Another year has gone since that phone call. I'm in my final semester of college. A few weeks ago, I received an acceptance letter to a top East Coast graduate program in public policy. It's a dream I would never have allowed myself to have when I was sleeping 3 hours a night and eating instant ramen. Life is no longer only stable, it is full of potential. Sunday dinners with my grandparents are still the center of my week. Grandma Eleanor is already organizing a trip to see me after I relocate. Grandpa Walter handed me his old, lovely fountain pen as a congrats present. "For signing important things," he added with a wink. The gesture was tiny, but its significance was huge. My life is complete. My bond with Owen and Leo is the kind that will endure a lifetime. I'm even dating a clever, humorous woman from my international relations class who recognizes me for who I am, not for my past. Every now and again, while walking across campus as the sun sets or late at night in the library, I think about them. My parents. My brother. The searing, blazing rage has long since subsided. Hate is a great load, and I have worked too hard to be able to bear it any longer. What remains is a terrible, hollow regret and grief over the family I should have had. I feel bad for the mother who was so blinded by favoritism that she couldn't recognize her other child's suffering. I feel sorry for the father, whose weakness resulted in so much harm, and I feel sorry for the brother who was so preoccupied with entitlement that he saw me as an obstacle rather than a human being. The money I now see was never the main issue. The $54,000 was simply a sign of the sickness. The true crime was the gradual, methodical stealing of my self-esteem. The true betrayal was making me believe that I was worth less. Ironically, losing that money and learning the truth was the most liberating experience of my life. It made me stop waiting for their approval, to give up hope that they'd see me someday. It forced me to face myself. It compelled me to battle for my own value. They say that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I'm not convinced that is true. I believe that some things only kill you briefly, they leave scars. But I've discovered that scars do not have to be a cause of shame. They are proof that you have recovered. They are proof that you survived the struggle. My scars are a map of where I've been, and they serve as a continual forceful reminder that I will never allow myself to return there again. They remind me that my family does not decide my worth. It's not influenced by my bank account or anyone else's opinions. It is defined by my own acts, my honesty, and my willingness to defend my own soul. It is the one thing that no one can ever take from you until you allow it. Thank you for hearing my story. I hope it touched you in some way. Have you ever had to fight for your own worth against those who were supposed to help you grow?
I lost 3 babies. My sister-in-law took the names I had chosen and gave them to her own children. Now she tampered with my vitamins, causing me to miscarry. For years I was infertile, and not just any infertility. I was the false hope. Infertile. I suffered 3 miscarriages, all during the 2nd trimester. Fortunately, everyone was incredibly supportive, with the exception of my sister-in-law, who stroked my hair and promised to always be there for me the first time I cried on her lap. She promised me that when my niece, her baby, was born, I would be her godmother. I even began to consider her one of my closest friends. Fast forward 2 weeks to her baby shower. That's where she revealed her baby's name. As soon as she uttered it, vomit surged up my throat. It was Lila, the same name as my unborn daughter. When I challenged her, all she replied was, "Well, it's not like you were going to use it," shrieking like a pig on fire. Her words felt like daggers. When my husband came over and asked what was going on, I informed him, but instead of getting angry, he laughed. Men can be fairly naive at times. So I waited until we were in the car driving home to re-explain the problem. And my husband was the love of my life, but he was also passive since he grew up as the family's scapegoat, the sort who got robbed on the street and apologized for not having enough money to give. "That's just how she is, honey," he sighed. So I convinced myself that at least my unborn daughter's name would live on in someone else's child, and I concentrated on improving my fertility by being a healthy Pilates princess, but it never worked. A year and a half later, another baby died in my womb. A few weeks later, I was standing in a Walgreens aisle when I noticed it. My sister-in-law had created a post to remember her second son. The message said as follows: "Welcome, baby Ethan. Thanks to Clara, my name, for the name inspiration. Her loss is my gain." This was followed by the pregnant and skull emojis. By the time she took the name of my third loss, Amelia, I was numb. She used to email me nursery photographs with phrases like, "Bet you wish this could be for your Amelia." My spouse defended her, saying I was being overly sensitive about names and pictures. After 4 years, I stopped hoping for a child. Vanessa was expecting her 4th kid and joked at family meals about which name she should steal next. Everyone laughed. Everyone but me. That night, something inside me snapped. If she wanted a different name, I'd give her one she'd never forget. I waited until the next family gathering before breaking down in tears. I informed Vanessa confidentially that I had uncovered something remarkable in my late mother's diary, including a hidden middle name she never revealed to anyone. Serafina. I explained that it meant sacred kid in an archaic tongue. I even made phony journal pages and showed her a Pinterest board about commemorating deceased grandparents with baby names. Vanessa accepted the name and ran. She told to everyone that she was naming her daughter Serafina Rose to respect our family's hidden past. And this revenge plan worked well for me until 8 months later, when the universe gave me a curveball. I was pregnant in the 3rd trimester. I nearly burst into tears of pleasure. No more memorials, no more questioning if there was anything really wrong with me. My husband and I had been waiting for the announcement, not wanting to raise our expectations. That same week, we received the text. Vanessa invited us to her baby shower. I wore a flowy garment that covered everything. My husband supported my choice to stop issuing an F. Vanessa had gone all out for this shower, bigger than any other. The entire family was present, as were her mother blog readers who had been following baby Serafina's progress for months. Vanessa was in the middle of delivering a speech about uncovering this treasured family name. I stood up. "Actually, Vanessa, I have something to share as well," I explained, smoothing my dress over my now obvious belly. The room went completely silent. Vanessa's mouth dropped open in mid-sentence. My mother-in-law spilled her champagne glass. 29 weeks today, I said, stroking my belly. We wanted to be sure this time. The room exploded with yells and congrats. Vanessa's face had lost its color. That was when my husband, the family saint, stepped up and raised his hand. "Vanessa, you were saying something about Serafina, about all that research you did." Vanessa's face had changed from white to red. Yes. It means sacred child in ancient. That's so weird, he said, taking out his phone. Because when I Google Serafina, all I get are medical websites about constipation relief. I had to grab my nose to prevent myself from giggling. The rest of the room remained silent. I grabbed my husband's hand and walked away. It was a proud occasion for all three of us, but I was sound asleep by 4 a.m. I felt a strong pain in my stomach, something I had experienced 3 times before. My husband and I went to the hospital, but I already knew the truth. It was a miscarriage. It turned out that one of my midnight prenatal candies had been changed with something harmful to my kid. I knew Vanessa was behind it. I couldn't sleep for several days following that. Every time I closed my eyes, I remembered Vanessa's smug expression during the baby shower. The cops claimed they could not verify anything regarding the vitamins. The bottle had magically vanished from our bathroom, and the hospital couldn't determine which chemical had caused the miscarriage. My spouse has finally stopped defending his sister. He sat on our bed, holding the empty vitamin bottle we discovered buried in our garbage can outside. His hands shook as he repeatedly flipped it over. Vanessa had just been in our house 2 days before the incident, claiming she wanted to assist organize the nursery. I began capturing everything, every text, social media post, each harsh comment Vanessa had made throughout the years. My laptop became my constant companion as I pieced together a pattern that had before been too painful to see. 3 weeks after we lost our baby, I learned something that made my blood run cold. Vanessa's best friend Diana worked at the pharmacy where I filled all of my prescriptions. I remember them giggling together at family events. Diana is often asking probing questions regarding my fertility procedures. I drove to the pharmacy while Diana was on duty. She saw me approaching and attempted to flee into the back room, but I caught her near the vitamin aisle. Her face became white when I mentioned the prenatal vitamins. "I don't know what you're talking about," she muttered, her hands trembling as she straightened the bottles on the shelves. That evening, Vanessa wrote on her mother blog about toxic family members who make false charges. Within hours, her supporters had flooded my social media with angry remarks. My phone buzzed non-stop with notifications calling me envious, deluded, and attention-seeking. My spouse erased his social media accounts after his own sister's followers began to harass him too. We sat in our living room, curtains drawn, feeling as if we were under attack. He repeatedly apologized for not believing me sooner. He had tolerated Vanessa's antics for many years. The next family supper was held at Vanessa's residence. We almost didn't go, but my mother-in-law contacted my husband in tears, pleading with us not to let this ridiculous mistake break the family apart. Despite my better judgment, we went. Vanessa had intentionally put baby Serafina's bassinet in the center of the dining room. Every time I looked up from my plate, I noticed the name embroidered on the blanket. Vanessa continued saying that some individuals couldn't tolerate other people's happiness. During supper, Vanessa excused herself to nurse the baby. Her laptop was open on the kitchen counter, the screen still shining. I'm not sure what possessed me, but I found myself approaching it, pretending to collect more water. The browser was open to her email. My heart hammered as I noticed subject lines regarding fertility herbs and natural miscarriage cures. I instantly got out my phone, my hands shaking as I shot photo after photo of the screen. "What are you doing?" Vanessa's words pierced the air like a knife. I spun around with the phone still in my hand. She lunged for it, but I pulled back. We wrestled in the kitchen, her nails cutting into my wrist as she attempted to take my phone. "Give it to me," she growled, but I held on. My husband heard the commotion and raced in. For the first time in his life, he saw his sister's mask fully off. Her face was twisted with wrath, unlike the lovely character she usually presented. "She's trying to steal my phone," Vanessa said hastily, tears welling up in her eyes. "She's gone crazy, just like I told you all." But my husband had already noticed the scratches on my wrist and the crazy expression in his sister's eyes. He stood between us, and for once, he did not side with her. "We're leaving," he whispered calmly, holding my hand. Vanessa's tears dried instantaneously. "Fine. Run away like always, but everyone's going to know the truth about her." We drove home in quiet, my wrist hurting from where she had scratched me. I showed my spouse the photographs I had taken. His face became paler with each image. The next morning, Vanessa's mommy blog had a lengthy essay about dealing with mentally ill family members. She said I attacked her in her own home and had been faking my pregnancies for attention all along. She even shared a photo of herself with a minor bruise on her arm, despite the fact that I had never touched her. Her followers ate it up. Comments poured in saying how strong she was and how difficult it must be to have such a nasty sister-in-law. Some even launched a hashtag called Justice for Vanessa. My mother-in-law called within hours. "You need to apologize," she began, without even asking for my side of the tale. "This has gone too far. Vanessa's considering filing a restraining order." "She poisoned my baby," I couldn't help but exclaim. "Don't be ridiculous," my mother-in-law exclaimed. "Vanessa would never do something like that. You're clearly having some kind of breakdown. Maybe you should get help." My husband seized the phone from me. "Mom, you didn't see what happened. Vanessa attacked Clara, not the other way around." "Oh please," his mom scoffed. "You always take her side now." Vanessa showed me security footage from her kitchen. It definitely shows Clara poking around her own computer. My heart fell. Of course, Vanessa had manipulated the tape to exclude our conflict, making me appear to be the aggressor. My husband argued with his mother for a few more minutes before hanging up, frustrated. Over the next few days, the situation became far worse than I could have imagined. Vanessa filed a report with Child Protective Services, stating that I was mentally unstable and should not be able to adopt children. She had found that we had begun the adoption procedure months earlier, before our final pregnancy. The social worker that came to our house was competent, but clearly influenced by the issues raised. Apparently, Vanessa's mommy blog followers had been calling the adoption agency, sending emails about my dangerous behavior. "We've received over 50 complaints," the social worker explained, scanning through her folder. "While we have to investigate all claims, I want you to know that organized campaigns like this usually indicate someone has an agenda." We offered character references, medical records indicating that my mental health was great, and whatever else we could think of, but the damage had already occurred. Our adoption application was put on hold while the agency conducted an investigation. I cried in my husband's arms that night. Vanessa had not simply stolen my baby's names, she was attempting to take any opportunity I had at parenthood. The next morning brought more agony. Vanessa had shared images of my snooping on her laptop, conveniently editing out anything related to her research on herbs that cause miscarriage. Her fans called me a criminal and demanded that I be prosecuted for invasion of privacy. My husband and I sat at the kitchen table, surrounded by printed correspondence from the adoption agency. Each one described another worried citizen who had contacted them over my alleged mental illness. The phrasing was eerily similar throughout dozens of messages, indicating evident coordination. Diana called me in the afternoon. Her voice shook as she whispered into her phone. "Meet me at the park on Elm Street. Come alone. I need to tell you something." My husband wanted to join me, but I knew Diana would run if she saw him. I discovered her sitting on a seat near the playground, nervously watching mothers push their children on swings. "I can't do this anymore," she announced as soon as I sat down. "Vanessa's gone too far. The vitamins. She made me switch them. Said it was just harmless herbs to help with your anxiety." My hands curled into fists. "You knew what they were." Diana's eyes streamed with tears. "She had dirt on me. I've been skimming pills from the pharmacy. Just anxiety meds for myself. Nothing serious. But she found out somehow and threatened to report me unless I helped her." I took out my phone to record, but Diana grabbed my wrist. "No recordings. I'll deny everything if you try to use this against me. I wanted you to know I'm sorry, and to warn you. She's not done." "What do you mean she's not done?" Diana looked around uneasily. "She's been stealing your mail. Has copies of all your adoption paperwork. She knows which agency you're using, who your caseworker is. Everything." My blood became chilly. We'd been wondering why some of our mail seemed to disappear. Diana moved to go, but I caught her arm. "You have to tell someone. The police, the adoption agency, anyone." She pulled away from me. "I can't lose my job. I have kids too." She raced away, leaving me alone on the bench. That evening, my husband placed security cameras throughout our home. We replaced all of our locks and forwarded our mail to a post office box. It felt like we were ready for battle. Vanessa's next move occurred during Thanksgiving dinner. The whole family gathered at my mother-in-law's house, and the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Vanessa arrived late but made a great entry with her 4 children dressed in identical costumes. Throughout dinner, she made critical remarks about those who can't let go of the past and the value of mental health therapy. My husband's jaw tightened with each jab, but he remained silent. As we were clearing dessert plates, Vanessa stood up and clinked her wine glass. "I have an announcement." The room went silent. Vanessa's hand moved to her tummy in the familiar gesture I'd used so many times before. "We're expecting again, and I've already chosen the perfect name." My mother-in-law gasped in delight. "Oh, Vanessa, How wonderful. Yes, Vanessa said, her gaze fixed on mine. If it's a girl, we're naming her Margaret after Clara's dear departed mother. The room swirled. My mother died only 6 months ago. Her name was the last holy thing I had left. I stood so rapidly that my chair toppled backward. You wouldn't dare, I whispered. Vanessa's smile was pure hatred. Why not? It's such a beautiful name, and someone should use it since you clearly can't. My hubby was also on his feet now. That's enough, Vanessa. You've crossed every line. Have I? Vanessa screamed. She's the one who broke into my computer. She's the one spreading lies about me. I'm just trying to honor family traditions by stealing the names of dead babies. My husband's voice was really quiet. The room erupted. My father-in-law began ranting about keeping the peace. Vanessa's husband looked perplexed, questioning what was going on. The youngsters began crying. During the chaos, Vanessa grabbed her phone and began live broadcasting to her parenting blog readers. You can see how I'm being attacked in my own family, she told the camera. All because I want to honor my sister-in-law's mother. My spouse took my hand. We're leaving. As we approached the door, Vanessa cried out. Oh, Clara, you might want to check with the adoption agency. I heard they received some very interesting information about your mental health history. We drove home silently, both too outraged to speak. When we came home, our adoption caseworker had left a message on our answering machine, requesting us to call right away. My hands shook while I dialed the number. The caseworker's tone was intentionally neutral as she explained that they had received documents indicating that I had been hospitalized for psychiatric disorders several times. That's not true, I responded, my voice breaking. I've never been hospitalized for anything except my miscarriages. I understand, she replied, but we need to investigate these claims. Can you provide your complete medical history? After I hung up, my husband discovered me sobbing on our bedroom floor. He held me while I cried, murmuring vows that we'd battle it, and Vanessa wouldn't win. The next day, we visited the hospital to obtain my medical records. The administrator looked up my file and grimaced. This is strange, there are entries here I don't recognize. My heart fell as she showed us the screen. Someone had entered phony psychiatric admissions into my electronic records, complete with diagnoses of delusional disorder and pathological lying. This is fraud, the administrator stated. We'll need to investigate how someone accessed our system. It took 2 weeks to have the false entries removed and identified as fraudulent. Vanessa increased the intensity of her campaign throughout this period. She made bogus social media accounts in my name and posted insane rants about wanting to kidnap other people's babies. She sent anonymous information to my employer regarding my mental instability. My spouse began taping everything. He bought a little camera to wear on his shirt and record every encounter with his family. His mother labeled him paranoid, but he didn't care. The breakthrough occurred from an unexpected source. Vanessa's eldest daughter, Lila, now 8 years old, called our house one evening when her parents were out. Aunt Clara, she began quietly. I need to tell you something. Mommy makes us lie about you. My husband promptly began recording as Lila described how her mother forced her and her brothers to tell people I was nasty to them, scared them, and spoke negative things about their family. She practices with us, Lila added. Makes us repeat the lies until we say them right. I don't want to anymore. You've never been mean to us. We kept the recording and added it to our expanding collection of evidence. However, Vanessa must have learned about Lila's call because the next day she posted about how I was manipulating innocent children and turning them against their mother. Her supporters were outraged, issuing death threats to my social media profiles. Someone released my work address online, and demonstrators came up at my office with posters accusing me of killing babies and preying on children. My supervisor called me into his office. I know this is personal, said the man, but it's affecting the company. Maybe you should take some time off until this blows over. I was effectively suspended from my job. Vanessa had destroyed my reputation, my work prospects, and my chances of adoption. But she was not yet satisfied. 2 weeks later, my husband's grandma turned 90. We discussed not going, but his grandma had always been good to me, and I didn't want to let her down. The gathering was held at a restaurant. We assumed neutral ground was safe. Vanessa came late as usual, ensuring that all eyes were on her. She air-kissed family and enthused over her pregnancy, which was now clearly visible. During the cake cutting, I excused myself to visit the bathroom. Vanessa followed me inside, scanning the stalls to ensure we were alone before turning to face me. You should just give up, she added casually, applying lipstick in the mirror. You're never going to be a mother. The adoption agency has already rejected your application. Oh, didn't you know? I have a friend who works there. I remained silent, remembering that my husband's camera was filming everything. Vanessa continued, misinterpreting my silence as defeat. It was so easy, really. Diana at the pharmacy, my friend at the hospital who helped with your medical records, the social worker who owed me a favor. You never stood a chance. Why? I eventually inquired. What did I ever do to you? Vanessa's reflection smiled at me. You married him. You took my brother away from me. He was supposed to always put me first. And then you came along with your fertility story, and suddenly he cared more about you than me. So you unalived my babies? Vanessa laughed. I didn't unalive anything. You did that all on your own. I just helped nature along with the last one. Consider it a favor. You're clearly not meant to be a mother. I walked out of the bathroom without saying anything, my heart hammering. We eventually got her confession on camera. However, when my husband checked the camera that night, the battery had inexplicably died just as Vanessa followed me into the toilet. We had nothing. Vanessa's husband then called my husband and requested a private meeting. We anticipated he would threaten us, but instead he appeared drained and beaten. I found her journal, he explained, sliding a leather notebook across the table. I wasn't snooping. It fell out of her purse. I think you need to see this. Vanessa's journal contained devastating information. Page after page described her plots to destroy me, her delight in each miscarriage, and her collaboration with Diana and others to sabotage my life. The entries about other family members she had targeted over the years, however, were particularly troubling. She poisoned her mother-in-law's cat when the woman advised her to postpone having children. She had disrupted her cousin's wedding by sleeping with the groom. She had gotten her college roommate expelled by putting drugs in her dorm room. I don't know who I married, Vanessa's husband remarked, his voice breaking. The kids. I'm filing for divorce. I'll testify about what I found if you need me to. We photocopied each page of the journal before returning it. We finally had real evidence. But Vanessa struck first. The next morning, police arrived at our home with a warrant. Someone reported that we were dealing drugs, therefore they needed to search our home. My husband and I stood in our living room, watching officers dismantle our carefully constructed lives. They discovered nothing, of course, but the harm had been done. Our neighbors stared from their windows as police cars lined the street. After the cops left, we discovered a message under our doormat. Vanessa's handwriting, "Stop now or next time they'll find something." That night, my spouse and I reached a conclusion. We'd take everything we had and force the family to face the truth about Vanessa once and for all. We held a family meeting at my mother-in-law's house, announcing that we had vital news to impart. Vanessa entered looking pleased, perhaps expecting us to proclaim our capitulation. Instead, my husband hooked up his laptop to the TV and started presenting our evidence. Vanessa's journal entries, computer photographs, and her husband's testimony, even Lila's taped confession to being forced to lie. The audience fell hushed as the evidence accumulated. Vanessa's expression ranged from arrogant to terrified to enraged. My mother-in-law gasped when we showed her the journal entry in which she poisoned the cat. "Mittens didn't just die," she said softly. Vanessa sprang to her feet. "This is all fake. They're trying to frame me because they're jealous of my perfect family." But her husband also stood up. "It's true. All of it. I've seen the original journal. Vanessa, you need help." The wall gave apart. Other family members began to share their own stories regarding Vanessa's harshness over time. Her pattern of behavior became clear. Vanessa's mask eventually shattered completely. She screamed at everyone, describing them as liars and traitors. She grabbed a vase and threw it against the wall, scattering shattered glass throughout the room. "You want to destroy me?" she yelled at me. "You barren witch. You'll never have what I have. Never." Her eldest kid, Ethan, began crying. "Mom, stop. You're scaring us." But Vanessa was beyond reasoning. She lunged at me, and this time, I did not back down. My husband and hers had to separate us as she clawed at my face and screamed obscenities. "I should have used something stronger in those vitamins," she said. "I should have made sure you could never even try again." The room became utterly still. Vanessa seemed to understand what she had just admitted. My father-in-law's voice was cold. "Get out of my house. Don't come back." Vanessa looked around the room at her family, including her children and husband. They all looked at her with dread and disdain. "Fine," she snarled. "But I'm taking my children." "No," her husband replied forcefully. "You're not. Kids, come here." All 4 children ran to their father, including baby Serafina in Lila's arms. Vanessa stood alone in the middle of the room. She departed without saying anything else, slamming the door behind her, having finally realized the repercussions of her conduct. The family sat in stunned quiet for a moment before my mother-in-law began to cry. "I'm so sorry," she wailed and reached for my hand. "I should have believed you. All those babies. I'm so sorry." The fallout was quick. Diana, fearful of losing her pharmacist license, spoke clean about swapping my vitamins. She produced receipts, text messages from Vanessa, and any other documentation required to substantiate what had occurred. Vanessa's husband sought emergency custody and a restraining order. The divorce proceedings referenced her journal as proof that she was an unfit mother. He also revealed that he had discovered searches on her computer for ways to cause miscarriage stretching back years. Vanessa's mother's site collapsed after someone published excerpts from her journal to her readers. The woman who had developed her reputation as the ideal mother was shown to be a calculated sociopath who poisoned family members and destroyed pregnancies. Within days, she had lost everything: her husband, children, relatives, and online followers. The adoption agency contacted to apologize and revive our application, emphasizing that the fake accusations would actually help our case by demonstrating our ability to overcome adversity. 3 months later, my husband and I were in a courthouse, finalizing the adoption of newborn twins. We christened them Amelia and Ethan, recovering the names Vanessa had taken. As we signed the documents, I reflected on the lengthy road that had gotten us here. Vanessa was facing criminal charges for vitamin tampering, but her lawyer was pressing for a plea agreement that included mental health treatment rather than jail time. Her children were prospering with their father, now free of their mother's harmful influence. Lila had resumed calling me Aunt Clara and asked if she might help babysit the twins when they were older. "I want to be a good big cousin," she'd explained, "not like my mom was a sister." As we drove home with our babies, my husband reached over and squeezed my hand. We survived Vanessa's fear campaign and emerged stronger. The twins gurgled in their car seats, and I smiled despite my tears. Vanessa had attempted to steal everything from me. However, in the end, she had simply stolen from herself. I had my family, my children, and my life back. And Vanessa had exactly what she'd always given others: the repercussions of her own brutality. The courthouse adoption ceremony concluded around midday. By 12:30, Vanessa was already causing problems. My husband saw her first, standing across the street from the courthouse steps where we were taking photos with Amelia and Ethan. She wore huge sunglasses and a baseball cap, but her tight posture revealed her identity. "Don't look," he muttered, moving to hide her view of the twins. The photographer saw our tension and suggested that we go to the courthouse garden. As we went away, I could hear quick footsteps behind us. Vanessa crossed the street. "Those should have been my names to give," she exclaimed. Security apprehended her before she could get close. We watched as they escorted her away while she yelled about her rights as an aunt. The twins slept through it all, unconcerned with the fuss surrounding their first formal day as our family. That afternoon, we realized Vanessa had been busier than we expected. Our adoption announcement on social media, which my mother-in-law had shared with our consent, had been screenshot and put on Vanessa's new site, along with commentary about baby thieves and name thieves. Diana texted me a warning. Vanessa had visited the drugstore that morning, asking weird questions regarding infant meds and allergies. Diana declined to provide any information and alerted her manager, but the event left everyone concerned. That evening, we mounted a doorbell camera. My spouse also switched our pediatrician to one across town for safety reasons. The twins required their first checkup next week, and we weren't taking any chances. Vanessa's husband called the following day with distressing news. She had broken into his home while the children were at school, stealing photo albums and baby items. She had also left a note demanding visitation with her children. "The restraining order includes the children," he assured us. "But she's getting desperate. She's been staying with different friends, telling them you've all turned against her for no reason." 3 days later, Vanessa arrived at my husband's workplace. She'd waited in the parking garage and approached him as he walked to his car. My husband immediately began recording on his phone. "You poisoned everyone against me," she remarked, blocking his approach. "Even my own children won't talk to me." My spouse attempted to step around her, but she moved with him. "Vanessa, you need to leave. You're violating the restraining order. That piece of paper means nothing. You're my brother. You're supposed to protect me, not destroy me." "You destroyed yourself," he stated gently. Vanessa's face distorted. She took his phone and threw it against the concrete wall. It shattered upon collision. Then she dashed to her car and drove away before security arrived. The shattered phone meant we lost the footage, but the parking garage cameras captured everything. My husband filed a police report, and a warrant was obtained to arrest Vanessa. She dodged the cops for a week. During that time, she created dozens of phony social media personas, accusing us and our employers. She accused us of stealing her children, ruining her marriage, and planting evidence against her. One profile in particular stood out. It featured photographs of Amelia and Ethan from the courthouse, modified to include Vanessa holding them. The captions stated these were her twins, who we had stolen. Several of her previous blog followers, who remained loyal despite everything, shared the posts. My supervisor called me back into his office. "I know this isn't your fault," he explained, handing a printed screenshot across his desk. "But HR is concerned. These accusations of kidnapping, even though they're false, they're affecting our workplace." I glanced at the falsified photo of Vanessa and our babies. "What are you saying?" "Take extended leave. Paid. Let this situation resolve, then we'll reassess." I tidied up my desk that afternoon, trying not to cry. Vanessa had now cost me my active employment and everything else. That night Lila called back. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Aunt Clara. Mom's here. She's outside Dad's house. She keeps texting me to let her in." My husband quickly contacted his brother-in-law while I stayed with Lila. We could hear Vanessa hammering on the door, screaming for her children. "She says she has new vitamins for the baby," Lila murmured. "Special ones to make her smart like her." My blood became chilly. "Lila, don't open that door. Stay away from the windows." Police arrived within minutes. We listened on the phone while they detained Vanessa. She screamed throughout about her rights as a mother, how we had all colluded against her, and how she simply wanted to give her kid vitamins. They discovered a bottle of unlabeled tablets in her purse. Vanessa remained in jail for 2 nights before being released on bond. Her counsel contended that she was experiencing a mental health crisis and required therapy rather than incarceration. The judge granted bail with conditions. She had to wear an ankle monitor and avoid all family members. The pills tested positive for a moderate sedative, which is not immediately harmful but entirely improper for an infant. It was enough to charge her with attempted child endangerment. Vanessa's old acquaintances began to distance themselves as the reality became increasingly apparent. Nora, the woman who had been housing Vanessa, called me directly. "I'm sorry," Nora said. "I believed her stories about you, but then I caught her in my medicine cabinet at 3 a.m., going through my prescriptions. When I confronted her, she said she was just looking for aspirin." "But you don't believe her," I concluded. "No, and there's more. She's been using my computer to create those fake profiles. I have screenshots of everything." Nora provided us dozens of screenshots of Vanessa's activities, including creating bogus identities, manipulating images, and orchestrating harassment campaigns. It was all documented, time-stamped, and indisputable. We added it to our evidence file, which had grown large enough to fill a banker's box. My husband sorted everything chronologically in preparation for the criminal trial. Meanwhile, we centered on our new life with the twins. They were prospering, gaining weight and beginning to smile. Amelia had my husband's eyes, while Ethan had my stubborn chin. Every milestone seemed like a victory that Vanessa couldn't steal. The adoption agency called for a follow-up visit. The social worker that arrived was the same one who looked into Vanessa's fraudulent accusations. She smiled when she noticed how well the twins were doing. "I want to apologize again for the investigation," she added, watching Amelia grab my finger. "It's clear now that those complaints were malicious." "We understand you had to follow protocol," my husband replied. "Yes, but I want you to know we flagged Vanessa's name in our system. If she ever tries to adopt or interfere with another adoption, we'll know immediately." It was a minor comfort, but we welcomed whatever protection we could get. Vanessa's next action was made through her lawyer. She was suing for grandparent rights, alleging we were depriving her of her rightful bond with the twins. The lawsuit was bogus. She wasn't their biological grandma and had no standing, yet we still had to react. Our lawyer laughed as he read the filing. "She's grasping at straws. No judge will even hear this case." He was correct. The action was dismissed within a week. But Vanessa did not stop there. She began showing up at places she knew we'd be, the grocery store, the park, the pediatrician's office, always staying just far enough away to avoid violating the restraining order's distance limit while remaining close enough to make her presence known. One afternoon at the park, she sat on a bench 50 feet away and stared at us the entire time. Other parents observed and moved their kids away from her. When a worried mother asked if we knew her, I simply told her that we had a restraining order against her. Word immediately circulated around the playground.
Vanessa must have realized her efforts were ineffective since she changed strategy. She began sending letters to our home through her lawyer, stating that she wanted to reconcile. Each letter featured veiled threats concealed inside rhetoric of forgiveness and family reconciliation. "I forgive you for turning my family against me," one letter stated. "I'm willing to move past the lies you've spread if you'll just let me be part of the twins' lives. They need their aunt. Don't make me prove how much." We delivered every letter to our lawyer and the police. The investigator in charge of the case informed us that they were creating a strong harassment case on top of the existing charges. Diana followed up again, this time with more details. "Vanessa's been texting me from different numbers," she complained, "offering me money to get information about your prescriptions. I've blocked every number, but they keep coming." She sent us the screenshots. Vanessa was promising progressively enormous sums, which we knew she didn't have because her husband had frozen their joint funds during the divorce. The divorce processes were moving fast. Vanessa's husband had been granted full custody, and she was only allowed supervised visits at a court-appointed institution. She had only made one visit, he said. She spent the entire time telling the kids that everyone was lying about her, and hasn't returned since. "The kids are in therapy," he explained over a coffee meeting. "Lila especially. She feels guilty for telling you about the lies. I keep explaining she did the right thing." We assured him that we would be pleased to chat to Lila whenever she needed comfort. The poor youngster had been bearing the brunt of her mother's manipulation for years. Vanessa's biggest blunder yet occurred 2 months after the adoption. She was able to be hired at a daycare center in the next town by using her maiden name and somehow passing the background check before her charges were fully processed. We only discovered out after another mother recognized her from the mommy blog drama and informed daycare administration. They fired her right away and reported the event to Child Protective Services. This infraction of working with children while being investigated for child endangerment added another offense to her long list. Her lawyer abandoned her as a client due to irreconcilable differences in legal strategy. Vanessa represented herself on the next hearing. She arrived wearing an ill-fitting suit, her hair unkempt, and black circles under her eyes. She went on for 20 minutes about conspiracy theories and family treachery before the court cut her off. "Miss Vanessa," the judge declared severely, "you need proper legal representation. I'm appointing you a public defender." "I don't need help," Vanessa insisted. "I just need people to listen to the truth." "The truth according to whom?" the judge inquired. "According to me. I'm the victim here." The judge ordered Vanessa to have another hearing and a psychiatric evaluation. She stormed out of court, ranting about unfairness. In the parking lot, she confronted us again. This time, my husband and I were prepared. We both had our phones recording as she approached. "Enjoy them while you can," she growled, pointing to the twins in their car seats. "You think you've won, but I know things. I know which formula you buy, which diapers you use, where you take them for walks." "Vanessa, you're being recorded," my husband explained quietly. "And you're violating the restraining order." She laughed crazily. "Restraining order? You mean that joke of a paper? I've violated it a dozen times. Following you is easy when you're so predictable." "Thank you for the confession," I said as the recording ended. Her face became white when she understood what she had done. She turned and dashed to her car, but court security was already approaching. They detained her until the police arrived. This time, the bail was revoked. Vanessa would be in jail awaiting her trial. The judge highlighted her confession to several restraining order violations and the developing pattern of behavior as reasons for her detention. Her husband brought the kids to see us a week following Vanessa's detention. It was their first time seeing the twins in person. Lila was nice and sweet to them, although Ethan and the other youngsters were curious but cautious. "Mom's in jail?" Tiny Ethan asked his father. "Yes, buddy. She made some bad choices." "Is it our fault?" Amelia inquired, her 7-year-old face wrinkled with concern. "No, sweetheart. Nothing Mom did is your fault. She's sick in her mind and needs help." The children appeared to accept this explanation. They played with the twins' toys and helped give them bottles. It was a peek of what family reunions may have been like if Vanessa hadn't ruined them with her jealously. My mother-in-law arrived later that week. She had aged years in the last few months, the stress of Vanessa's deeds weighing heavily on her. "I failed her somehow," she muttered as she watched the twins fall asleep. "I must have. Normal people don't do what she did." "Mental illness does not mean you failed as a parent," my husband reassured her softly. "Vanessa made choices, bad ones, that's on her, not you." We spent the afternoon going through old photo albums for images of Vanessa as a child, smiling and appearing normal.
My mother-in-law pointed out moments that she now recognizes as warning flags. Vanessa's fury after losing a game, her manipulation of younger cousins, and the inexplicable illness of a classmate who had challenged her for class president. I've always made excuses, my mother-in-law revealed. Said she was competitive, driven. I never wanted to see what was really there. The criminal trial was scheduled for 6 months out. Vanessa's public counsel attempted to create an insanity defense, but the prosecutor was confident. Diana's testimony, the journal entries, and Vanessa's own documented confessions all provided overwhelming evidence. We eased into our new routine. We went to the park without looking behind us. Doctor's appointments without worry of interference. Vanessa's name was rarely mentioned during family dinners. Every day the twins grew, and their personalities emerged. Amelia was the serious one, studying everything with earnest concentration. Ethan was all grins and chuckles, enchanting everyone he encountered. They were gorgeous in ours, and Vanessa couldn't reach them from behind bars. We received a letter from the daycare center where Vanessa had briefly worked. They were adopting new background check methods as a result of what happened. They even offered us free childcare if we ever needed it as an apology for the security mistake. We declined graciously. When necessary, the twins would seek refuge with family members or trusted friends. Trust was earned gradually these days. Diana sent one final SMS. I'm going to move. New job and new state. I need to start afresh, so no one knows what I did. I apologize again. Take care of the babies. I did not respond. Some bridges, once burned, could not be reconstructed. 5 months into Vanessa's sentence, we received surprising news. She was pregnant. She had apparently been seeing someone prior to her detention and was now in prison, facing the prospect of giving birth. Her husband was distraught. Those kids don't deserve another sibling born into this mess, he told me. And who knows what she took while pregnant. She wasn't stable. The pregnancy provided an extra element of difficulty to the trial. Her lawyer pressed harder for the insanity argument, stating that no reasonable woman would commit crimes when pregnant. The prosecutor argued that Vanessa's premeditated actions demonstrated evident premeditation, not lunacy. We went to every pre-trial hearing, sitting silently in the back and giving testimony. Vanessa became larger and more unkempt with each appearance. She'd look at us with rage, her hands shackled over her swelling tummy. She had an outburst during one hearing. They stole my life, she exclaimed, pointing at us. My babies, my family, everything, and now they sit there judging me. The judge ordered her removal from the courtroom. As soldiers led her out, she turned back once more. Amelia and Ethan were supposed to be mine. The courtroom became hushed after her outburst. Even her lawyer appeared deflated. Vanessa went into labor a month before the trial began. Despite everyone's fears, the baby girl was born healthy. Vanessa named her Clara. My hands shook as I heard. Even now, after everything, she was attempting to harm me by using my name for her child, which was conceived in chaos and born in detention. Baby Clara was promptly taken by Child Services. Vanessa had no rights to her given her current circumstances and allegations. The baby was placed in foster care while the state made a decision regarding permanent placement. Vanessa's husband considered taking her, but eventually decided against it. My kids have been through enough, he explained. I can't bring home their half-sister as a constant reminder of their mother's breakdown. The trial started on a frigid February morning. Amelia and Ethan were 11 months old, walking and saying their first words. We left them with my father-in-law and went to our seats in the courtroom. Vanessa arrived in chains, her postpartum body covered in an orange jumpsuit. She had lost weight since giving birth, and her face was haggard and hollow. She discovered us instantly in the museum, her gaze unflinching. Diana testified first, describing how Vanessa pressured her into replacing my vitamins. During cross-examination, she burst into tears but refused to change her story. The pharmacist had already revoked her license. This testimony was part of her plea agreement. Vanessa's husband then presented the notebook and described years of manipulative behavior that he had previously overlooked. He told anecdotes about Vanessa's rising hostility to family members, her fixation with control, and her refusal to accept any perceived slight. When it was my turn to testify, I talked plainly and calmly about the stolen names, the poisoned vitamins, and the deliberate ruin of my existence. I exhibited images of the twins, who were healthy and prospering despite Vanessa's efforts to prevent their creation. She wanted me to suffer, I replied, following Vanessa's eyes. Because I had something she couldn't control. Her brother's love and loyalty. Vanessa's lawyer attempted to present me as vengeful, implying that I had organized everything to take Vanessa's life. However, the evidence spoke louder than his theories. The prosecution revealed everything, including emails, false social media accounts, doctored medical records, and a harassment campaign. They aired audio recordings of Vanessa's threats and confessions. They showed the jury the unmarked medications she had brought to her children's home. Vanessa testified on her own behalf, contradicting her lawyer's advice. She rambled on about conspiracies and betrayal, alleging I had planned to destroy her since the day I met her brother. She argued that the pills were intended to benefit me, that the names were coincidental, and that everyone was lying. I'm a good mother, she insisted, tears running down her cheeks. They took my babies away because they're jealous of what I had. The prosecutor's cross-examination was savage. He guided her through each piece of evidence, forcing her to face her own words and deeds. Vanessa's story shifted with each question. Contradictions pile up. Eventually, he asked, "Did you or did you not tamper with Clara's prenatal vitamins?" Vanessa remained silent for a long time, then quietly, "She didn't deserve to be a mother." The courtroom exploded. The judge demanded order, and Vanessa's lawyer buried his head in his hands. She had just confessed on the stand. The closing arguments were brief. The evidence was overwhelming. The confession is damning. The jury deliberated for little than 2 hours. Guilty on all charges. Vanessa expressed little emotion as the verdict was read. She stared straight ahead, her expression blank. The judge scheduled the sentence for the following month. Outside the courthouse, reporters waited. We pushed past them without comment. There was nothing to say. Justice had been served, but it provided no joy. A family was shattered, leaving children motherless, and a young girl named Clara growing up in foster care. The sentencing hearing was calmer. Vanessa appeared to be sedated, her movements slow and deliberate. Character witnesses spoke on both sides. Her children did not go. The judge sentenced her to 15 years in prison, with a 7-year parole possibility. She would serve her sentence at a facility with a mental health program. It was more mild than the prosecutor desired, but tougher than her lawyer wished. As the guards dragged her away, Vanessa turned one last time. "Take care of my Clara," she murmured quietly. I wasn't sure if she meant me or the baby. Maybe both, or neither. We drove home, where our twins greeted us with smiles and outstretched arms. Amelia had learned to say mama while we were away. Ethan showcased his new skill to stack bricks. That night, after the twins had fallen asleep, my husband and I sat on our porch. The stars shone brightly, and the air was fresh. We did not discuss the trial, Vanessa, or the years of misery. We just sat together, breathing peacefully. 2 weeks later, we received a call from Child Services. Vanessa's baby Clara need a permanent placement. Would you consider adopting her? My husband and I exchanged glances before turning to our twins, who were playing on the floor. Amelia was attempting to feed Ethan a toy vehicle while he giggled. They were so cheerful and naive. "We'll think about it," I informed the social worker. That night we spoke for hours. Can we raise Vanessa's child? Could we look at her every day without seeing her mother? Could we deny an innocent baby a loving home based on who gave birth to her? In the end, love won. 3 months later, our family welcomed baby Clara. We kept her initial name, but gave her a new middle name. Hope. Vanessa's children were frequent visitors. They cherished all 3 newborns, particularly Lila, who took her job as the elder relative seriously. Their father began dating a kind woman who treated the children properly. Healing was slow but ongoing. My mother-in-law found tranquility as a grandma. She cared for all of the children equally, making up for lost time. She never addressed Vanessa unless specifically asked, and then only briefly. "She's getting help," was all she said. That's what matters now. I went back to work when the twins turned 2. My manager welcomed me back with a raise, recognizing how skillfully I handled a tough circumstance. My coworkers hosted a modest party, replete with baby images on my desk. Life has settled into a new routine. 3 youngsters under 3 created wonderful pandemonium. Clara developed a completely different appearance than her biological mother. All brilliant grins and a loving nature, the twins welcomed her as their sister without hesitation. As they developed, we taught them the truth in age-appropriate ways, about complicated families, mental illness, choosing love over hate, and how those who should love you can't always do so, but that doesn't mean you're unlovable. Diana only wrote once, and it was a lengthy apologetic letter with information on her new life. She was in therapy, working at a hospital, and attempting to make atonement for her decisions. I wrote back once and wished her well. Some forgiving requires time. Vanessa's husband remarried when his youngest turned 10. The wedding was intimate yet joyous. All 4 children were in the wedding party, beaming with joy. They had regained stability. Vanessa's lawyer provided us with infrequent updates on her case. She took her medication, went to treatment, and worked in the jail library. She had discovered religion, lost it, and then found it again. She wrote letters to her children, which her ex-husband preserved unopened, waiting for them to decide if they wanted to read them later. She never wrote to us. We were thankful for that. We celebrated the twins' 5th birthday with a spectacular party. All of the cousins arrived, as did school friends and neighbors. Lila, who is now a teenager, helped organize the games. Vanessa's other children sung happy birthday with genuine delight. Baby Clara, now 3, attempted to blow out her siblings' candles. Amelia gently stopped her, and Ethan laughed. They were extremely patient, protective, and caring toward their younger sister. My husband's grandmother, now 95, sat in her wheelchair, grinning. She had survived to see her family recover from the wounds Vanessa had inflicted. She cradled tiny Clara on her lap and whispered stories about the family's past, particularly the pleasant bits. That night, after cake, presents, and too much excitement, we tucked 3 tired children into bed. Amelia pushed on one more story. Ethan wanted more cuddles. Clara needs her particular blanket perfectly arranged. As I closed Clara's door, my thoughts turned to Vanessa in her cell. Did she reflect on the children she had lost as a result of her own actions? Did she regret the route she had chosen? Has she ever accepted responsibility? I would never know, and that was fine. Now she was on her own trip. My spouse spotted me in the corridor and pulled me into a hug. We had survived the impossible and created something lovely from the ashes. Our kids were happy, healthy, and loved. That's what mattered. The next morning brought the typical chaos: spilled cereal, misplaced shoes, toy-related arguments, as part of normal family life. Amelia helped Clara locate her favorite clothing while Ethan served the dog breakfast. They were wonderful, kind children, despite or perhaps because of their Genesis tale. My phone vibrated with a text from Lila. "Can I babysit this weekend? I want to practice for when I have children someday." I grinned and typed back, "Yes." The cycle of family continues. Healthier now, based on truth and choice rather than deception and suffering. Vanessa had attempted to destroy us via her jealousy and hatred. Instead, she had built a larger, stronger family bound by love and perseverance. Her biological children survived without her poison. Her baby grew up surrounded by the affection she had attempted to deny others. And we had everything she desired. Not because we had stolen it, but because we had earned it through patience, tenacity, and the willingness to love even when it hurt. The twins began kindergarten that fall. Amelia meticulously packed her equipment, but Ethan quickly charmed his teacher. Clara watched them go in tears, counting down the days until she could join them. We stood at the bus stop with 3 parents waving goodbye. My husband squeezed my hand as the bus drove away. We had made it. Despite everything, we had made it. That afternoon, while Clara napped, I finally opened the box I had stored in our closet. Inside were ultrasound photos of our missing babies, whose names Vanessa had stolen. I looked at each one, remembering the hope and heartbreak they symbolized. Then I added new photos of Amelia, Ethan, and Clara playing together. Life comes from loss, joy from sorrow, and family from the ashes of another's devastation. I closed the box and stored it away. The past was honored, but not dwelled on. The present demanded far too much attention, love, and life to waste time fantasizing about what may have been. Clara was awake downstairs, screaming out for snacks. I went down to meet her, prepared for whatever happened next. We had weathered Vanessa's worst. Everything else was just life, chaotic, wonderful, and ordinary. My husband left me abroad with $0, no visa, no lease. 14 days later, police issued a 100-meter order, yet he still waited outside my apartment. They say love is supposed to make you feel safe. For 6 years I thought I had that, until the man I trusted most vanished overnight, leaving me stranded in a foreign country with nothing but a half-empty fridge. And now, I had to survive on my own, in a place where every street was unfamiliar, and every choice could mean starting over. Or falling apart. To understand that night, you need to know how it started. I have been married to Alden for 6 years. We met while I was working locally, and he was the lovely person who always appeared to be so protective, until I discovered the hard way that his protection was actually control. We moved abroad 2 years ago for his job. He assured me, "I'll take care of everything, you won't have to worry about anything." I quit my steady job, sold my car, and abandoned my family. I trusted him. When we arrived, everything seemed okay at first.
I was looking for work, but Alden kept telling me, "Don't rush. I make enough for both of us." Then, anytime I bought something simple, like coffee, he'd make comments like, "Must be nice to spend money you didn't earn." He declined to include my name on the lease because it is simply easier that way. He stated it was only temporary, but every time I mentioned it, he'd laugh and say, "Why do you need your name there? You're with me." When I made friends, he'd complain they were negative influences who didn't care about me. He wanted me to stay at home so he knew I was safe. We had a quarrel 4 months ago when I asked him to help me with some paperwork so I could apply for a work visa. He asked, "Why do you need to work? Are you saying I can't provide for you? Or are you planning to leave me once you have money?" I explained that I simply wanted independence. He snapped, "If you wanted independence, you shouldn't have married me." Things became tight after that. He would go for hours without telling me where he was. He began locking his phone. One evening I returned home from the grocery store to find some of his belongings missing. His work bag, a suitcase, and a few clothes. I called him, but he did not respond. Hours later, he sent a simple message, "I returned home. Don't worry, you'll be fine." I froze. I was in a foreign nation, my visa was based on his sponsorship, and my name was not on anything. I inquired what he meant. He said, "You'll figure it out. You're resourceful." There was no explanation or discussion. He had purchased a flight back to our native country without informing me. When I tried calling again, he left voice messages like, "Stop acting like a victim. I left because you're impossible to live with, and you always complain about being stuck. Now you can see what it's like to actually be on your own." This horrified me. I had enough money for around 2 weeks of meals. I called the landlord, but he told me that because my name was not on the lease, I had no legal rights. I pleaded Alden to at least allow me some time to figure out my visa and living situation. He added, "That's your problem now. I'm not your babysitter." He told common acquaintances I was crazy and emotional, and that if I truly loved him, I'd definitely follow him crying. I realized I had two options: break down or fight. I went to the embassy to explain my predicament. They introduced me to a local women's support group. They assisted me with temporary lodgings and legal counsel. I began cleaning houses to get extra money, while Alden sent me infrequent texts, swinging between feigned concern and insults. "I hope you're eating. You're too sensitive to survive out there. See, I told you you'd be fine without me. You didn't need me after all, unless you did. When you're ready to apologize, maybe I'll think about letting you come back." The worst aspect was that he never inquired if I was safe. I eventually obtained my own modest apartment last month, thanks to one of the women I met. Then Alden phoned, not texted, but called. He continued, "I think we should try again. I'll send for you. It's not the same here without you." When I didn't immediately respond, he added, "Don't be stubborn. You know you can't build a life there without me." I laughed for the first time in years. I truly laughed. I reminded him, "You left me here with nothing. I've built everything I have now without you. Why would I go back to someone who abandoned me?" He began ranting, accusing me of destroying our marriage over a misunderstanding. Then he reverted to gaslighting. "I didn't abandon you. I gave you freedom. You just didn't know how to handle it." I hung up. I blocked him everywhere. I shared a picture of my new apartment online a few days ago. It's simply a small kitchen with sunlight streaming in through the windows. Friends messaged that it looked cozy. A mutual acquaintance informed me Alden saw it and became enraged because I appeared too pleased. That's when I realized I'd truly won. He left me believing I would crumble without him. Instead, I learned how to stand on my own in a situation where I had nothing. I'm now staying overseas, my visa situation is nearly resolved, and I have consistent cleaning clients. I roam the streets without anyone watching my every step. I can sip coffee without feeling ashamed about spending his money. And I sleep soundly, knowing that no one will vanish in the night and leave me adrift again. Yesterday, while heading home from work, I felt someone following me. I turned a corner and spotted Alden. He continued, "You didn't think I'd let you go that easily, did you?" My blood sank, and I could smell his fragrance, the same expensive thing he always wore. I clutched my keys between my fingers, as I had learned in the shelter's self-defense training. My heart was beating so hard that I feared it was going to burst. I backed away slowly, toward the corner shop where Mr. Halden always worked in the evenings. Alden moved closer, and his smile made my skin crawl. I turned and dashed into the store, the small bell above the door sounding like an alarm. Mr. Halden looked up from his newspaper and his pleasant smile faded as he saw my face. Alden entered behind me, all charm and phony concern. He informed Mr. Halden that he was my husband, that we had a minor argument, and that he had come all the way to take me home. Mr. Halden looked at me and inquired in terrible English if I wanted assistance. I couldn't speak, but I was able to pronounce the Czech word for police that Linnea taught me. Mr. Halden immediately grabbed his phone and moved between me and Alden. Alden's good guy disguise dropped, and he screamed at me to stop causing a disturbance. He stated we were married and only needed to communicate. He lunged for my arm, but Mr. Halden held him aside while shouting rapidly into his phone. 2 police officers arrived in less than 5 minutes because the station was only 3 blocks away. Alden went right back into worried husband mode, whipping out his phone to show us our marriage certificate. He continued repeating it was all a misunderstanding, and that his wife was perplexed. The cops looked at me, and I pulled out my residence permit with trembling hands. I showed them Alden's messages on my phone, in which he stated I'd figure it out and that I was resourceful. The younger officer's face hardened as he read them. They requested someone who could speak better English, and Detective Stefan Brenner came 20 minutes later. He immediately separated us, leading Alden to one corner while another cop remained with me. I showed Stefan everything, the women's shelter paperwork, my work papers from Selena's cleaning agency, and screenshots of all Alden's texts. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and I was constantly dropping papers. They drove us each to the station in different automobiles. I sat in a small room alone, hearing Alden's voice through the thin walls. He was telling them I was unstable, that I had refused to come home with him, and that he was simply a concerned spouse. I texted Marcia using fingers that could barely type the words. She arrived in less than an hour with a huge folder of papers. She had copies of my shelter intake documents, images of me appearing half-starved when I initially came, and staff comments about Alden abandoning me. She sat next to me, holding my hand as we waited. Stefan returned after what felt like an eternity, with a frustrated expression on his face. He stated that Alden had booked a 2-week stay at the Hotel Imperial, and they couldn't legally force him to leave Prague. They had cautioned him about stalking laws, and instructed him to stay at least 100 meters away from me. Alden would have to go to court if he wanted to fight it, but for the time being, it was all they could do. The station door blasted open, and Selena dashed in, her cleaning outfit still on and her face flushed with rage. She grasped my shoulders and examined me as if she were looking for injuries before turning to Stefan. "This man left her with nothing in a foreign country," she told me. Stefan nodded and explained the problem, while Selena's hands remained on my shoulders. She grabbed me aside and informed me I was going to stay with her and her husband, Henrik. I began to object, but she interrupted me with a glance that reminded me of my mother. We drove to her house in silence, while I looked in the mirrors for Alden's rented car. Selena's home was small but cozy, with photographs everywhere and the aroma of something cooking. Henrik emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands on a dish towel, and Selena swiftly talked to him in Czech. He nodded and went to get some blankets, while Selena led me to their spare room. That night I lay awake every hour, checking the locks on my bedroom door and jumping at every passing car. My phone buzzed with texts from strange numbers, and I knew Alden was acquiring fresh SIM cards. The messages repeatedly mentioned the necessity to discuss and the importance of not being emotional. I removed them and emailed Roland at the embassy, providing screenshots and updates on Alden's presence in Prague. The next morning, Henrik was already up, installing a surveillance camera near their front door, while Selena prepared breakfast. I assisted her in loading cleaning items into her van, while my phone continued to vibrate with new texts. Alden had found new numbers, and was texting me, stating I was still his wife, and that we needed to sort things out. Selena noticed my hands shaking, and took the phone to check the texts. She contacted Stefan again while Henrik finished with the camera and us how to view the footage on our phones. That sudden apparition around the corner seemed extremely convenient. How long had Alden been tracking my movements to determine where I'd be strolling home from work? As we drove to our first cleaning assignment at an office building near the city center, I couldn't stop thinking about how he quickly tried to seduce Mr. Halden. I was sweeping the lobby when I noticed it through the glass doors. Alan's rental automobile parked across the street. He was seated in the driver's seat, looking at the skyscraper and shooting shots with his phone. My hands became so shaky that I dropped the mop handle and it fell against the floor. Selena dashed in and noticed where I was staring. She took out her phone to call the cops while I photographed Alden sitting there. Stefan arrived 20 minutes later, walked over to Alden's car, and we observed from inside. Alden rolled down his window, and I noticed him gesturing and pointing toward the structure.
Stefan stood there for a long time chatting to him before forcing him to hand over his phone. Alden deleted something while Stefan watched, then started his car and slowly drove away. Stefan returned inside and reported that Alden claimed he was only sightseeing and happened to park there. The law required him to keep 100 meters away, but theoretically, the street was public property. That evening, Selena drove me back to her place, where I finally video phoned my sister Elodie home. She began crying as soon as she saw my face and said me that Alden had called everyone. He had been telling family members that I had mental difficulties and needed professional care. Elodie stated that our aunt believed him and constantly inquiring if I was taking medication. The following morning, Selena had to go to the women's shelter to meet with Linnea regarding another client. I stayed at home with Henrik, but Linnea called Selena's phone, sounding concerned. Alden had arrived at the shelter, asking about me and wanting to know where I was living. Linnea refused to let him in and contacted security, but Guy stood outside holding a cardboard sign. The sign read, "I'm sorry," in Czech, and he was telling passers-by that his wife had abandoned him. Some folks paused to hear his story about flying all the way to apologize. Security eventually forced him to leave, but not before numerous people got photos of him holding his sign. That afternoon, Roland called from the embassy with shocking news. Alden had filed an official complaint accusing me of stealing money from our joint account before he left Prague. Roland stated that the embassy required bank statements and paperwork to confirm the money was mine. While Roland was on the phone, I had to go through my inbox and look for old statements. The next day, Selena received 2 cancellation calls from her normal cleaning clients. They claimed they no longer needed servicing, but Selena felt something was amiss. She visited her business website and saw messages in the contact form from someone claiming to be my concerned husband. Alden had been writing to all of her clients, claiming that I was unstable and shouldn't be trusted in their homes. Selena contacted each customer again to explain, but 2 had already hired someone else. My phone vibrated with a text from Soraya, who resided in my previous apartment complex. She stated that a man claiming to be a relative of mine had been questioning other tenants about my schedule. He wanted to know what time I generally arrived home and if I was living alone now. The building manager had already warned him to leave once, but he kept returning. Soraya shared me a snapshot she took from her window of Alden holding a notebook near the building's door. 3 days passed before I could even consider returning to my Czech language sessions at the community center. I sat in the back row, trying to concentrate on verb conjugations, but my hand kept moving on its own, repeatedly penning the same 3 words in my notebook. He will not win. He will not win. He will not win. The pen squeezed so hard that it ripped through the paper in spots. Every time the door opened, my entire body clenched. A man stepped in late and I grabbed my phone, ready to contact Stefan, until I realized he was simply another student seeking for a seat. My students continued looking at me as I startled at every sound. The teacher asked if I was all right, and I nodded, but my hands were shaking so badly that I dropped my pen twice. When class concluded, I quickly gathered my belongings and started for the door, but I came to a halt when I spotted him through the window. Alden stood outside the community center, holding a large bundle of red roses, as if we were on a romantic date. I fumbled with my phone as I called Stefan while backing away from the exit. Alden noticed me through the glass and grinned, holding out the flowers and pointing at them as if I should be glad about them. Stefan answered the second ring and told me to stay inside until he sent someone over. I watched Alden pace outside, staying just at the property line. When the police car arrived, Alden went backward down the street, keeping the exact 100-meter distance specified in the restraining order. The police couldn't do anything because Alden wasn't exactly breaking the law. He followed me all the way to the tram stop, counting his steps to stay legal, and those foolish roses remained in his palm. That night, my phone called with a number I couldn't recognize, but when I responded, it was Damien, Alden's brother. He seemed disturbed and stated Alden had called to beg him to wire money to Prague, which was strange. Damien wanted to know what was going on since something did not make up. When I told him about the restraining order and stalking, Damien went silent for a long time. Then he said something that made my stomach drop. Alden was dismissed from his job 2 months ago for harassing a coworker, 2 months ago when he was still sending me texts about how great he was doing without me. Damien claimed Alden had been living in his basement and borrowing money while between contracts. The next morning, Selena called me, crying. Her largest client, a property management business that handled half of the buildings we cleaned, had terminated their agreement. Someone sent them an anonymous email with screenshots claiming I had a criminal record for theft and fraud. The photographs were clearly false, but the harm had been done. Selena lost 40% of her business profits in a single email.
She wasn't angry with me, but I could hear the worry in her voice about paying the rent and her other employees. That afternoon, Linnea scheduled an emergency meeting with Selena and Dr. Karina Vugt, a lawyer who specializes in harassment cases. We sat in Linnea's office, going over everything, recording each occurrence with dates and timings. Karina took notes on her laptop, asking detailed questions concerning the restraining order violations and slander. She stated that we had grounds for both criminal charges and a civil lawsuit, but we needed additional evidence of the pattern. Selena handed her the email to her customer, and Karina immediately began writing cease and desist letters. During our meeting, my mother called 5 times. When I finally responded, she was sobbing so hard that I could barely understand her. Alden had given her images of himself standing outside my apartment building, gaunt and unkempt, stating he was attempting to rescue me from a dangerous area. He informed her that I had become involved with undesirable individuals and required assistance in returning home. My mother asked me to return with him, claiming he seemed so anxious and unhappy in the photos. She continued repeating he was still my husband and marriage entailed working through challenges together. I tried to explain about the stalking and harassment, but she only cried harder, wondering what I had done to cause him to behave this way. The following day things worsened. I was browsing my email when I discovered someone had accessed our old shared cloud storage account. Alden had downloaded every photo from our wedding, even the private ones from our honeymoon and holiday. The login originated from a Prague IP address. My palms were cold as I realized what he could do with those photographs. Karina applied for an immediate digital restraining order that afternoon, but we both understood the harm he could do before any legal protection kicked in. I couldn't eat or sleep while waiting for the photographs to appear online. Selena requested me to assist her clean a diplomatic property the next morning, claiming that the routine job would help calm my worries. The ambassador's wife was home and noticed I was distressed. While Selena cleaned upstairs, she offered me tea and asked if I was all right. Something about her gentle expression compelled me to tell her everything. She listened without judgment before telling me about her own departure from an abusive marriage 20 years ago. She jotted down the name of an international women's rights organization that had assisted her and stated that they had resources, even for situations that crossed boundaries. That afternoon, a homeless guy knocked on Selena's door, bringing a box. Inside was my old passport, which Alden had reported as lost 2 years ago, my grandmother's emerald jewelry, which he said was stolen during our relocation, and a note in his handwriting. See how easy it was to keep things from you? Come back, and I will give you everything. Selena contacted the cops, but the homeless man had already left, having most likely been paid in cash to make the delivery. Stefan arrived the next day with dreadful news. Alden had hired a Czech lawyer and was submitting documentation saying that I had abandoned our marriage. He told the court that I refused to return home with him and was having an affair in Prague. Stefan claimed Alden was developing a case that I was an unfit wife who abandoned the marriage to party overseas. Alden engaged a lawyer renowned for pursuing shady cases and distorting facts. Stefan informed me that if Alden convinced the court that I had breached the rules of our marriage, it may jeopardize my visa status. The next day, I strolled into my Czech language class and froze when I noticed Alden seated in my normal spot, speaking with my classmates about our wedding. He was telling everyone how we were working things out and how he had come all the way to help me on our reconciliation journey. My classmates looked perplexed as they stared between us, and I stood there at the doorway, unable to move or say. Mrs. Davina, our teacher, noticed my expression and approached Alden, suggesting he would be more comfortable in the advanced class down the hall. Alden is playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers, hiring shady lawyers, making false theft claims, and now cosplaying as a supportive husband in Czech class. Alden shook his head and explained that he needed to stay close to his wife for support, reaching for my hand as I backed away. 2 of my students, women who had become acquaintances in the previous weeks, surreptitiously rearranged their seats to create a barrier between Alden and my customary seat. I sat between them while Alden continued to brag about our love to anyone who would listen, his voice growing louder each time I refused to look at him. The session lasted 2 hours, with Alden frequently interrupting to ask me questions in front of everyone, pretending we were a happy couple. When class finished, I raced out first, but Alden followed me down the street, yelling my name until other students intervened. 3 days later, as I was heading back to my apartment, I heard screams and seen Alden on the ground outside my building, clutching his chest. Paramedics were already approaching, and Alden gasped as he realized his wife needed to accompany him to the hospital. I told the paramedics I wasn't going anywhere with him, and Alden sat up straighter and informed them that I was mentally ill. He accused me of abandoning him and refusing to help, despite the fact that he was experiencing chest pains as a result of the stress I had induced.
Soraya appeared at her window above us and descended instantly, chatting to the paramedics in fluent Czech. She informed them about Alden following me for days, the restraining order process, and how he had stalked me. The paramedics glanced at Alden, whose breathing had improved dramatically since he understood I wasn't coming with him. They checked his vital signs and discovered nothing wrong, then left after warning him about bogus emergency calls. That night, I couldn't sleep in Selena's guest room, so I scrolled through old texts from pals back home on my phone. Half of them had ceased replying to me altogether in the last few months. Those who did write offered brief, thoughtful messages asking if I was all right, but nothing else. I saw a pattern in their messages. They'd all grown distant about the time Alden began telling people I was troublesome. He had been using them against me for months before leaving me here, setting the framework for his lie. My phone rang at 2 a.m., and it was Damien, Alden's brother, phoning from home about something serious. He stated he did some research after our previous talk and discovered Alden had been living with a woman named Nadine. Damien provided me screenshots from social media of Alden and this woman together in restaurants and in her apartment, calling one other engaged. The posts dated back 2 months, just when Alden was telling everyone that I had abandoned our marriage. I looked at the images of Alden laughing with his arm around this woman while I was sleeping on the shelter floor. The next morning, I showed everything to Karina at the legal assistance office, who immediately identified it as fraud. She began completing emergency papers with Czech authorities and called a lawyer in my own country over the bigamy scenario. Alden's legal situation had just become hazardous because he was claiming desertion while actively living with another lady. She stated that this changed everything about his allegations against me and could potentially result in criminal charges against him. Roland called me from the embassy that afternoon, requesting that my independent visa application be expedited in light of this new proof. He claimed Alden's dishonesty and abandonment were now documented, and I was eligible for immediate processing of my application. He cautioned me that once Alden learned about the legal issues he was facing, he would try to flee the country. 2 days later, I was in Selena's cleaning service office assisting with scheduling when the door banged open. Alden walked in with 2 hefty men, claiming they were investigators looking into my theft of his goods. Selena recognized the men as local thugs who were causing trouble at the pubs. Her husband, Henrik, moved to block the door, while Selena grabbed her phone and instantly contacted the police. Alden was shrieking that I had stolen from him, and these men were there to search the office for his belongings. The 2 men approached the desk where I was standing, but Henrik moved in front of them. Selena was communicating with the police in quick Czech, providing our address and describing the 3 males who were threatening us. Stefan came within 10 minutes, along by 2 other cops, and recognized the 2 men with Alden from previous arrests. They arrested all 3 for intimidation and attempted extortion, and Alden screamed that I was lying about everything. Alden lost control at the police station when he saw me give my statement to another officer. He began yelling that I was nothing before him, and would be nothing after him. His face was crimson with wrath. Several others at the station took out their phones and recorded him saying terrible things, as Stefan physically restrained him. The footage of Alden yelling at me while in custody was eventually used as evidence in various legal cases against him. 3 days later, they finally let me return to my flat, while Alden waited in a detention cell awaiting his bond hearing. My hands shook as I inserted the key into the lock, thinking about how he had gotten in before. Soraya was already waiting in the hallway with a toolbox and new deadbolts she had purchased that morning. She assisted me in changing every lock while telling me how Alden had knocked on every door in the building, hoping to find someone who would believe his claim about me being mentally disturbed. Nobody did. The elderly couple from upstairs came down to check on me and claimed they'd seen right through him when he appeared all worried. Even the building manager stopped by to say he'd previously informed the police about Alden attempting to obtain a copy of my key by claiming to be my husband who had locked himself out. While Soraya drilled the new locks into place, I realized my neighbors had been keeping a watch on my door the entire time I was gone, since there were notes slid under it instructing me to call them if I required anything. The next morning, Linnea brought me up early to meet with Karina, a specialist in recording abuse cases for court. We spent 6 hours in Karina's office reviewing every email, text and bank statement from the previous 2 years. Karina had a way of asking questions that made me recall things I had pushed down. Alden, for example, had been gradually withdrawing funds from our joint account for months before leaving. She showed me how to make a timeline on a large whiteboard, marking each episode with a different color marker. Red stands for financial abuse, blue for isolation methods, and green for gaslighting. By the end, we had covered the entire board with colors. That's when we realized Alden had been preparing this for at least 4 months. He'd opened new bank accounts, transferred assets, and even looked into apartments back home, all while telling me we were planning our future together in Prague. Karina photographed everything and stated that the pattern of premeditation would be critical to the case. That evening, I was making coffee in my kitchen when my phone alerted me to a Facebook message from someone named Nadine. My stomach fell as I saw her profile picture with Alden, his arm around her, from what appeared to be a party 2 weeks earlier. She'd sent a lengthy message indicating she'd just discovered Alden was married and was disgusted. She claimed Alden told her that I was his ex, who refused to sign divorce papers and continued to stalk him. She had believed him until she watched a news report about his detention in Prague. She had screenshots of their discussions stretching back 3 months, indicating he was dating her before abandoning me. She sent me everything, including images of them together at restaurants that I recognized from our bank bills, hotel receipts, and messages in which he called me insane and claimed I was holding him back. In one communication from the day after he left me, he told her that I'd probably be back within a week. Nadine was upset and wanted to help in any way she could. She even agreed to testify about his lies. Alden made bail the next day, on day 12 of Stefan's chronology, subject to a number of restrictions. He was unable to contact me, had to forfeit his passport, and could not leave Prague until the trial. Within 2 hours of his discharge, a lawyer arrived at my door carrying an envelope. I did not open it straight away, but when I did, it contained a settlement offer. Alden wanted me to accept €5,000 and sign a non-disclosure agreement on the abandonment. The lawyer stayed there waiting for an answer as I read 3 pages of legal terminology that effectively suggested I couldn't tell anyone what had happened. I urged the lawyer to go, and immediately called Stefan to report the contact breach. He said Alden was playing games, using the lawyer as an intermediary to avoid formally violating the no-contact rule. The following morning, I had to return to work since I still needed money to survive. Selena had arranged for me to wear a small body camera, which Karina had provided us, clipped inside my shirt pocket. Every time we arrived at a new house to clean, I'd freeze at the sound of the doorbell, tensing my entire body. Selena observed how I kept looking over my shoulder and decided to change our itinerary, avoiding unoccupied houses and schedule only apartments in crowded buildings. She parked where we could see the van through the windows and kept her phone ready to contact the cops. At one place, a man answered the door, and I nearly ran before understanding it was the owner. Selena had to take over talking to clients because my hands were too shaky to jot down schedules. She never grumbled, just calmly reorganized everything so I felt safer. On day 13, things worsened. Alden's lawyer launched a countersuit, saying I was the true abuser and that I was holding Alden captive in Prague with bogus claims to prevent him from returning to work. Nadine discovering Alden's detention through a news report appears to have come at a strangely appropriate time, exactly when proof is most required. Alden's chest-clutching performance for the paramedics has me wondering how many times he's used that technique before. The newspapers claimed I was killing his career and reputation out of spite. Karina had warned me about this, referring to it as DARVO, which stands for deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. When confronted, abusers frequently attempt to spin a story, according to her. The countersuit alleged that I deceived the cops with phony tears and that Alden was the true victim. It even stated that I had plotted the entire incident to exact revenge on him for abandoning me. The arrogance of it enraged everyone in the support group, but Karina remained calm, claiming that Alden's desperate move revealed he was losing. Then something unexpected occurred. Damien, Alden's brother, arrived at my apartment complex, carrying 2 cardboard boxes. I hadn't seen him since our wedding and first didn't recognize him. He appeared fatigued from the travel and stated that he would arrive as soon as he learned what Alden had done. He'd packed boxes full of evidence, including Alden's true financial documents, which he'd hidden at their mother's house, printed emails in which Alden boasted about his plot to teach me a lesson, and, most startling of all, a termination letter from Alden's employer. Alden had been dismissed 6 weeks ago for stalking a female co-worker. Damien stated that he could not stand by and watch his brother destroy another woman's life. He had previously contacted Stefan and was prepared to testify. The brothers reunited at Damien's hotel the next evening. Alden had discovered Damien was in town and showed up shouting in the foyer. The hotel security cameras caught everything, including Alden grabbing Damien's shirt and pushing him against a wall. Damien remained calm and kept his phone recording in his pocket, while Alden threatened to ruin his life, tell their mother lies about him, and make him regret choosing my side. The security guards had to separate them, as Alden screamed that Damien was a traitor and that the family was meant to stay together. That was when Alden spoke the words that altered everything. He yelled that he'd just left me abroad to teach me a lesson, that I needed to understand my place, and that I should have returned by now. Damien's phone recorded every word in good audio. The security guards prepared a report and handed Damien a copy, along with the security footage. On day 14, Roland from the embassy called me early in the morning and asked me to come in immediately. When I arrived, he had my new visa ready, independent of Alden's sponsorship. He stated that the growing evidence had allowed them to expedite the procedure. He also provided me a package of material on filing charges in our own country for fraud and abandonment. Apparently Alden classified me as a dependent on his taxes while claiming we were separated, which was federal fraud. Roland had been cooperating with officials back home to establish a case. He said Alden was likely to face prosecution in both nations. That evening, when we finished our cleaning route, Selena and I sat in her small office and shared tea from her thermos. She told me she had been where I was 20 years ago, transported to the Czech Republic by a man who promised her everything, but then abandoned her with nothing. She'd launched her cleaning firm with the intention of hiring ladies like us, people who wanted work right away and didn't care about their backgrounds. She showed me a photo album filled with images of women who had worked for her over the years, many of whom had gone on to start their own businesses or careers. She said that her company was never just about cleaning houses. It was about giving women a chance to get back on their feet after being knocked down. The next few days were a haze of meetings and paperwork. Linnea's lawyer buddy called me frequently with updates on the case against Alden. She stated that prosecutors in Prague were working with officials back home to coordinate charges. Alden was facing serious charges for stalking, intimidating, and employing those men to intimidate me. Back in our own country, they were looking into fraud and abandonment accusations. The legal net was closing around him faster than I had anticipated. Meanwhile, Alden's financial situation worsened quickly. The posh hotel where he was staying called the police station and demanded payment because his credit card had been refused. His lawyer informed the court that he required more money up front to continue representing him. Alden attempted to access our joint accounts but discovered that I had legally frozen them while the investigation was ongoing. The expression on his face in court when he discovered he couldn't touch the money must have been something. Then Damien's wife called and told me some surprising news. She had been looking around on social media and discovered something huge. Alden's first wife, whom he had always claimed perished in a car accident years ago, was actually alive and living in Canada. Her name was Celeste, and she'd remarried and had children. Damien's wife had messaged Celeste carefully, and she was willing to discuss what Alden had done to her. The following day, Alden made matters worse for himself. Despite having to forfeit his passport as part of his bail conditions, he attempted to flee. Police apprehended him at the German border with a phony ID he'd obtained. That breach resulted in his immediate imprisonment pending trial. I observed from Linnea's lawyer's office as they confirmed his arrest on the phone. He was going straight to jail this time, no more bail. To restore my legal freedom, I needed to go to the embassy and fill out paperwork. Sitting in the waiting area, I realized that my hands weren't shaking as much as they used to. But I nevertheless scrutinized every exit and examined every face that passed through the door. Roland sat with me for a bit and explained that this was typical given what I'd been through. He stated the feeling will pass with time, but it was fine to remain cautious. 2 days later, Celeste and I spoke via video call. She appeared fatigued but resolute as she told me her story. Alden had done the exact same thing to her 10 years before. He had isolated her from friends and relatives, drained her inheritance of about $50,000, and then vanished when she began to inquire about where the money had gone. She had rebuilt her life in Canada and wanted to help me. She said something that stayed with me. She told me I was already stronger than I realized since I had survived him and was still standing. Alden's lawyer used a novel technique in court that even the judge found perplexing. He stated that I had planned everything to take Alden's riches and gain sympathy for immigration purposes. He claimed I had put Alden up to seem terrible so I could stay in Prague. The court genuinely asked him if he was serious, especially because Alden had just been apprehended with a fraudulent passport while attempting to exit the country. Stefan called to tell me they had discovered additional proof. Alden's laptop proved that he had been investigating stuff for months before leaving me. Since January, his browsing history included searches for how to strand a spouse overseas and abandonment laws in the Czech Republic. He had been planning this for half a year. The premeditation made things considerably worse for him. Throughout all of this legal nonsense, I continued to live my life. Soraya from next door began coming over in the evenings. I taught her some English words, and she helped me with Czech pronunciation. We laughed so hard when I tried to speak specific words. One night, I realized I hadn't laughed so hard in years. Really laughed. Not the phony, polite laugh I'd learned to give around Alden. I was creating a life that he never imagined I could have. The biggest break came when the two men Alden hired agreed to negotiate a deal with prosecutors. They disclosed that Alden promised them money from my claimed inheritance. The problem was that I had no inheritance. My folks are typical working people who cannot afford to leave anyone. The men have recordings on their phones of Alden explaining his entire scheme. He had instructed them that he needed to scare me so much that I would run back to him, desperate and shattered. He'd indicated that once I was back under his control, he'd have access to my family's money, which he'd made up in his imagination. The tapes were as clear as day, with Alden talking about making me so scared that I'd never try to escape again. The prosecutor's office spent 3 days reviewing everything. When they called me in on day 22, the lead prosecutor had a terrible look on her face. She spread out the evidence on the conference table and informed me that Alden faced substantial prison time for abandonment, stalking, intimidation, conspiracy, fraud, and attempted flight from justice. The recordings alone were sufficient to convict him. But in addition to everything else, she described it as one of the most powerful instances she'd ever handled. I sat there staring at the papers, photos, and transcripts, feeling neither glad nor sad, only empty and tired. That night, Alden's mother called me sobbing so hard that I couldn't hear her words. She continued screaming that she knew Alden was difficult, but prison would ruin him, and could I please drop the charges and return home? She acknowledged she'd always known he struggled with control, but it was just how males in their family were, and I should have been more understanding. I informed her as gently as I could that Alden's decisions had wrecked our marriage and nearly destroyed me, and I couldn't protect him from the consequences of his actions. She hung up on me. The following morning, Selena called with news that made me grin for the first time in weeks. The embassy had approached her for a cleaning contract for all of their offices and residential buildings. They were thrilled with how she handled the entire situation with Alden, and wanted to work with someone they trusted. The deal was worth 3 times what Alden had charged her when he scared away the customer. 2 days later, I walked through the outdoor market outside my flat for the first time since Alden arrived in Prague. My hands shook slightly as I selected veggies, bread and cheese, foods I wanted to eat rather than those Alden would have approved of. Damien arrives with boxes of evidence as if he's giving the world's worst care present to his brother. Happy Karma Day, Alden. Here is proof that you are bad. I bought peppers despite his hatred for them, chocolate despite his claim that it made me fat, and wine despite his belief that women who drank alone were sad. The vendor smiled at me and offered some complimentary herbs. And I walked home feeling as if I'd gained a minor victory over the voice in my head that still sounded like him. The bail hearing occurred the following week, and Alden utterly lost it in court. He began screaming that the entire Czech legal system was working with me against him and that everyone had been paid or threatened. His lawyer attempted to calm him down, but Alden turned on him and fired him directly in front of the judge, stating that he would represent himself because everyone was against him anyhow. The judge quickly rejected bail and escorted Alden from the courtroom while he continued to shout about corruption and lying. I began teaching English at the shelter 2 days after that. Linnea had asked whether I was willing to assist some of the other ladies who were attempting to rebuild their lives. The majority of them were refugees or abuse survivors, like myself, and they required language skills to find job. The initial class consisted of only 3 women, but by the 3rd session, we had 12. Linnea approached me afterwards and said she had never seen someone go from victim to advocate so rapidly. However, I did not feel transformed. Instead, I felt helpful for the first time in years. Damien called me that weekend with news that made things even worse for Alden. He'd been checking through Alden's old credit card accounts to assist with a legal matter when he discovered he had opened 3 credit cards in my name before abandoning me. He'd maxed them out and never made a payment. The debt exceeded $15,000, and it included identity theft charges on top of everything else. Damien was apologizing for not realizing who his brother was, but I reminded him it wasn't his fault. The following week, I met with Karina to prepare for her trial testimony. She had me rehearse recounting my experience repeatedly without apologizing or downplaying what had happened. I kept saying things like, maybe I misunderstood, or perhaps it wasn't that bad. But she stopped me every time. By the end of the session, I could clearly state that Alden had abandoned me to break me, but I refused to break. 2 days later, I signed a new lease for my apartment with only my name on it. The landlord had been following the case in the local news and offered me a lower rent. He mentioned that his daughter had been in a bad relationship before, and he was glad to rent to someone who had the fortitude to leave. It was the first legal document that was fully mine since my marriage, and when I signed it, my hand did not shake. Yesterday, a letter arrived from a lawyer Alden had met in jail.
The lawyer stated that Alden wanted to offer me everything if I dropped the allegations and told the court it was all a mistake. The letter violated the no-contact rule and added a new charge to his case. The prosecutor referred to it as a gift since it demonstrated Alden's continued inability to grasp or respect legal boundaries, even when in jail. 3 days later, the prosecution called to inform me that Celeste was flying in from America to testify. She had paid for her own flight and wanted to meet me before the trial. We met in a little cafe near Wenceslas Square, where she took out a thick packet of papers. She had emails, text messages, and bank records dating back 15 years that revealed Alden's pattern with her. He had done the same thing to her in 2009, when they were living in Boston, isolated her from friends, controlled the money, and then abandoned her when she sought to find work. When additional information arrived, the prosecutor was already working on the case. A woman from Germany contacted them after seeing Alden's name in the newspaper. She had dated him briefly in 2018 and filed a police report when he refused to stop following her. The pattern was now so obvious that even Alden's lawyer was uncomfortable reading it. My phone started buzzing with texts from family members I hadn't heard from in years. My sister Elodie wrote to say she had booked a flight to Prague for next week. My mother called, weeping, stating Alden had been phoning her for months before leaving me. He told her I was unstable, and she believed him. She repeatedly apologized till I had to hang up. Stefan called 2 days later with news that made my stomach plummet. Alden attempted to hang himself in his cell with torn bedsheets. The guards discovered him in time and brought him to the medical wing. His court-appointed lawyer requested a psychiatric evaluation, stating Alden was experiencing a mental collapse. Some others in the support group claimed it was all manipulation, but I couldn't sleep that night. I was wondering if I had pushed too hard by pressing charges. Selena stopped by my flat when she noticed I wasn't eating. She sat with me, reminding me that Alden made his own decisions. She maintained his acts were not my fault, not the desertion, the stalking, or this, but I still felt terrible thinking about him in that jail. The psychological evaluation lasted 3 days, and the results helped me understand things better. The psychiatrist diagnosed Alden with narcissistic personality disorder with antisocial characteristics. His practice of abandoning and stalking women is likely to continue without strong action. It was not about me, Celeste, or the woman from Germany. It was all about control. And when we escaped his grip, he couldn't take it. The same day the report was released, another woman appeared at the prosecutor's office. Her name was Nadine, and she had been dating Alden just before his incarceration. She brought her laptop, and his search history was still preserved in the browser. For weeks he'd been looking up ways to teach his girlfriend lessons and make her miss him. She discovered her passport stashed in his flat after he was detained. She was meant to be his next victim. The prosecutor added her proof to the mounting pile. That afternoon, I received a letter from my old supervisor back home. She'd heard about everything through mutual contacts and wanted me to know there was a job waiting for me if I wanted it. The letter stated that they will cover my moving expenses and assist me in settling in. I sat there holding it, thinking I had options now. I could stay in Prague, where I had started a new life, or return home on my own terms. Alden's new lawyer attempted to argue that he was mentally unfit to stand trial. But the prosecutor showed all of Alden's preparations before departing me. The airline ticket he bought weeks in advance, the money he gradually transferred out of our joint account, and the apartment lease he signed back home before leaving. Every detail demonstrated clear thought and design, not mental disease. The court denied the insanity plea and scheduled the trial for next month. Elodie arrived at Prague's airport 3 days later, and I went to pick her up. When she spotted me, she burst into tears and pulled me into the longest hug. I was speaking Czech with the cab driver, and she kept looking at me as if she was seeing someone new. She thought I looked different, stronger, like I had finally matured into myself. We returned to my flat, and she couldn't believe I had done everything on my own. The small kitchen, the plants on the window ledge, the work with Selena, and my support group buddies who constantly checking up on me. She kept telling me she was proud of me, and sorry she hadn't noticed what Alden was doing sooner. The next morning, Karina called to say the trial date had been set for next week, and I'd testify by video link so I wouldn't have to be in the same room with Alden. She had arranged for a victim advocate to accompany me during testifying, and we spent the following few days discussing everything that would happen. I was prepared, but the notion of facing him again, even through a screen, made my palms shaky. 2 days before the trial, Alden's mother arrived at my apartment building, and the security guard called to warn me. I went down to the lobby, where she was clutching a box containing Alden's childhood photos and what appeared to be medical information. She began screaming as soon as she spotted me and pushed the documents at me, claiming that physicians had diagnosed Alden with conduct disorder as a child, and that he was sick, not evil. I read the reports of him injuring animals and starting fires, and reminded her that being unwell did not give him the right to harm people. She begged me to dismiss the charges, but I remained calm and stated that the court would determine what happened next. My English class classmates astonished me on the morning of the trial by gathering outside the courthouse with signs proclaiming "Justice for Maren" in both Czech and English. Local media were there, photographing and interviewing the foreign woman who had been abandoned and rebuilt her life. Selena and Linnea stood with me as we watched the gathering swell, and I couldn't believe how many people cared about what happened to me. Damien was giving his deposition to the prosecutor inside the courthouse, and I could hear him through the door discussing the animals Alden had harmed as a youth. He recalled girlfriends who had suddenly departed town without explanation, as well as control routines that had existed for years. Damien's voice cracked when he realized he should have spoken something sooner as the prosecutor painted a clear picture of who Alden truly was. When the trial began, I watched on my laptop as Alden arrived by video from detention, appearing weak and worn but still smiling at the court. The prosecutor's opening statement described everything in detail, from desertion to stalking to hired goons. Alden continued shaking his head, as if none of it was true, but the evidence was there in black and white. When it was my turn to testify, I sat in the little room, with a victim advocate holding my hand beneath the table. I told them about finding his belongings gone and leaving a message saying I'd figure it out. I recalled the nights without food, having to rely on others for assistance, and how he laughed when I called crying. Why does Alden's mother come up suddenly with childhood medical records that she appears to have kept for decades? The timing is convenient, with conduct disorder diagnoses arriving shortly before the experiment begins. My voice only broke once when I talked about learning to survive and discovering strength I didn't realize I possessed. When I finished, the courtroom on the TV went utterly silent. Alden asked to cross-examine me himself, and the court agreed, which made my stomach turn. His comment, "Didn't I provide for you?" revealed his true nature. "Wasn't I glad you didn't have to work?" Each question made him appear worse, as I responded simply and truthfully about control and isolation. He became enraged when I refused to admit that I had been ungrateful, and began shouting that I was distorting everything. The judge had to urge him 3 times to calm down, before threatening to take him off the video link. Celeste then testified about her encounter with Alden and how he had done the same thing to her years before. Then Nadine explained all of Alden's falsehoods about me being insane and following him home, when in reality he had planned everything. The pattern was so obvious that even Alden's court-appointed lawyer appeared uncomfortable defending him. Alden began ranting that everyone was lying and conspiring against him, but no one was listening anymore. The prosecutor saved the finest evidence for last, showing Damien's taped phone call in which Alden confirmed everything. Then came the internet history, which included searches for ways to make someone disappear, and psychological torture methods. The 2 thugs testified on tape that Alden hired them, and showed them my photo. Finally, the prosecutor displayed Alden's phony passport with a different name, which he had been carrying when stopped at the border. Alden completely lost it, and began yelling that I deserved it, because I wasn't appreciative for anything he'd done. He claimed I was nothing without him, and would have died on the streets if he had not taken care of me. The court called for order, but Alden continued to rant about ungrateful ladies who didn't know their place until the guards cut his video feed. The judge delivered the verdict in less than an hour, and I watched on my computer as she read guilty on all charges. Alden received 4 years in Czech jail for stalking, intimidation, conspiracy to conduct assault, and attempted flight from court. After serving his sentence, he would be deported and face additional charges in his own country, for the financial crimes that Damien had discovered. I watched Alden's face break as the guards led him away, and something inside me let go of the fear I'd been harboring. The next morning, I met with a lawyer named Karina in a little office near the courtroom to sign papers to retrieve what Alden had hidden. She brought out documents displaying bank accounts he had formed without notifying me, and safety deposit boxes containing my grandmother's jewels, which he claimed had been lost. My hands shook as I signed each sheet as she recounted how the court ordered everything back, plus damages for my losses. The jewelry was more important than the money since my grandmother gave it to me before she died, and Alden had no right to steal it. When we were finished, I went out with copies of everything, but I felt empty rather than delighted, because getting things back did not erase what had happened. Alden's mother was waiting by the steps outside the courthouse, and I nearly turned around, but she held up her hands to signify she had no intention of harm. She apologized for not seeing what Alden was becoming and for failing to seek him treatment when the warning flags were present.
Her eyes were red from crying, and she appeared older than when I last saw her at our wedding 6 years ago. I accepted her apologies but maintained my distance since some bridges cannot be mended, even with the best intentions. When I returned to my flat, I found my door covered in flowers and notes from neighbors in Czech and English expressing their pride in me. Soraya had placed a pot of soup outside my door, along with a note stating that dinner will be at 7 if I wanted company. The other neighbors had signed a card with small drawings and Czech sentences, which I was still learning to read. Elodie helped me carry everything inside, and we sat on my couch, reading each note as the soup warmed on the stove. 3 days later, I met Roland at the embassy to complete my permanent residency application, which included all fresh court records supporting my case. He presented me a paper outlining new rules for abandoned spouses based on my experience. My lawsuit would assist other women avoid the visa turmoil I experienced because Alden abandoned me without legal status. He shook my hand and told me that the embassy would expedite my application given everything I'd been through this year. A week after the verdict, I returned to Linnea's shelter to teach my English lesson, as if nothing had happened. A new woman sat in the corner, crying, and Linnea whispered that she had been abandoned by her boyfriend, leaving her with no money or Czech language abilities. I made tea and sat with her, explaining in simple English that she would get through this, even though it seemed impossible. I gave her the same advice that Linnea had given me. Take each day as it comes and find strength in tiny wins. When I told her my story, she squeezed my hand, and I recognized the fear I had felt 6 months before. That afternoon, Selena called and asked me to meet at a lawyer's office to sign partnership documents for the cleaning business. She wanted me to handle the English-speaking clients and bookkeeping while she handled the Czech side of things. We both understood how difficult it was to start anew, therefore the company would specifically hire women who were rebuilding their lives. We shook hands as we signed the contracts, and Selena informed me that my trial publicity had already resulted in 3 new corporate clients. 2 weeks had gone before Elodie packed her bags to travel home, but first we painted my apartment walls a bright yellow. Alden had always said that yellow was too cheerful and made him anxious. But now I could have whatever I wanted. We spent the weekend painting and hanging new curtains I had purchased at the market without seeking anyone's permission. Elodie assisted me in moving furniture exactly where I wanted it, and disposing of anything that reminded me of my previous life. The flat now felt like mine, rather than a transient refuge from my past. Celeste and Nadine wrote to say they were creating an online support group for women who had been abandoned abroad. They wanted me to be a moderator so I could share my story and assist others navigate the system that had nearly ruined me. I instantly typed my acceptance and spent the night composing my first piece about finding strength in the worst-case scenario. The support group already had 50 members from various nations, each with a similar story of being left with nothing. Spring arrived in Prague, and I walked across Wenceslas Square without looking over my shoulder for the first time in months. I went to my favorite cafe and ordered in Czech, which was growing better every week as I trained with neighbors. When I got the pronunciation correct, the server grinned and served me my coffee, which came with a small cookie. I opened my laptop and began writing my entire tale for the support group while visitors passed by my table. 6 months into my new life, I stood in the embassy, assisting a terrified woman in filling out emergency papers after her husband vanished. She inquired whether things had actually gotten simpler, and I told her that survival was not about regaining what you had lost. It was about learning who you are when you refuse to let someone else's nastiness destroy you completely. I gave her Linnea's business card and wrote my phone number on the back in case she needed someone who understood. Walking out of the embassy, I realized I'd accomplished something Alden never imagined possible without him. I had my own business, an apartment, and friends who genuinely cared about my well-being, rather than dominating me. The woman I was before would never know who I had become, as a result of experiencing the worst betrayal conceivable. My story was not about winning or exacting revenge on those who attempted to harm me. It was about understanding that true strength comes from refusing to give up when someone has left you with nothing. Alden thought dumping me in Prague would teach me how much I needed him, but it taught me that I never did.